Chapter 895. Under the towering curved dome, the undulating sacred sound finally came to an end. 12 high-ranking priests wearing gold-trimmed red robes were deathly pale, almost unable to stand steadily. The attendants and low-ranking servants at the side hurriedly stepped forward to support them. These high-ranking figures were either the regional archbishop of Rusta or the senior scholars of the academy. Their statuses were grand and respected, and could be said to be second only to the figures above the dome of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Their strength matched their statuses. Among them, Archbishop Christopher of the Coan region, Blessed Andres, and Master Sutton of the Academy had already entered the path of truth and were only a step away from the Sanctum of Fire. The residents of Rusta were used to calling the 11 people above the dome of the Holy Cathedral of Fire the Sanctum of Fire. Over time, this saying had spread. In addition to these 3 people, the other 9 people had also activated their elemental energy. Normally, people of their status would rarely personally preside over the sacraments or ceremonies. But when they did, most of them were at their fingertips and would never be in such a sorry state as they were now. It's really breathtaking. The person who looked at this scene was Vala. It was hard to imagine that the person in charge of the entire Holy Cathedral of Fire was such a kind-looking little old man. His beard and eyebrows were already snow-white, and his body had shrunk a lot. He wore a red bishop's cape with snow-white fur edges. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he trembled as if a gust of wind could blow him away. But only a pair of deep drooping eyelids, with a flash of light in his eyes and the clear lines of his tightly pursed lips, could prove that this old man who had controlled the Holy Cathedral for more than half a century was not as simple as he appeared to be. The world called him the Great Priest of Fire and Iron. He was the only one of the 11 Sanctum of Fire who had experienced a complete holy war. There was a popular saying about him in Rusta: the Sanctum of Fire is never merciful. This saying described his character, and he was definitely not as kind as he looked. He stood on the altar with 2 others, and the person he was speaking to was a woman on the left behind him. She was tall, wearing a short white shawl, a tall crown on her head, and a scepter with a golden flame emblem in her hand. Her long shawl dragged on the smooth obsidian floor. Her face was a little too thin, and her cheeks seemed to have been cut by a knife or an axe, so much so that her feminine beauty could not be seen, and she appeared too cold. She had short platinum hair, tied in a long thin braid at the back of her head, hanging over her shawl. This woman was Sydney Metfarika, the 3rd in command of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and the 4th master of the Kurlutz Empire. The legends about her were innumerable since the Year of the Stars. It was said that she had fought with the 4th leader of the Bugaz wizards and lost by a hair, but it was a glorious defeat. Ordinary people often described a person's gaze as sharp as an eagle's, but such words seemed weak in front of this lady. Her gaze was not only sharp, but it also seemed to have substance. With just a glance, people could understand what she meant. There was a circle of golden flame in the depths of her pupils, which was related to the divine power she wielded, the angel of the holy sword, Iroma. In terms of mastery of the holy words, no one in the empire could surpass her. Even Vala had to admit this. The other person next to Vala was extremely ornate in his silk robe. He had a kind face and looked more like a businessman. This person was called Caesar, and he was ranked at the bottom of the 11. His name sounded very domineering, but he was diligent in history but did not achieve much. Sydney maintained her usual silence. Even when the master of the Holy Cathedral of Fire spoke in front of her, she had no intention of responding. It was not unreasonable for people to call her the adoratress of the Leo Palace, but Vala admired her character. Compared to the era of the previous generation of the Great Priest, because of the Holy War, this generation of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was generally younger. Young people always seemed to be too radical, but not calm enough, except for Sydney. His Majesty issued an edict on the 14th, and these people entered the city on the 17th. The people of the scholastics were the most responsive. Great Priest, Caesar reminded in a low voice. Vala nodded. He certainly understood the hidden meaning of this sentence. For centuries, Cruz's imperial power had finally developed to its peak in the past 100 years. Sometimes he could not help but think how good it would be if he was born in the era before his teacher. At that time, the Holy Cathedral could not only develop its power freely in small countries like Erewhon and Antiburo, but also intervene in secular affairs. In the era when the religious power was at its peak, even the right of succession to the throne was in the hands of the great priest. But now? The old man could only feel bitterness in his mouth. After this, I'm afraid that His Majesty's influence within the Holy Cathedral will rise again, Great Priest. I understand, Vala shook his head. The scholastics had always been closer to the royal family. They had been wanting to carry out doctrinal reforms since the Year of Thunder, and had long begun to criticize the Great Priest. Although a group of people had been purged after the Holy War, this obviously could not stop those lunatics. The Holy Cathedral was indeed going to undergo changes, and he was more and more aware of this point. But the authority to preside over the changes must not fall into the hands of those who formed cliques for personal gain. Otherwise, there would be no tomorrow for the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He knew that Caesar's words were reminding him that he should not satisfy Her Majesty's request this time. Although the imperial power was increasingly infiltrating the Holy Cathedral, the Holy Cathedral of Fire still had the right to decide its own internal affairs. His decision allowed the Supreme, who seemed to never age, to reach into the interior of the Holy Cathedral, which had long caused dissatisfaction among many of the 11 people. Today, only he, Sidney, and Caesar were present, which showed that Sidney was not interested in fighting for power, Caesar was submissive, and the others were obviously very dissatisfied. But that's the Azure Lance. Vala let out a long sigh. Their empress was too difficult to deal with. Sometimes he wondered whether it was Cruz's fortune to have such an empress, or the misfortune of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The Azure Lance was a sacred object of the mortal world, an object brought to the Second Era by the Azure Knight who shattered the sky. In the Pale poem, it was described as the hope of mortals, the holy lance that changed fate. It could be imagined that if any holy cathedral had such an artifact and gained its recognition, it would greatly increase the prestige of the Holy Cathedral. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he could not refuse. Caesar also closed his mouth. Of course, he understood the meaning of this. He could not help but look back at his colleagues. Even Sidney, who usually had the same expression on his face, had a glint in his eyes at this moment. After all, it was the Holy Lance of Heaven. What a pity, why did the person who held the lance have to be a mountain person? Caesar thought regretfully. If he did not already know that the Holy Lance was transported out of Erewhon and had an owner before that, he would have thought that this was the plan of the Supreme Empress. Because as everyone knew, among the countries under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, only the mountain people did not believe in the teachings of Gretel. They worshipped their ancestors and the spirit of nature, so they were called the barbarians. But it was such barbarians who were recognized by the Holy Lance. Your Majesty, giving the object that changes fate to a foreign race, just to suppress the Holy Cathedral, you are playing with fire. How can mortals control the future in their hands? The gods are bound to sin. Vala was also helpless, and could not help but mutter to himself. The three of them did not speak, and silently watched the crystal in the center of the hall thin layer by layer, and finally disappear into nothingness. The girl inside closed her eyes, and with the lance in her hand, broke out of the ice as if she had lost her center of gravity. She weakly knelt on the ground, then fell down, and just like that, fainted on the floor that was filled with layers of formations. Vala looked at the pieces of crystal that fell to the ground, and vaguely saw the Holy Cathedral falling apart. The scholastic faction was no longer on their side, and the local officiants were also indecisive. William's failure was a heavy blow to the Holy Cathedral's prestige outside the empire. He thought of that good-for-nothing guy, and could not help but feel angry. A dignified knight commander of the Holy Cathedral was defeated by a junior. It was simply humiliating. Unfortunately, it was not only his face that was lost, or the Cecil family's face, but also the Holy Cathedral's face at the same time. He then thought of Erewhon, the little Count of Tonnagel, the rumored grandson of the sword Saint Darius, and could not help but mutter, "Why is it this guy again? He's really haunting me." Caesar heard this whisper from the side and could not help but shiver, and his face changed. Of course, he still remembered the upheaval 40 years ago, the decline of the Holy Cathedral, as if it was the beginning of that unfair trial. He looked at the high priest beside him, and suddenly thought that the high priest agreed to Her Majesty's conditions so readily, it was probably not just because of the azure lance. He suddenly remembered that as early as last week at the royal banquet, Her Majesty seemed to have vaguely revealed the origin of the new countess, and her relationship with Erwin, the Count of Tonnagel. Thinking of this, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly tightened his face, as if he was afraid that the Supreme One beside him would see his thoughts. But Vala did not care about him at all, and instead turned to Sydney and said, "Sydney, take the Countess to bathe and freshen up, and be good to her." The high priest was stunned, and then nodded indifferently. The girl was dressed like a princess. She was wrapped in a Baroque light yellow dress. Her fiery red hair was draped over her shoulders like flowing flames. Her slender neck and delicate collarbone were exposed in the air. A thin mithril necklace was threaded through a flaming diamond. The amber color of the necklace reflected the healthy luster of her skin. The fluffy skirt was full of rose-like folds, the multiple layers of sleeves, the gauze lining, and the huge bow on the chest almost dressed her up like a delicate doll, and the tight girdle that hugged her waist almost broke her waist, making her breathless. Scarlet looked at all this, somewhat at a loss, her amber eyes full of uneasiness. The experience of this day was like an absurd dream to her. She dreamed that she was sleeping in a huge piece of amber, during which she experienced many things and saw strange scenery, but most of the time, she was covered with a black cloth, or locked in a box, never to see the light of day. Occasionally, when she felt uneasy, there would be a voice to chat with her, but the frequency was not particularly high. The young lady of the azure lance was so proud that she could not wait to draw a conclusion in 2 sentences to prove that she was a fool. Then she saw herself being transported into a magnificent temple, where many priests were performing a ritual around her, and her ears were filled with the low humming of hymns. Then she felt as if she had woken up, and in a hazy state, there was a lady in a white robe leading her, and then the lady asked a few maids to help her bathe and change her clothes. Scarlet had never experienced such a scene in her life, and she was almost scared stiff. She tried to escape several times, but she was stopped by the lady every time. The strength she was proud of was as weak as a child in front of the other party, unable to withstand a single blow. She remembered that every time the other party stared at her, and casually recited a prayer, and then it was as if an irresistible pressure descended from the sky, penetrating the dome of the temple, and directly exerting itself on her, immobilizing her. At this moment, she was sitting on a bench, which was so luxurious that it almost looked like a carved wooden throne. Even in the liege's castle, she had never seen such a beautiful chair. She stared at herself in a long mirror in front of her, although the beautiful figure in the mirror did not look like her at all. A few maids surrounded her, carefully grooming her, and Scarlet knew that she could not resist, so she just let them manipulate her like a puppet. The maids looked at their new mistress, and compared her to the beauty in the mirror. They carefully combed her long hair, put on sparkling earrings, and whispered to each other. Occasionally, they would let out a low chuckle, which made Scarlet's face burn. She still couldn't figure out where she was, why she was here, and why she was dressed in such strange clothes. She wanted to contact Ovina, but the young lady of the azure lance seemed to have other matters to attend to today. Scarlet's questions sank like a stone in the ocean. Fortunately, she could still feel the presence of the azure lance, which made her feel a little more at ease. The maids around her were all delicate and cute, obviously carefully selected. However, most of them had long or short crimson hair of different shades, which made it clear that they were from the azure lance. Scarlet looked at these people she had never met before, and listened to them whispering softly in her ear. For a moment, she did not want to lose her temper, so she could only be patient. Of course, this was also because she knew that the overly strict priestess was still waiting outside. "My lady," a round-faced maid said enviously, "you really are our princess, the most beautiful girl among the mountain people." "What, did you call me?" Scarlet was not very good at dealing with strangers, but when she heard this, she could not help but be surprised. She asked the question, almost in a daze. "Oh yes, my lady, you still don't know, right? You are the only count in the past few hundred years who was personally appointed by His Majesty. Your fief is said to be the most fertile land in the kingdom, at the edge of the wilderness of the 4 territories. Yes, Yes, yes. I've seen the maple forest there before. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. I can see that His Majesty admires you very much. The maids chattered. Most importantly, it's close to the land of our mountain people, the mountains of Valisai. I really want to go home and take a look even in my dreams. Scarlet was confused. She looked at the maids in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. She was born in Chablis, and there were many mountain people there as well. When she was young, she did hear legends about the mountain people's homeland, the mountains of the Latch of Wa. But those were all distant dreams. She listened to the maids talk about Fief, His Majesty, and the Count. Her mind was in a mess, and she could not think of anything for a while. But she could see that these girls sincerely worshipped her. They chattered to her, "My Countess, I heard that His Majesty intends to give you the autonomy of that land after you swear allegiance to him with your sword. That land in your hands is equivalent to returning to the hands of us mountain people. The independence and autonomy that we have dreamed of for thousands of years can finally be realized in your hands, my Countess." The maids discussed enthusiastically, but as they spoke, their voices became softer and softer. The mountain people's situation in the empire was not much better than in Erewhon. In fact, it was even worse. The Cruz people saw them as barbarians, and the nobles captured them as if they were wild beasts. Once the mountain men and women were chased out of the forest, they would be locked up in cages like wild beasts. They would leave their homes and be sold to other places. Those who were better off could become servants of the nobles, but most of them died in some unknown mine. Who would be willing to leave their homeland? However, the history of the resistance of the mountain people had become a legend centuries ago. Within the borders of the empire, other than a small number of clans that relied on the empire, most of them hid in the mountains and lived like wild beasts. But even the remaining ones were inferior to the nobles. They could be captured at any time for various reasons and become slaves. These seemed to be the common experiences of these girls. The room suddenly fell silent for a moment, and several of the girls could not help but sob. The round-faced maid choked and said, "My lord, do you know, today, because of you, we, the mountain people, no longer have to leave our homes and families, and no longer have to be hunted down by those Kurlutz people like wild beasts. My lord, your name will spread throughout the mountains of the empire, and one day you will be the hero of the mountain people." Scarlet opened her mouth. She felt that she must be dreaming. She could not help but grab the handrail as if she wanted to stand up unsteadily. She was not used to the crystal shoes on her feet. She walked like a puppet. The maids at the side hurriedly supported the princess to prevent her from stepping on their skirts and falling to the ground. This was not something that had not happened before. But Scarlet looked around and finally asked, "I don't quite understand what you're talking about." "My lord, where is he?" "My lord, aren't you?" Scarlet shook her head hard and was about to refute when someone knocked on the door. Then, Sydney's voice came in. "Count Mitra, if you are done dressing up, someone wants to see you." The maidservants quieted down as if they had suddenly turned into puppets. They knew who would come here at this time. Chapter 896. The autumn wind in the area south of the Anfra Mountains, which was called Ankara by the locals, was blowing gently across the vast white plains. Waves of varying depths swept across the vast sea, and the undulating hills seemed to be the waves on the sea. A young lion man riding a golden lion was standing on the peak of the waves, overlooking the shining horizon in the north of the plains. The lion he was riding was clad in magnificent armor, with beautiful ornaments hanging from its mane. It stood in the white withered grass, shaking its huge head from time to time and sneezing slightly. The White Plains were the symbol of Toquinen and the origin of the name of the White Plains. The plains stretched from the silver sand coast to the west, to the border of the human kingdoms in the east. In the north, under the endless mountains, lay the powerful empire called Cruz. The young lion man stared in that direction. "Nair, we should go back. That's the limit of today's patrol area. If you go any further, I won't be able to bear the responsibility." Behind the hill, another lion man stood beside his mount and shouted to the young man on top of the hill. The young lion man replied without turning his head, "It's okay. We'll cross that place tomorrow." Its emerald-like eyes flashed with a certain light. Even by human standards, it could be considered a rather handsome lion man. Its golden mane was like a tassel, and its body was well proportioned. Although it was stronger than most humans, the lines of its muscles were very smooth. Its upper body was bare, and only its right shoulder and arm were covered in heavy armor. On its chest was a necklace made of beast teeth. The young lion man below could not see the scenery behind the mound, but he knew that there used to be a magnificent fortress there, built with pure white stones transported from the plains. Now, only the scattered debris in the grassland proved that it had once existed. "Nair, the humans will pay for this," he said. "Yes, Amon," the young lion man replied. With the help of her maids, Scarlet spent a lot of effort to walk through the long corridor and finally saw that person that Sydney spoke of in a courtyard filled with birds and flowers. Unlike what she had imagined, the person in front of her was not a cold and stern noble, nor was it a graceful and luxurious lady. Instead, it was a young girl who was a little younger than herself. Aside from the coldness on her face that did not match her age, her body and face were similar to a human girl of 14 or 15 years old. Her blonde hair reached her waist, and her face was as delicate as a doll's. She wore an extremely masculine silk robe with a circle of ferret fur around the edges. The robe was extremely wide and almost dragged to the ground. The young girl looked in their direction with eyes as blue as the sea, and just a dignified gaze was enough to silence the maids. They took half a step back and let go of Scarlet, bowing respectfully, leaving Scarlet standing in place uneasily, not knowing whether she should do as she was told. "Are you the person they brought back from the south?" Constance, the Silver Queen, asked. Her voice was like a string of silver bells falling on the marble floor of the corridor, ethereal and crisp. She looked at Scarlet with a strange light in her eyes. "What a beauty! My name is Scarlet. May I ask, where is this place?" Scarlet asked in a low voice. She saw that the girl was a few years younger than herself, and the uneasiness in her heart subsided a little. She didn't think that her words would scare the maids behind her half to death. Although Her Majesty the Empress was a woman, she was colder and more emotionless than a man. They had never seen anyone who dared to speak so impudently to Her Majesty. They were afraid that this countess would accidentally anger this temperamental supreme being. But Constance did not mind. She smiled and said, "This is my palace." "What, did you say?" Scarlet looked at her blankly. The maidservants, who were chattering before, turned pale. Her Majesty's words were so obvious, but the countess, who did not seem to care about worldly affairs, still asked, "What did you say?" What was the difference between this and calling Her Majesty's name in front of her? They could almost imagine Her Majesty's angry face, followed by the accusation and anger that would follow. They could not help but tremble like leaves in the wind. But unlike what they imagined, Constance found it very interesting. She had never seen such a simple girl in her decades of life in the palace. She looked at Scarlet, who seemed to be stunned, and a sense of pride rose in her heart. She smiled a little mischievously and said, "You didn't hear wrong. This is the White Rose Garden of St. Cantifer Palace. I think you should have heard of this place. As for me, if I were to say that this entire palace, and even the vast land outside of it, belongs to me, I'm afraid that no one would raise any objections." Constance thought that those words should have scared the poor girl out of her wits, but what she did not expect was that those words did not have as much effect on Scarlet as the previous one. That was because the mountain maiden knew what "this is my palace" meant, but she did not know the deeper meaning behind the garden of white roses in St. Cantifer Palace. Under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, anyone with a little knowledge would have heard of the center of power of the Cruz Empire, the White Rose Garden of St. Cantifer Palace. But unfortunately, Scarlet, who grew up in the Chablis forest since she was young, was the rare exception. This place with a strong political connotation was no different from Front Gate 35 of Valhalla or the gatehouse of the Baron's castle on the main street of Abbey's castle. Constance looked at the Highlander girl with a little disappointment. She blinked and asked her a little uneasily, "But why am I here?" I was the one who asked someone to invite you here. The Silver Queen was, after all, a queen. This momentary and failed prank was like a whirlpool on the surface of water in her heart, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This sentence made Scarlett fall silent. Constance's words seemed to have injected countless chaotic memory fragments into her mind, connecting the missing pieces and forming a complete chain. She finally remembered what happened after Ovina sealed her in the invincible barrier to protect her, as well as everything that truly existed in that dream. She was transported from Lantern Island to the sea, and then passed through Grey Harbor and Yenbao. She passed through half of the empire and arrived at the political center of the empire. Finally, she was released from the crystal and the holy cathedral. Although she still didn't quite understand how she became a countess for no reason, she wasn't an idiot. At this moment, she realized who the young lady standing in front of her was. "Your Majesty." She answered with obvious unease. Constance nodded with satisfaction. The maids behind Scarlett finally breathed a sigh of relief. They almost patted their chests in relief. It seemed that the Count was not too stupid after all. However, Scarlett was obviously going to go against them until the end, because her next words immediately caused their mood, which had just climbed out of the abyss, to plummet to the bottom of the abyss. Constance watched as Scarlett fell silent in front of her. She frowned and clenched her fists. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "I invited you here and made you a count of the empire. You don't seem to want to." "I don't want to be a count, Your Majesty. I just want to go back to Erewhon." The maids almost fainted when they heard their count's words, if they were allowed to, but they were still facing Her Majesty the Empress. They could only tremble in fear, grit their teeth, and hope from the bottom of their hearts that their count would not say anything outrageous. Constance also seemed to be a little unhappy. She asked, "Why do you want to go back to Erewhon? Is it because you want to go back to that count of yours? I heard that the count is still a young man." "A young man, a romantic and unrestrained person. It's only natural for a young lady like you to have feelings for him." She shook her head, "But you have to understand that you and him are destined to have no future. He has a bright future ahead of him. How could he possibly fall for you? In the future, the one who will be in his bed will either be the daughter of a duke or your princess. You, on the other hand, are destined to be a mistress who can't see the light of day. Ask yourself, is that what you want?" Scarlett widened her eyes and stared at the girl who looked a few years younger than her. She wanted to refute, but she could not open her mouth. No, in her mind, the Count was definitely not that kind of person. But what difference did it make to her? The Count already had a fiancé. The only thing she could do was to watch it all happen in silence. The Silver Queen's words pierced her heart like a sharp thorn. To be the Count's mistress, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have such delusions. No, Scarlett, you can't think like that." She hurriedly shook her head and said to herself in her heart. The Highlander girl looked up, her cheeks were already boiling hot. Constance looked on coldly, and then asked, "Do you still want to go back?" Scarlett nodded. Constance's face turned cold. "Do you think I'll let the Azure Lance lead the Empire, little girl? I'd rather destroy it than let such a thing happen." Her voice was so cold that it was penetrating. The majesty of a supreme being that had accumulated over the years almost made the Highlander girls behind Scarlett tremble. They were like sifting chaff, as if they would collapse at any time. But Scarlett stubbornly looked at Her Majesty. Her gaze seemed to have answered the question. Even if she died, she would die by Brando's side. Constance did not find it difficult to feel her determination. She snorted coldly, "It's not hard for you to die, but aren't you afraid of dragging your Count down with you? He has a bright future ahead of him." The Highlander girl trembled, clenching her fists and looking at her angrily. Constance looked at Scarlett and could not help but shake her head. She looked up and said to the frightened maids, "You can leave now." The maids hurriedly bowed and retreated, but they could not help but sneak glances at Scarlett before they left, as if they were afraid that the Countess, who did not care about worldly affairs, would offend Her Majesty too much and accidentally lose her head. The round-faced maid even risked her life to grab Scarlett's hand and gave it a squeeze. This little gesture naturally fell into Constance's eyes, but the young queen completely ignored it. After the maids had all left, she said, "Although it's the first time we met, I can see that they care about you. Do you know the situation of the Highlanders in the Empire?" Scarlet was not a puppet, and naturally could feel the concern from the girls of her tribe. She was slightly touched, but still did not say a word. "What a stubborn little girl." Constance replied, "But there is no benefit for you to insist on this. You are a count of the Empire today, and you will always be a count of the Empire. Whether you accept this identity or not, you will have to pledge your loyalty to my sword." She then warned, "I can tell you clearly, Scarlet, from today onwards, if you dare to take half a step out of the White Rose Garden of St. Cantifer Palace, I will send troops to attack Erewhon and hang your beloved count." Scarlet's face was pale as she stared at her in disbelief. However, the Empire's queen did not seem to mind and continued, "Of course, when you swear your loyalty to me, I will give you the land of the wilderness of the Four Realms as your fief. But remember, you don't have much time left. You don't want to gamble the future of your Lord Brando, do you?" When the Highlander girl heard that name, her whole body became wobbly. For a moment, she felt like the world was spinning, and her heart was at a loss. But she did not know where the courage came from, but she suddenly gritted her teeth and raised her hand. The emerald holy spear suddenly appeared in her hand. She let out a beastly growl and raised the spear to stab Constance's abdomen. The azure spear almost pierced through the Silver Queen, and at that moment, Scarlet seemed to have lost all her strength. She gasped for breath, but when she looked up, she saw that Constance's face showed no signs of pain. Instead, she looked at her coldly and said, "My Countess, is this your answer? You?" Scarlet looked at the spear in her hand in a daze. Constance raised a hand and placed it on the azure spear, and then pulled the blade out of her body inch by inch. She looked at her blood-stained abdomen, and then looked at the Highlander girl, and shook her head in disappointment. "You are recognized by the Azure Knight. You and your azure spear can't hurt me. Go, you need to wake up. But remember my words, if you dare to act rashly again, I'll be the first to kill Erewhon." Scarlet was almost scared out of her wits, and she looked like she was at a loss. "Guards!" Constance covered her abdomen with one hand and shouted coldly, "Take Count Mitra away." In just a moment, the Silver Queen watched the guards take Scarlet away, and finally there was a look of unwillingness in her eyes. She gently bared her teeth, and only then did she release the hand on her abdomen. Her palm was already blood-red. However, she did not summon a priest or a doctor. Instead, she looked behind a bush in the garden and said coldly, "Come out, what are you sneaking around for?" In just a moment, the bush there rustled, and a person in the attire of a chamberlain came out. The person looked at Her Majesty with some fear, and asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, are you all right? Do you want? Who told you that you can talk glibly in front of me?" Constance interrupted him. "What are you doing hiding there? Are all the people outside who sent the message dead?" "Your Majesty, of course not, because it's a secret message from the wilderness of the Four Realms." The person was shocked, and quickly answered submissively. "A secret message from the wilderness of the Four Realms." Constance frowned. "What's the matter with the elves again?" The person quickly came closer and whispered a few words into her ear. Constance listened, and her face darkened slightly. "Is this letter absolutely authentic?" "Yes, Your Majesty." In the north of Yanalassu and the Grey Mountains, the Lion Men's attacks were decreasing day by day. This situation was very unusual as the situation in the north was getting more and more tense by the day. The human scouts headed north, and soon found an unprecedented army on the grasslands. This army was gathering from all directions and was now heading north, approaching the Anfbar Pass. This news quickly crossed the glittering sea, crossed Ampere Seal in the south, and went deep into the interior, and spread to those who needed it. Brando. When the princess called out to Brando in the courtyard, he was preparing a saddle for the horse. Brando saw Princess Griffin coming out of the house and could not help but be slightly startled. "Your Highness, I was just about to go to your place. Are you here to say goodbye to me?" Brando scratched his head in a very ungentlemanly manner. Although he did intend to do so, it was quite awkward to be pointed out by the princess. Speaking of which, this was his home, and the princess was his guest. It was a little rude to leave her alone while he was in a hurry to return to his territory. But now was not the time for him to care about his manners. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. My subordinate has been missing for quite some time, and I have to hurry." He could only answer in this way. Princess Griffin was slightly dissatisfied. "That evening when you slammed the door in my study, you were not so polite." "I slammed the door?" Brando was shocked. If he dared to slam the door in front of the princess, he would not be able to escape the title of a powerful official. That night, he was just too lazy to talk nonsense with Makarov and left first. How did it turn into slamming the door? Princess Griffin looked at him quietly. "Brando, you and the royal faction have different views. This is not a big deal, and I understand your ideals. But the old nobles are deeply rooted in the kingdom, and the royal faction is also a part of them. You have offended them time and time again, and they may not let you go." Brendel was a little disdainful. He knew too well about the old nobles that the princess was talking about in his previous life. They were a bunch of useless people. The royal faction was considered to have some achievements among them, but that was all there was to it. He shrugged. "I'm just expressing my opinion. As for the courage of Mr. Makarov and the others, I admire it very much, but I don't dare to compliment them. Today, Cruz can take away one person from the kingdom, and tomorrow, they can take away even more. If Erewhon can't even protect its people, then what dignity does this ancient kingdom have?" "I understand," Griffin replied. "But Brando, what do you plan to do? Do you really want to declare war on the Empire? Are you here to dissuade me, Your Highness?" Griffin shook her head lightly. "I can't dissuade you, but I believe you know what to do, right, Brando?" Brendel could hear the helplessness in Her Highness's tone, and his momentum could not help but weaken a little. Showing off in front of a lady did not seem to be something to be proud of. He was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'm not that blind yet. Whether the war or not depends on the attitude of the Empire, but I have to bring my subordinates back from the hands of the Kurluts. After that, it's hard to say if Her Majesty the Queen will be furious. But no matter what, Erewhon needs to be prepared for war." The princess let out a sigh of relief. "I knew you would know what to do." She paused for a moment. "Then, I'll appoint you as the leader of Erewhon's diplomatic group. What do you think, Count?" Brando saw the princess looking up at him, and there seemed to be a cunning glint in her silver eyes. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Diplomatic group? What diplomatic group? He couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. Could it be that in order to get back the hostages, the princess even formed a diplomatic group to denounce the Empire? Wait, isn't this a little too ridiculous? He originally wanted to bring a small group of people to sneak into the Empire and secretly rescue Scarlet, but the princess' idea was much better than his. This was a slap to the Empire's face. "Your Highness, this is a little inappropriate." Brendel was taken aback and carefully chose his words before replying. "Why?" "Well." Brendel thought about it and felt that this princess might be a little too idealistic. He had to explain, the Kurlutzians are still quite prideful, and the Silver Queen is even more so. "If we do this, won't we put them in a difficult position?" "What are you thinking, Brando?" The princess looked at him in surprise. "I'm asking you to be the envoy of the participating countries of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to go to Erewhon in the Holy War." "Holy War?" Brando couldn't help but cry out. "The Holy War has begun?" P.S. Today's chapter is 6,000 words again, so I'm a little late. Everyone, please vote, it's the end of the month again. Also, tomorrow is the Sword Spirit Open Beta. If you want to play, you can come to the Bamboo Forest Coast. I'm the unapproachable Fergie, the 36th assassin. Let's play together. Chapter 897. The First Holy War generally referred to the War of the Holy Saints that took place 1,000 years ago. The 4 holy saints led the people of Black Iron to resist the cruel rule of the Dark Dragon. It was a glorious and sacred war praised by countless songs. The Second Holy War began at the end of the Year of Chaos. It was a sacred war launched by the Fanzon, the Crews, and the Wind Elves to open up the vast wilderness and dark forest between the 3 kingdoms. That was the era of the Pioneer Knight. The magnificent and heroic songs in the wilderness lasted until the establishment of Erewhon. After that, the territories of the 3 empires were basically formed. The only thing left between the kingdoms was the narrow dark forest as a buffer zone. This war was also magnificent and lasted for nearly 2 centuries. Thus, the name of the Holy War was established. The Third Holy War began in the Year of Glory and lasted for nearly half a century. However, it turned out that this war was neither glorious nor honorable, especially the November War in the last 7 years. Bloodshed became the only memory people had of this war. The reason for the start of the war was the magical technology brought by the Hazel people. The introduction of the new technology made the kingdoms enter the most prosperous era. However, the hidden dangers brought by the expansion of the population also appeared one by one. When the population began to flow into the borders, the empires had to turn their attention to the remaining undeveloped areas. Since the Year of Glory, the 3 empires, in accordance with the Sacred Covenant, jointly marched to the border of the wilderness of 4 territories. The war began in the south of the Alkash Mountains, but it turned out to be a terrible mistake. Throughout the war, because of the contradictions of land division, the distrust of the royal family, and the growing conflict between the teachings of the Holy Cathedral, and the all-for-one believers who stirred up trouble and bewitched people's hearts, in the 320th year of the First Era, the Year of Change, the local army of the Crews people suddenly attacked the Wind Elves, who were their allies. On the surface, this battle was revenge for an earlier conflict, but there was no lack of all-for-one's shadows. Then the human army on the Wind Elves side also retaliated, completely intensifying the conflict. Humans and Wind Elves fought each other on the long and narrow battlefield. All-for-one's high-ranking nobles who had infiltrated the Society of Order played an indispensable role in the battle, but when most of the nobles came to their senses, the result was already too late. But in fact, in a way, it reflected the human heart. The scholar of Rune Castle, Ron Similian, wrote in his book, "People too often shift the blame to some evil force, instead of reflecting on their own mistakes." In fact, history has long proven that this force only played a role in the whole process of the war, but it only exposed the ugly side of human nature. This statement described the scene of the war at that time. After 6 months, the Fanzon people joined the war, and then the Lion people of Toquinen, duchies and kingdoms of all sizes were drawn into the vortex. The war dragged all the participants into an endless battle, because of hatred, greed, or other reasons, until they exhausted each other. After the war, the Crews people occupied the entire wilderness of the 4 realms and a small part of the 4-leaf clover plains, including a large piece of land that originally belonged to the Wind Elves. The Fanzon people were the biggest winners, reaping benefits from both sides. The Lion people solved their need for hatred, and many duchies were enslaved in the war, either because of the greed of the imperial nobles, or because of the war's progress. On the surface, it seemed that the Second Holy War had ended around the Year of the Cave Beasts, but in fact, the seeds of deeper hatred had been planted long ago. The last trust between the empires was lost, and the friction on the border was increasing day by day. Almost everyone knew that the 3 beasts just needed a short rest because they had lost their strength, and each of them could not wait to jump up and bite each other to death. The Crews people needed to pay for the blood shed by the nobles in the last 7 years of the November War. Although they gained benefits from the war, it was more painful. This pain made the nobles become impetuous and angry, and made them want to free themselves from the dishonorable war, and punish the Fanzon people and the Wind Elves. This atmosphere made the Crews people to increase their exploitation of the small countries, and also allowed the all-for-one to infiltrate a wider market. However, for the Wind Elves, it was also a deep-rooted hatred, whether it was for the Fanzon people or the Crews people. They lost their territory in the war, and naturally, they wanted to take it back. The Fanzon people, the only ones who wanted to maintain the results of the last war, gradually became impatient because of the constant provocation from the Crews people and the Wind Elves on the border. The Fourth Holy War, or rather, the Third Holy War. Due to the disreputable influence of the Third Holy War, more and more people were unwilling to associate the subsequent holy wars with the War of the Holy Saints, especially scholars. Many of them did not regard the War of the Holy Saints as the same kind of war for territorial expansion, but took it out from history and put it aside. Therefore, the pain caused by the Second Holy War was destined to break out in the Third Holy War. This was something that all countries had expected, but when it really started, it was earlier than everyone expected. At the end of July, the deadly frost forest exploded. On the same day, Toquinen, Voles, and Perkins were bombarded by the 14-circle spell god's judgment. The casualties were countless, and the 3 cities were almost reduced to ashes. Within the next 2 months, the Golden Lion-Mane Beast men began to gather an army. Their attack started from the Grey Mountain Range in the south, Yanilasu, and crossed the White Plains and began to march towards Kurlutz. At the beginning of the month of frost, the Lion-Mane Beast men left the warm plains and arrived at the Lion Fortress. News of the coming war spread throughout the Kurlutz Empire within half a month. In the same month, the Wind Elves' revenge army set out from the ruins of Perkins and ambushed the Cruz people's Crimson Army on the Four-Leaf Grass Plain. The Wind Elves quickly recovered several towns and fortresses on the Four-Leaf Grass Plain, and entered a stalemate with the Cruz people on the border of the Wilderness of Four Realms. As for the Fanzan people, although they did not act on the surface, their army had already begun to gather from White City and Grey Hues. When Constance and Vala's order to summon the envoys and nobles of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to Rushta arrived, Brando knew that the second chapter of the game, the Age of War and Chaos, had come early. Her Royal Highness decided on the candidates for the envoys in the shortest time possible. First of all, the leader of the envoys was naturally Brando. Although there were many voices of dissent in the royal faction, Griffin suppressed all of them. She knew the real purpose of Brando's trip, and she supported the Earl's decision. Most of the opponents of the royal faction thought that this was a childish and impulsive action, but she did not think so. Brando's words of "this is the pride and backbone of a nation" finally moved her. She knew that the kingdom needed some pride of its own. Griffin knew that such a flag would allow her to gain some people who truly supported her, and not those cowardly nobles. They had already parted ways with her in Ampere Seal, and she did not have the slightest bit of hope in her heart. If the nobles of a kingdom did not stand with her, then she should at least stand with its citizens. Brando's words were like a beacon in the darkness for her. Next, the Royal Highness still stubbornly chose Haruz. This made Brando feel a little flattered. He was very clear about the rules between the nobles of Wonde, so he was also very clear about the reason why the Royal Highness made this choice. It was because Haruz was the future Crown Prince of Erewhon, and Cruz could not detain him in the Empire. Otherwise, the Silver Queen would not only offend all of her vassal states, but also leave a very bad reputation among the nobles of the Empire. But there were still some risks in doing so. The Crown Prince's travels were full of unstable factors, and Prince Leneret, who was still living in seclusion in Tonagel, was a ready-made example. But Griffin was determined to let her beloved brother take the risk to protect Brando, the head of the diplomatic mission, because she knew very well what Brando meant to Erewhon at this moment. If he died in Cruz, then her and Haruz's future would also be bleak. She was very clear about what she was going to do, and in her opinion, as the future king of Erewhon, it was also time for Haruz to take responsibility for the future of the kingdom. This was what she said to her only brother, Haruz: "This diplomatic experience of you and your teacher is likely to be the most precious wealth of your life. Haruz, this may be the last time I tell you that you have to be strong alone because you are the king of Erewhon." The little prince had no objection, but he was frightened by his sister's sternness and almost cried, but when Princess Griffin glared at him fiercely, he swallowed his tears back into his stomach and nodded honestly. Brando, on the other hand, returned to Tonagel with some gratitude to the princess and began to choose the attendants and deputies who would accompany him. He knew very well that this so-called diplomatic mission was just a pretense. What he really wanted to do was clear to everyone around him. Therefore, this so-called diplomatic mission did not need etiquette officers full of aristocratic etiquette, but an army that could turn Cruz upside down. This army did not have many people, and he already had a suitable candidate in mind. Since almost all the funds in the territory had been invested in the preparation for war, mainly the recruitment and training of the White Lion Guards, the forging of weapons and armor, and the expenditure of magic crystals, daily maintenance, the acquisition of rare materials, etc. In short, the construction in the Black Forest has basically come to a halt. This situation will last for about 3 to 4 months, and at the latest, in half a year, our previous achievements will be shaken. The carriage was shaking, and the shadows of the forest passed through the window, leaving mottled patterns on the black robes as the carriage moved forward. Brando's face was bright and dark under the crisscrossing light. He supported his chin with one hand as he listened to the merchant lady read a report to him, which was rare for the little Roman. Her small eyebrows were knitted together. As part of her interest as a merchant, she did not mind reading a mountain of books or similar documents, but reading them out loud and turning them into audiobooks, she began to feel a little thirsty. But this was what Brando wanted her to do. She used this reason to convince herself for about 5 minutes or 10 seconds, but she immediately found a new excuse. Brando always liked to see her in a difficult position, and this made her very unhappy. The Roman began to realize that the Roman was unhappy. She raised her feathery eyebrows and quickly moved her mouth as she read. The White Lion Guard suffered about 100 casualties in the previous war. Brando glared at her. Wait, what did you say in the second half? I didn't hear you clearly. That's what I said in the second half, isn't it? It's just that I read it too fast, so you didn't hear it clearly. But I've finished reading it. Romaine began to act shamelessly as usual. You're cheating. Didn't you say that you would read the report to me this afternoon? I have to know what happened in the territory during this time. Brando replied in a bad mood. But I've already finished reading it. I used the method my aunt taught me, the witch's reading method. If Brando didn't hear it clearly, then Brando isn't a witch. That has nothing to do with the Roman. She rolled her black eyes and stuffed a stack of reports into Falern's hands. But you can let Falern read it for you. She doesn't know the witch's reading method, so Brando doesn't have to worry about not hearing it clearly. Brendel was sure that the witch's ability to read things so quickly must have popped up from some random corner of her brain, but this merchant girl's imagination was too rich, to the point that she could use the same name differently. He rolled his eyes and was too lazy to expose her, because she would definitely be able to justify herself in the end. This was Lord Romaine's special skill, rolling all over the floor, and normal people would not be able to learn it. He looked at Falern, who was sitting opposite the two of them, ignoring the 2 clowns in front of her. She silently tidied up the report and continued to read. The White Lion Guard's casualties have been replenished by new recruits from the Tonajol and Maxon region. In addition, the new recruits have been expanded by 500 people, making a total of 1,500 people. However, these new recruits are still training in Tonajol and Ranner, so they won't be able to be used for the time being. Good job, Carglass, Brando praised. The scenery outside the carriage had already changed to a tranquil mountain forest. It was already the second day since he returned to Tonajol. He stretched himself in the carriage and found that he felt more relaxed after returning to his territory. Although it was very warm in Braggs's house, it was still very awkward in front of his father. After all, this was his territory that he built with his own hands. He originally wanted his parents to move to Tonajol, but old Scott stubbornly refused to accept. His mother, Windsor, seemed to be tempted, but in the end, she did not agree. Fortunately, Bun-Eyed promised to send people to take care of his family. With the protection of the Highland Knight, he did not have to worry about Madara's possible revenge. In the end, Princess Griffine did not succeed in her resignation. Since Princess Griffine arranged for him to be the leader of the diplomatic group to cruise, she naturally had to personally come to Tonajol to inspect the group that he selected to go to the Empire. She wanted to prevent the Count from bringing an army to cruise. Of course, this was only an excuse on the surface. In fact, it was somewhat against the rules for the princess to go to a vassal's territory in private. It would also negatively affect her reputation. However, everyone knew that Tonajol and Radnor's territories were close to Frada. It was not unreasonable for her to insist on taking a detour from Tonajol. However, Brando knew that Her Royal Highness would not leave easily after coming to Abes this time. His departure from Erewhon to Cruz was an unstable factor in the kingdom's situation. At least on the surface, in the eyes of the world, Tonajel was still standing behind the princess. If he, Count Tonajel, was not in the kingdom for a short period of time, then she was likely to face the danger of being taken over by the royal faction again. She came to his territory this time with the mentality of inspecting the rear, and also to show the world that she had a close relationship with the Count of Tonajel. Brando did not think too much about these considerations of the princess at first. He only thought that the princess was here to bid him farewell, but after Amandina's reminder, he understood. In fact, Tonajel and the royal family were interdependent. When he was not in the kingdom, his territory especially needed to be recognized by the royal family. This was related to the legitimacy of the territory, and to prevent the royal faction from taking advantage of the situation. Thus, after understanding the princess' considerations, he tacitly began to cooperate with her. For this reason, Princess Griffine conferred him the title of Count Randner on the first day she arrived in Tonajel. This was actually a compensation title, because Tonajel was never a count's territory. Originally, Brando did not have any ambitions for Randner. In his original plan, it was best for Randner and Enrich to be merged into the royal family's territory to further strengthen the central authority, and also to set an example for other places. Furthermore, Enrich had the second best source of soldiers in the kingdom, the Highlanders. Erewhon's main source of soldiers came from the Grey Mountains, and Randner was the most prosperous territory in the south other than Ampere Seal. With these two territories, the royal family could be said to have a significant say in Erewhon. As for himself, the title of Count Tonajel was just a pretense. The land of order in the loop of trade winds was almost half the size of the southern border, and when it was fully developed, it would not be difficult to create another Erewhon. The key was that it contained a lot of valuable minerals and resources, so he had no interest in managing other territories. However, Princess Griffine dispelled his thoughts. She sternly told him that the title of Count was not only a reward, but also a recognition. With his current status and relationship with her, if he did not receive the title of Count Randner today, it would easily arouse suspicion from the outside world, and cause unrest in the kingdom. Not only would it not strengthen the royal family's authority, but it would also cause the reputation of the House of Covardo to fall to the ground, and at the same time, it would also shake the legitimacy of Tonajel. After listening to her explanation, Brando realized that his thoughts were a little too naive, and he had no choice but to follow her advice. After receiving Count Randner's title, he also received a portion of the command rights of the Southern Legion. The expansion of the Southern Legion was carried out under this name. Princess Griffine pretended not to see it, and did not mention a word about the ownership of the Southern Army that was currently recuperating in Ampere Seal. Brando also pretended to forget this point, and the two maintained a tacit understanding to put on this show. The outsiders thought that these two young people did not understand the workings of the kingdom's local forces, and almost no one, including the royal faction, reminded them of this point. It was as if they were waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. However, many people in Trentheim understood that their liege had obviously received some sort of instruction, and was preparing to clean up the mess caused by the nobles in the southern border, the mutual restraint and hindrance between the forces of the armies. However, this plan had just begun, and Brando had no choice but to put it aside and hand it over to Carglaise or Princess Griffine. After all, Cruz's people had caused a lot of trouble for him. He interrupted the wild elf sister in front of him and asked directly, in terms of preparations for war, we can slow down a little bit. If we really want to go to war with Cruz's people, it will not be just Tonagel's problem, and Princess Griffine will find a way to help. The focus of resources and funds should be placed on Valhalla. Falern, if I need to use all the Valkyries, how long can the territory last? If we slow down the pace of other aspects, with the supply of magic crystals in the Black Forest, it should not be a problem to last for a year, my lord. Falern replied without a change in her expression. What if we want to maintain the construction in the Black Forest? 3 months to half a year. Brando nodded. What about the materials that you want to purchase? Currently, there are only phoenix wings and singing silver, and they are very scarce. As for the other materials that my lord wants, there is no news yet. Falern looked at him and said. Author's note: these few chapters have been a little difficult to write, and because of the long duration of the plot, I uploaded them a little late. Please forgive me. Also, seeing that I have been working hard for the past few days, I ask for monthly votes. Chapter 899. The carriage soon arrived at Valhalla and stopped in the central district after passing through a gate on the huge tree roots. Brando looked at the scenery outside and gestured to Falern to stop. He opened the door, jumped out of the carriage, and saw the little prince waiting not far away. Teacher. Haruz bowed respectfully to Brando with the courtesy a student should have. Behind him stood Maynard, and another figure in a white linen robe who looked like an ancient Greek goddess, but with snake hair and prismatic eyes. She was a Medusa. Brando had heard of this Medusa named Lysimachia, but today was the first time he met her face to face. Your Highness, how has your swordsmanship improved in the past 2 months? Haruz's face turned red, and he could not answer. It didn't seem to be very good. Brando smiled and patted the little prince on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's okay. At this time, several green vines hung down from the canopy of Valhalla, hundreds of meters high. These vines were as thick as an arm, and the ends were intertwined to form a basket. Brando let Haruz, Maynard, and the little Roman ride in one basket with him, and the rest of the people ride in another. After he gave an order, the vines began to rise slowly. Although it was not the first time the little Roman had taken this kind of transportation, she was still looking around excitedly. She swung the rattan basket in the air and shouted, scaring Haruz so much that he clutched the edge of the basket tightly. But when it reached a certain height, the merchant girl also clutched the edge of the basket tightly and obediently stayed still. Swordsmanship is not everything, Haruz. Brando looked at the gradually shrinking hills and brown forest under his feet and continued the previous topic. If I remember correctly, after next month you will be 13 years old. Haruz looked at his teacher with some confusion and nodded. Starting next month, I will teach you magic. Magic? Haruz was slightly stunned. I can learn magic too, teacher. Of course. Brando nodded and said no more. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him and realized that Maynard was staring at him. The female knight seemed to have recovered from her injuries. Today, she was wearing a tight military uniform and looked very heroic. What's wrong, miss? Maynard? Brando asked. You plan to teach His Royal Highness magic? Have you reported this to Her Royal Highness? Maynard asked. Not yet, but Haruz is very talented in magic. He has wasted too much time on the path of swordsmanship. Why not try another path? 13 years old is too late to learn swordsmanship, but it is the right time to learn magic. Who knows, he might become an outstanding wizard in the future. He laughed. As for Her Royal Highness, I will report this to her. The rattan basket quickly rose to the top. There were many wooden trestles extending from the central square, making it convenient for the people in the rattan basket to step on. Amandina, who had arrived at Valhalla first, was already waiting for them. She was holding a pile of unknown parchments, and behind her was Tia and the rest of the Tiger Sparrow mercenaries. When she saw Brando, Roman, and Falern, Tia was pleasantly surprised and called out to her sister. Amandina gave him a look. Brando understood and asked, They're here? Amandina nodded her head. Where are they? Brando asked. Lady Tanya doesn't like noisy places, so I arranged for her to rest in the side hall. If she didn't like noisy places, why would she open a shop in downtown Ampere Seal? Brando shook his head in confusion. Let's go see her first. As expected, the nominal owner of the item arrived as scheduled. When Amandina pushed open an arched door with a carved pattern on the surface, a fairy lady was sitting peacefully on the round wooden table in the side hall. She knelt on the cushion. A small cushion was specially prepared for her on the table. On a tea table the size of a box was a small white porcelain tea set filled with fragrant tea. When she saw Brando and the others behind Amandina, she turned back, held the teacup with both hands, took a sip, and then gently put it down. The council is very dissatisfied, little one. The fairy lady's first words silenced the hall. Medusa Lasmika stared at the silver star brooch on the fairy lady's chest as if she had been pricked. Originally, not everyone agreed to leave the azure lance with you for protection. It was Master William and I who found a way to persuade the council to stand against the majority, but now you've put us in a passive position. Aunt Tanya, this isn't all our fault. I think you should understand that. Brando motioned for Ferlin to close the door and replied innocently, back then, you promised me that the illusion you cast on the azure lance would never be seen through by anyone, unless that person was a living sage. But now that living sage is still in Eloranta, and your lance has been stolen by Cruz's people. Tanya raised her eyelids and looked at him with some surprise through her silver-rimmed glasses. Don't talk nonsense, little one. If you hadn't used it to deal with a real god, how could the illusion on the azure lance have dissipated? But Scarlet wasn't around at the time. If it can't even withstand a little fluctuation of divine power, I think this so-called strongest illusion is a bit too unworthy of its name, isn't it? If I tell Luoan what you said exactly, do you think he'll come looking for you like a mad lion? Tanya was almost amused by this sophistry. A little fluctuation of divine power from your mouth destroyed 3 cities and blew up the deadly tundra into a barren land. Don't think we don't know. She knocked on the white porcelain teacup and asked, this cup is good. Why do you have a fairy tea set here? Did you prepare it especially for me? That's for the light spirits. Brando glanced at the tea set and answered casually. You're just like your grandfather. You don't know how to make a woman happy at all. Tanya rolled her eyes at him. The council means that the azure lance must be taken back. Isn't that simple? Brando continued. With your strength, you can easily subdue the holy cathedral of fire. The azure lance is ours to begin with. In this matter, Cruz's people are the ones in the wrong. If you come forward and ask them to return it, I'm sure they won't dare to refuse. Naive little one, it's not that simple. Tanya replied. Although Buga is the most powerful country in the world, Cruz's people are not to be underestimated. The land under the control of the Holy Cathedral of Fire is vast and the population is large. The enmity between two such large forces involves a series of complicated issues, not to mention war. To tell you the truth, little one, the possibility of persuading the council is 0. Then you want to take back the azure lance, don't you? Brando said softly, I see. You're counting on me again. The fairy squinted at him. Stop pretending. You already knew, didn't you? Brando smiled without embarrassment. But Aunt Tanya, you can see that I can't be a match for the behemoth that is the Cruz Empire, unless someone is helping Erwin behind the scenes. Apart from direct intervention Tanya began. Apart from direct intervention Brando repeated affirmatively. Tell us, what do you want us to do? Brando gestured to Amandina who was beside him. Amandina hurriedly unfolded the rolls of parchment she had been holding in her arms and spread them on the table. They were several drawings. The fairy flipped them open one by one and understood after reading them. Cruz's frigate. You want us to help you build this thing? She leaned over the drawings and looked back at Brando. Brando nodded, then shook his head. I want you to help me build 10 of these frigates. Of course, you'll pay for them. But more than that, I want you to help me build a large magic dock in Valhalla. This magic dock must have the technical standards after the Year of Thunder. It must be able to build at least the smallest Type 4 battleships. The dock must have a gargoyle casting workshop that can provide at least a brigade of gargoyles for the dock and port as an air defense force. At the same time, you'll also help this dock train the 3rd phase of shipwrights and supporting professional wizards. Tanya glanced at him in surprise. You seem to know a lot about magic shipbuilding? A little, Brando replied somewhat proudly. I just don't want to be deceived. Humph, a piece of cake. Any city in Buga has the ability to build a dock like this for you alone. We won't go as far as to cheat for something like this. Tanya casually flipped through the Cruz frigate drawings that Brando and Amandina regarded as treasures. she replied with some disdain. Only you would look up to this kind of rubbish drawings. Rubbish? Cruz's technology comes from the Wind Elves. Don't tell me you don't know who taught the Wind Elves their magic warship technology. Of course, Brando knew. In this world, only Bugha's craftsmen could have such confidence. One of the two poles of Won's magic engineering technology was now in front of him. He took a light breath and asked, "Are you saying that you can help us build a Type 1 battleship? The Dragon of Akagash class?" How do you know about the Dragon of Akagash class?" Tanya asked with some surprise. Of course not. The Dragon of Akagash class was the latest type of battleship that Bugha had been building since the Cold Moon era. It was also the revolutionary main ship of the future Slate War. Of course, Brando did not count on it. It was just a casual remark. He asked again, "What about the older ones?" "That's also impossible." "What about the frigate?" Tanya shook her head. "Little guy, just give up. The Silver Council only cares about themselves. It's already an exception that they're willing to help you. It's impossible to convince those old guys. Even if they help you build a magic dock, they can only use the Wind Elves or Cruz's technology. As for the gargoyles, anyway, it's already leaked technology before the Second Holy War, so it won't be too difficult. As for the rest, don't think too much." Brando sighed, as if he had already expected this. "If that's the case, Aunt Tanya, why do you have to ignite my hope?" "Because you're an idiot," the fairy replied snappily. "Although we can't do it, someone else can." "Who?" "The Hazel people. The Hazel people are Cruz's mortal enemies. If one day you really stand on the opposite side of the Empire, I can find a way to contact them for you. I'm sure those arrogant shorties will be happy to help you become a thorn in the Empire's side." She glanced at Brando and replied, "You don't look down on their technology, do you?" Of course I look down on them." Brando reacted and was overjoyed. What a joke, one of the two extremes of magic technology. How would he dare to look down on it? It's just that the Hazel people had little contact with the outside world, so he didn't dare to think about it. Tanya patted the blueprint and asked again, "So, this is all you want?" Brando immediately shook his head. "Of course not, Aunt Tanya. Naturally, I can't take 10 frigates to the Empire to take back the Azure Lance. This previous request is only the premise of our cooperation. It's to guard against the possible retaliation the Empire may launch against Erewhon after I take back the Azure Lance. And I'm going to take back the Azure Lance. This is a difficult task in itself, and I need your unreserved support." The fairy looked at him with a look that said, "I knew you would say that," and said, "You're not going to say that you need a battleship to go to the Empire to take back the Azure Lance, are you?" Brando smiled awkwardly. Obviously, she had hit the nail on the head. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "Of course not. I just want some small things, Aunt Tanya." After reaching a preliminary consensus, the subsequent discussion was much easier. Of course, this ease was relative to one side. When the 2-hour bargaining process flashed by, Brando was satisfied, but Tanya's expression did not look good. "If your grandfather was half as smart as you, he wouldn't have ended up like that." These were the original words of a certain fairy. Of course, although she seemed very dissatisfied, she still accepted Brando's request to stay for the banquet hosted by Valhalla. After all, both sides knew very well that these deals were just a drop in the ocean for Bugha. And when Amandina followed Brando out of the side hall of Valhalla's town hall, she couldn't help but wonder if she was still in a dream. Although she had long been used to big scenes, she still asked Brando in a low voice in disbelief, "My lord, Lady Tanya really agreed to give us 1,000 gargoyles?" Brando nodded. "And 300 steel golems?" Brando nodded again. "And ether dragons?" Brando probably guessed the thoughts of his lady aide. He turned back and replied, "We're just helping the Bugha deal with the inventory. These things are outdated technology to them. Every year, they're overstocked in the warehouse, and they need to pay for maintenance. Even if they're scrapped, it still costs a lot of money. On the other hand, they're more profitable by giving them to us. After all, they're not giving them away for free, and we still have to work for them. But those are gargoyles, my lord. In the early years in Erewhon, if any noble had a gargoyle as a guard in their castle, it would be an incomparably glorious thing. It's incredible that we have so many at once. Amandina could hardly imagine that these things were just junk that Brando said the Buga were eager to get rid of. It was as if until this moment, she had a direct understanding of the power of the legendary Silver Kingdom. Of course, she also had a stronger understanding of her lord's exorbitant demands. If it were her, she would never dare to ask the Buga for such an exorbitant price. But in fact, compared to these things, Brando was more concerned about the small deal at the end. He hoped that Tanya would come forward to help him collect some special materials that Valhalla urgently needed. In terms of the richness of collections in the world, there was probably no one who could compare to the white-bearded wizards of the Silver Alliance. It took a while for Amandina to recover from her dizziness. She rubbed her forehead and asked in a low voice, "My lord, where shall we go next?" Brando nodded. "Cruz's people gave us trouble, so we naturally have to give them some trouble," he replied. Let's go see Prince Leneret." The two left the side hall one after the other. Behind them, Prince Haruz was about to follow but was grabbed by the arm. The little prince looked back at Medusa Lysimachia, who grabbed him in confusion and asked, "Sister Lysimachia, what's the matter?" Lysimachia put a finger to her lips and gestured for him to be quiet. She hissed and whispered, "That count is your teacher?" Haruz nodded. "Does he support you to be king?" Haruz shook his head. "I don't want to be king, Sister Lysimachia, but don't tell my sister, she'll scold me." "Well, little one," Lysimachia patted his little head. "Whether you want to be king or not, you must hold on tight to your teacher. In your little country, I'm afraid no one can be more capable than him." "What's the matter, Sister Lysimachia?" Haruz was a little puzzled. "Nothing," Lysimachia suddenly asked. "Little prince, can you let me go with you to that whatever empire?" "Didn't you not want to go, Sister Lysimachia?" "I've changed my mind." "Oh," Haruz said, "I think it should be okay. I can pick a few people to accompany me. I'll let Madame Wenze stay." "Thank you, little one." Medusa Lysimachia licked her lips with her forked tongue and looked strangely in the direction Brando left. It's interesting to be able to command the Bugas. Chapter 900. The residence that Brando arranged for Prince Leneret was located on the east side of Valhalla, in a palace formed by hollowing out the trunk of a tree. This was one of Valhalla's abilities. As long as one paid a certain amount of mana in the town hall, the tree fortress would be able to create an unlimited number of caverns. Of course, to turn these caverns into rooms, one would need to decorate them. Brendel asked Amandina and Odom to design a palace that was modeled after Coldwood Castle to serve as Valhalla's guest rooms. Now this luxurious guest room was exclusively occupied by the eldest prince of the Cruz people. Outside the guest room, day or night, there were Cruz's folded sword knights guarding it in shifts. Most of these folded sword knights knew Brando, and after notifying him and getting Leneret's approval, they respectfully let him in. The entrance to the palace was cleverly arranged. It was located on a terrace connected by a vine path, the other end of the path connected to the second level of the treetop square above. The entrance was very remote and guarded by tree elf archers. Right in front of the terrace was the main branch of the giant tree that extended upward. In that direction, there were tree elf archers' outposts and treehouses hidden between the branches, but through the lush shade on both sides of the branches, one could still see the scenery of the mountains in the clouds to the east. It could be said that both safety and the owner of the place could enjoy the wonderful scenery. It was an excellent design. At the entrance, there were vines full of green leaves hanging down from the tree wall, as if forming a curtain. Behind it was the main hall of the palace. This main hall was also half open. There was a giant crystal above the hall that could filter the light from the outside, allowing sunlight or moonlight to pour on the magic fountain in the center of the hall, allowing the sparkling spring water to gush over the pebbles. When Brando and Amandina walked into the hall, they happened to see the eldest prince of the Crew's people standing by the spring, looking down at the sparkling golden water flow, thinking about something. "Your Highness Leneret, are you satisfied with your stay?" Brando walked to a place not far from him and stopped to greet him. Leneret looked back at them and nodded, but did not answer, only waiting for them to speak. This guy is still as boring as ever, Boo thought. He took the initiative to speak. "Your Highness Leneret, the Wind Elves have started a war in the wilderness of the Four Realms, and the Golden Mane Lion Men are also gathering an army. The Holy War can be said to have begun. I wonder what your Highness thinks about this?" Since the start of the Holy War, the Silver Queen had no choice but to rely heavily on the military nobles in the Empire, and most of these nobles supported the eldest son of the Emperor. Leneret nodded silently and asked, "According to the usual practice, the Holy Cathedral of Fire should have summoned the envoys of various countries to Rushta. I haven't had the time to congratulate Mr. Count on being appointed as the head of the envoy group. His Highness Leneret has also lived in Tonajul for some time. He wouldn't not want to return to the Empire, would he?" The eldest son of the Crew's people raised his head and looked at him with light blue eyes. That indifferent gaze seemed to say, "Could it be that you, a little Count of Tonajul, also want to intervene in the battle for the throne of the Empire?" Brando spread his hands and smiled slightly. "Your Highness, it's not that I want to pull chestnuts out of the fire, but I have no choice. I have no intention of intervening in the internal affairs of the Crew's people, especially the most troublesome battle for the throne. But now that things have come to this, I have to think of a way to protect myself. This matter is good for you, and good for me, so I would like to get some advice from you." "What advice?" Leneret asked. "First of all, I want to know, in the Empire, who will spare no effort to support you." Leneret frowned slightly, as if considering the value of this meeting. After a moment of consideration, he gestured to Brando. The gesture meant, "Please come inside and talk," and then turned and walked in the direction of the study. Brendel seemed to have expected this, and he brought Amandina along to follow them. They went all the way to the study. There were a few light spirits in the study waiting for the eldest son's instructions. Leneret asked them to set up the room and put black tea and snacks. Although these light spirits also listened to Brando's orders, Brando was good-natured and waited for the eldest son of the Crew's people to exercise his authority, although his authority was also limited to this palace. A moment later, when a few light spirits flew out of the room, the eldest son of the Crew's people solemnly replied, "Mr. Count, the Octavier family is my wife's family, and Duke Ludwig will spare no effort to support me." Brando really did not expect the eldest son of the Emperor to already have a wife at such a young age. However, this kind of political marriage in Wonde was equivalent to taking sides. The Octavier family could be said to be tied to Leneret for good or ill, so Duke Ludwig in the Crew's empire could be regarded as the kind of person that the eldest son of the Emperor could completely trust. "What else?" he continued to ask. "The Nona family is my ally." "What's going on?" Brando asked. "Old Marquis Enoan had publicly opposed the succession of the late king to my mother, so he had a grudge with my mother. This kind of hatred will not be resolved with the passage of time, so the most eager to have my mother abdicate is the Nona family. I have a secret agreement with the Nona family, and Marquis Enoan promised to give me a portion of Enoan's mining shares and unreservedly support me in seizing the throne." Leneret replied calmly. Brando suddenly understood. No wonder Mangrove was in such a hurry to come from the Empire to Tonajul. The Empire's army was divided into four, and the current Marquis Enoan Mangrove was the commander of the Black Legion. In addition, the Azure Legion was in the hands of the Erihik family behind Veronica. The Nigel family, which was related to the royal family by blood, controlled the White Legion on the border of Hazel and the Red Legion on the border of St. Tassel. These three families were the typical representatives of the military aristocracy in the north. The attitude of these military aristocrats was generally biased towards the eldest son of the emperor's succession, but this only represented one attitude. According to Leneret's words, the only one who was really willing to contribute should be the Nona family. Brando noted this point and continued to ask, "Anything else?" "The old Prime Minister Nydeven." "Prime Minister Nydeven?" Brando was shocked and asked again almost in disbelief. The old prime minister of the Cruz Empire, Nidevan, was not an ordinary person. He should be more than 150 years old now, and was an elder of the empire for 3 generations. 100 years ago, it was with his help that the Emperor of Cruz regained power from the Holy Cathedral. If there was any legend of the people of Cruz in this era, it should be the Prime Minister. And with his identity and wisdom, or to put it bluntly, such an old fox, how could he easily choose a side? Brando looked at the eldest son of the Cruz Empire suspiciously, and Lenoret replied slowly, "Mother's favor to the Palette family is actually to use the power of the local aristocrats to suppress other forces in the court. The military aristocrats in the north rarely intervene in government affairs, so her purpose is known to the world, nothing more than the Prime Minister and the Holy Cathedral. The Prime Minister understands that Mother has no good feelings for him, so naturally he will not stand on that side. But he may not stand on your side either." Brando thought to himself that the Empire had plenty of princes and princesses, and it was not to the extent that there would be no heir just because of the loss of the eldest son. However, the eldest son was at least right about one thing, and that was that no matter which prince or princess was chosen to inherit the empire, the old Prime Minister would not stand on the side of the Silver Queen. That was enough. He silently calculated that the 3 forces mentioned by Lenoret came from the distant relatives of the royal family, the military aristocrats, and the general aristocrats. The most hardcore of them should be Duke Ludwig of the Octavier family, followed by the Nona family. The old Prime Minister Nidevan could only be regarded as a potential ally, or rather, an enemy. Brando still remembered that he had offended the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Empire, the precious granddaughter of the old Prime Minister, so he would try not to provoke her if he could. On the surface, there were several forces in the Cruz Empire: the royal family, the military aristocrats, the local aristocrats, and the Holy Sanctum. These 4 forces basically controlled most of the empire's land, population, resources, and army. The empire's land, population, and resources were of little significance to Brando. The most important thing for his plan was the army. In the empire's army, the 4 traditional legions were controlled by the military aristocrats, and the royal family controlled 2 of them through marriage. The patrolling cavalry and local garrison forces in various areas had always been the traditional sphere of influence of the local aristocrats, including the newly risen navy. However, the local aristocrats were divided into 2, with the royal family and the Holy Sanctum each occupying one of them. The royal family was more closely related to the autonomous grand duchies in the north, while the Holy Sanctum mainly influenced the small and large lords in the south. Finally, the Holy Sanctum itself also had a military force that could not be underestimated, including the most elite part of the Cruz army, such as the bishops and the Flame family knights. Brando thought about it and suddenly realized that he had missed something. What about Veronica? Shouldn't she also support His Royal Highness? He raised his head and asked Lenoret this question somewhat strangely. The eldest prince of the Cruz Empire glanced at him and shook his head. "Mr. Count, the teacher supports me because of the honor and sense of justice of the military, but the Arizik family behind the teacher may not stand on my side." Brando understood what was going on after hearing this, and he could not help but be in awe. The names mentioned by Lenoret before, including the military aristocrats in the north, could at most be called qualified politicians, but this female legion commander was a real soldier and knight of the empire. He tapped his knuckles and began to analyze while replying to Lenoret, "I have probably understood, Your Royal Highness. Let's now determine what our goal is." In Brando's heart, what he most wanted to see was, of course, the prince returning directly to the empire and pulling his supporters to fight against Her Royal Highness. The slightest result of this would be a coup, but the more likely result would be a civil war. Of course, this idea was just a thought. The eldest prince was not a fool, and his supporters had not been affected by the halo of retardation. The ultimate goal of a plan depended on the power they had now. A beggar would not rashly dream of becoming a king. A farmer's long-term plan was mostly to buy a few more acres of land, not to become a wealthy merchant who could traverse the 4 seas. And the goal Brando set for Lenoret was self-preservation. Self-preservation? The eldest prince of the Cruz people chewed on the word carefully. Self-preservation. First, ensure that my supporters in the empire will not be swept away by my mother. Is that what you mean? Damn, this is a monster, Brando could not help but curse in his heart. Although he had heard about the wisdom and strength of the eldest prince in history, but when he really faced him, he could not help but feel that his IQ was crushed by the other party by several levels. He, Amandina, and Carglass had discussed this plan several times, and finally decided on the details one by one. He did not expect the other party to guess what they meant just by hearing the name. The Silver Queen had set such a grand goal of unifying Wond, and what she had to do was to gather the army first. It was conceivable that she would definitely start with the Nona family first, and she had previously suppressed the northern nobles in preparation for this day. The military nobles were not fools, and naturally understood the principle that if one were to prosper, all would prosper, and if one were to suffer, all would suffer. The only way Her Majesty could deal with them was to use the peaceful period to reduce the army and the power in the hands of these nobles. But the early arrival of the Holy War forced the Silver Queen to let go of the restraints on the northern nobles, because she knew very well that she still had many opponents in the empire. If she lost in the Holy War, then these opponents hiding in the dark would jump out together to force her to abdicate. She had been in the empire for 40 years, and according to the previous agreement, she should have abdicated long ago. If she wanted to continue to rule this huge empire, she had to increase her prestige and give herself a legitimate reason not to leave. The best reason was that she could lead the people of Cruz to victory. And this was the opportunity for Brando and the eldest son of the emperor. But at this time, not only could they not stand up against the Supreme One, but they also had to restrain themselves and try not to give her a chance to make mistakes. On the surface, the only army that Leneret could control was the Black Legion, plus the local noble forces that Duke Dugweg could influence in the north. But in fact, the Silver Queen could not control too many troops, only the Red and White Legions. But compared to the eldest son of the emperor, she had more potential enemies. She was on bad terms with the Kirk family, the Holy Cathedral, and the Prime Minister. The Arazico family was said to be very close to the Flower Leaf territory, so they would not be determined to support Her Majesty. On the contrary, although they were not loyal allies of the eldest son of the emperor, there was no shortage of opportunities to turn enemies into friends, because at least they had a common enemy. Brando's proposal to Leneret was to first secretly connect his forces in the country in his name to help each other, and then hide deep in the dark. This was a means of self-protection. Self-protection itself was a kind of defense, but defense was also for counterattack. This holy war was an indescribable whirlpool for the Cruz Empire. The Holy Cathedral wanted to win, and the Silver Queen also wanted to win, but the Holy Cathedral was not willing to make a wedding dress for the Silver Queen, and presumably the Supreme One of the Empire had the same idea. And the local nobles also had their own ulterior motives. There were hardcore supporters of the Queen, and there were also supporters of the Holy Cathedral. When the two sides wrestled with each other, the power owned by the eldest son of the emperor became a decisive force. If he chose to remain silent, then the Silver Queen's plan to integrate the power of the empire to achieve military victory in the Holy War could be said to have failed by half. In the face of this situation, it was not surprising that the old Prime Minister, Naidevan, would look on coldly, and the attitude of the local nobles would change over time. Because of a very simple principle. A newly ascended emperor and an iron-blooded queen who had ruled the empire for 40 years had a completely different power in terms of governing ability. No local nobles would like an overly powerful emperor. This was a universal truth in Wond, so it was self-evident who they would eventually side with. When the prestige of Her Majesty the Queen weakened day by day with the deepening of the war, then the voices forcing her to abdicate would one day reach a consensus among all the nobles. At that time, Leneret could justifiably return to the empire and receive the support of the nobles. This was the final counterattack. Of course, self-protection at this stage was also good for Brando. He wanted to go to the empire to take back the Azure Lance and Scarlet, and it was conceivable that his enemies should be Her Majesty the Queen and the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Therefore, the last thing he wanted to see was a completely unified empire, whether under the name of the Silver Queen or the Holy Cathedral. Therefore, what he had to do was to maintain the chaotic status quo of the empire and seek opportunities for himself with the help of the opposition from many sides. At the same time, Leneret's allies in the north could also provide him with the necessary protection, such as arranging a safe channel for him to escape the Empire. In this regard, he and the eldest son of the Kurlutzians had common interests. Leneret listened carefully to Amandina's analysis and nodded silently. He finally looked at Brando, and his gaze was no longer so cold. He thought for a moment before he replied, "Count, thank you for your frank proposal. I think I can trust you completely. If one day I ascend the throne, then your friendship with me today will become a precious witness." Brando smiled slightly and finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Then it's a pleasure to work with you, Your Highness," he replied. Leneret nodded slightly to him as a sign of acknowledgement, but his stern face did not loosen in the slightest. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, "As a friend, I have some personal advice that I can tell you, Count." Brando was slightly taken aback and asked, "What advice?" "I know my mother's character and conduct very well. Your subordinate is in her hands, and she will definitely use you and Erwin to coerce her into submission. I think, Count, if your subordinate's inner world is not very indestructible, you'd better do something to give her some confidence." The eldest prince replied faintly. Sure enough, His Royal Highness already knew the real reason why he came here. Brando thought in his heart, but he immediately realized that the information provided by Prince Leneret was very deceptive. He thought for a moment and felt that with Her Majesty's character of not giving up until she achieved her goal, she would most likely do so. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that his trip was not a loss. He hurriedly nodded to the eldest prince of the Cruz people. "I understand what to do, thank you very much." Correction, yesterday's scene 55 should be scene 56. Today, I will release the first chapter, scene 57, and there will be another one later. I hope everyone will enjoy it, and I also hope everyone will support me and spend more monthly votes. Chapter 901. It was the last few days of the month of frost, and the weather outside was so cold that it made one's teeth chatter. The deciduous forests around Maxen and Schaflund couldn't escape the bleak scene. The trees were starting to become bare, and a thick layer of withered leaves had fallen on the ground since late autumn. It was as if a gray carpet had been laid out in layers between the trees. There were even a few light snowfalls in the northern regions. Although it wasn't to the extent of being covered in snow, it was at least an omen of winter in the year of the sword. This was the worst month of the year to start a war, but the Holy War just had to start at this time. History was always so unreasonable, and sometimes it was even more whimsical than the stories described. In Abes, only the black pine forest outside the Baron's castle was still tall and green in the midst of the solemn atmosphere of war. However, there was a faint black color between the canopy of the trees, as if the entire shade of the trees was a ghost hovering overhead. When the cold wind whistled past the tips of the pine trees, it made a strange whistling sound that made one's hair stand on end. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The guests of Trentheim were stomping their feet and rubbing their hands as they complained about the horrible weather. Most of them were dressed in bright clothes and had the air of a big city. They didn't look like locals at all. A dozen or so carriages were parked outside the courtyard, their bodies painted with all kinds of emblems. Each one represented the glorious history of a family. These nobles came from all over the Erewhon, and most of them were here for the first time in Tonajul. They were here for only one purpose: to go on a diplomatic mission to the Cruz Empire. It was also a rare time for Abes Castle to be lively, although it didn't matter if the owner was willing to receive these guests. Although the diplomatic mission to the Cruz Empire was nominally headed by Brando, and he could choose any members to accompany him, an ancient tradition dictated that there must be a fixed number of seats in the diplomatic mission, and these seats were what Brando couldn't designate. Among them, there was a representative of the royal family, and Prince Haruz would represent the House of Corvado. In addition, he could also choose 2 maids, an attendant, and an accompanying knight. The original list included Madame Windsor and Madame Sigma, the 2 nannies of His Royal Highness when he was in Winterclaw Castle. However, Haruz asked Brando to replace Madame Windsor with Medusa Lysimeka at the last minute, which made Brando wonder if the prince had reached the age of love. As for his attendant, he was a young man from Corvado, whom Brando had never heard of before. He must be a member of the royal family, and the accompanying knight was naturally the most trusted candidate of Her Royal Highness Maynard. In addition to the Corvado royal family, according to the agreement of the Holy Cathedral, Erewhon's former royal family, the Cipher royal family, should also send a representative. However, this representative naturally couldn't travel thousands of miles across Ampere Seal for a week or two to meet them here. Her Royal Highness's brother had already sent a letter to tell them that he had chosen the candidate, and that the envoy and his entourage would meet them in Grey Mountain, so his sister and the Count didn't have to worry too much. Then, 4 dukes, Viro, Grinoires, Lantanailan, Karsuk, and 3 counts, Count Janilasu, Count Yenbao, and Count Grey Mountain, plus a Marquis of Balta, each with a representative. There were originally supposed to be representatives of Erech and Radnor, but now these 2 territories had been removed, and they were both part of the royal family's territory and part of Tonagel. Erech's family was few in number, and after the Battle of Ampere Seal, they were basically wiped out. Count Radnor and his family were still in prison in Magedon, so naturally, it was impossible for them to send any representatives. Among the 4 dukes, Duke Viro directly sent his youngest daughter, Duke Talanalan's envoy, Duke Eek, and Duke Karsuk sent a meatball, who was said to be his second son. As for Duke Grinoires, he also sent a daughter, but she was only a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Count Janilasu was a believer of the Silver Lion Association. He did not have a wife, so naturally, he did not have any children. He sent a sergeant whom he thought highly of, a very energetic young man. The envoy of the Count of Grey Mountain also did not come to Tonagel, so naturally, he was waiting with the envoy of Cipher to meet them in Grey Mountain. In the end, there was a little twist in the choice of Count Yenbao's envoy, because there was no news of Count Yenbao for a long time. In the middle of the month of frost, Baron Dahl sent an envoy himself, but he was directly driven away by the angry princess. In the end, Dilferi decided to personally serve as Yenbao's envoy. First, she could leave an impression on the Holy Cathedral of Fire as the future successor of Yenbao, and second, she could thwart Baron Dahl's conspiracy. Brando considered her physical condition and specially prepared a larger carriage for her. Most of these nobles had their own attendants, ranging from 1 to 3. Thus, when added together, it was a bloated group of 20 or so people and 5 or 6 carriages. However, if one thought that this group was large enough, then one would be gravely mistaken. Brando soon found that there were some unexpected guests in this team. One of them was Princess Magadal. As the Princess of Antiburo, she naturally had to represent her duchy to cruise. Originally, the Empire thought that she had died in the war in Ampere Seal, so the order was also passed to the duchy, hoping that the duchy could send another envoy to cruise. But this news somehow reached the ears of the nun princess, and after she heard the news, she insisted on being the envoy of Antiburo to the Empire. She also privately communicated with the Antiburo royal family, so Brando naturally could not stop her. After all, the princess was recuperating in Tonagel and was not under house arrest, so he had no reason to restrict her freedom to contact the outside world. And another uninvited guest was now in front of Brando. At this moment, Brando was staring at the merchant lady in front of him. She was wearing a thick fur coat, boots, gloves, a scarf, and a bearskin hat. Her small face was almost only revealing a pair of black eyes. He looked at the large suitcase in her small hands and finally couldn't help but ask, "Well, now can you tell me, what are you planning to do here?" "Go to the Empire with Brando, I haven't been there yet." The little Roman raised her chin, revealing her small mouth from under the scarf, and answered matter-of-factly. Brando rolled his eyes. "Of course I know that, but I already said that there are no more places for the diplomatic group. Besides, you don't seem to remember, I told you to stay in Tonagel obediently and leave yourself in a safer place. Don't make me worry, do you understand?" He couldn't help but facepalm. This girl clearly promised him yesterday that there were no more places for the diplomatic group, and told him to stay in the territory obediently and support Amandina. She clearly promised that she would never take up a place in the diplomatic group. Wait, Brando suddenly froze in place. He reacted and glared at the young lady. "Oh, damn it, you're playing word games with me again." "Nope." Little Roman blew a puff of white air on his hand and replied with a smile, "I'm the rightful one." Justified my ass, Brando pinched her face. Listen to me obediently. Stay in Tonagel, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Brendel pinched Romaine's cheeks for a long time, but she kept waving her hands, trying to break free from his grip, but her mouth did not loosen. He could not help but become a little suspicious. This was not in line with her temperament. He could not help but let go of his hand and asked doubtfully, "All right, tell me, what exactly are you going to do in the Empire?" The little Roman rubbed her red cheeks and showed a fierce look. "I've been invited by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, as the president of the Seven Seas Merchant Guild, and as a distinguished guest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, I'm going to the Cruz Empire to participate in the ceremony of the Holy War." She deliberately emphasized the word, distinguished guest, and then handed the invitation to Brando. Brando opened the parchment letter and almost blacked out and fell to the ground. It was true that the Holy Cathedral of Fire would invite some famous businessmen, poets, and even artists and scholars from various fields to participate in the annual large-scale celebrations or ceremonies of the opening of the Holy War. But he never dreamed that Roman, his somewhat muddle-headed and unreliable fiancé, would be on the list. He couldn't help but read the letter over and over again several times, and finally confirmed that the magic wax seal on the letter was the real emblem of the Holy Cathedral. After confirming that there was no mistake, he had to admit that this thing did not look fake. He raised his head and looked at the Roman as if he was looking at an alien. "When did your business become so big?" "Very long ago. The Holy Cathedral of Fire invited me to the Harvest Festival this year, but at that time they were going to amp your seal. I've already been there, so I don't want to go anymore. It's not fun at all." The little Roman replied casually, as if the invitation from the Holy Cathedral of Fire was just an invitation for her to go on a trip, and whether she would go or not depended on her mood. Brando almost knelt down to her. The Holy Cathedral of Fire's tradition of inviting celebrities had always existed in the game. At that time, there were some famous merchant guilds among the players in Erewhon. Until the Second Era, these merchant guilds with major sponsors behind them would often break their heads over such an invitation letter. There were even a few instances where it almost led to a war between the merchant guilds. At least, Brando had seen it happen a few times. Brando carefully looked at his almighty fiancé, and felt that there must be something like Martha's daughter behind this. But in the end, it was Amandina who cleared his doubts. It turned out that many of the resources produced in the Black Forest, including some precious magic materials and magic crystals, were strategic resources that the Holy Cathedral of Fire urgently needed, especially during the period before the start of the Holy War. Tonagel's large exports in the past year had long made it an important partner in the eyes of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, so it was not surprising that the Roman, the nominal president of the Seven Seas Merchant Guild, was valued by the Holy Cathedral. But Brando shook his head, still thinking that Amandina had used a cheat. One must know that to become a merchant that could trade with the Holy Cathedral of Fire, it was not only enough to have a supply of goods, but also required a considerable network of contacts. He did not have to think to guess that the Roman must have used the connections of the merchant guilds in Ampere Seal. But as for how she did it, it was a bit ridiculous. Because this could only be explained by a miracle in Amandina's opinion. "Can I go now, Brando?" The little Roman covered her face and asked pitifully, but there was clearly a little pride in her voice. "Up to you, Brando replied in a bad mood. He felt that in front of this little fiancé of his intelligence and sense of existence as a count had been severely devalued, and this made him feel very hurt. "Then Brando, help me prepare a carriage. I want the one I usually use, with a stove that can put charcoal on it." "No, go to my carriage obediently." "Oh." After sending away the Roman lady and the second son of Duke Karsuk, who was almost the same height and width, who had been trying to get close to him, Brando finally broke away from the group of young masters and ladies. He walked to the side of the carriage and just happened to see Ferlin coming out of the castle with a notebook in her hand. When he saw the elder of the Wild Elf sisters, he knew that the things she had prepared were probably done, and hurriedly greeted her. "Ferlin." "My lord. Are Brunhilde and the others ready?" The elder of the Wild Elf sisters nodded. "Very good." Brendel finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. This trip was not really to bring these young ladies and young masters out for a vacation, it was just a pretense on the surface. Moreover, Princess Griffin had appointed him as the leader of the envoy group, and even appointed him as the commander of the Southern Legion. This appointment had arrived earlier, and it was obvious that she wanted him to transfer the elites from Tanajul to form the accompanying guards for this envoy group. This was a tradition that had been tacitly agreed upon. Before the start of the Holy War, the Empire had summoned the envoys of the various kingdoms and duchies, and this had become a tradition since the First Holy War. Today, this was not only a way for the Holy Cathedral of Fire to confirm the confidence of the participants, but also a way for the vassal states to compete with each other to obtain a higher status in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. In this envoy group, first of all, the noble families had to greet the representatives of the Empire. This in itself represented a respectful submission, and was also a way for the vassal states to pledge their allegiance to the Holy Cathedral. Of course, this kind of greeting was not so blatant, and appeared to be a little more reserved. On the other hand, there was the accompanying guards of the envoy group. After all, the Holy War was a war, and every country needed to show their strength to the Holy Cathedral of Fire to obtain a corresponding status in the war, and even after. The guards of this envoy group were a means of showing off. Generally speaking, the guards of the envoy group were the most elite forces of each country, representing the highest standard of the duchies and kingdoms, and also the face of the nobles and the royal family. Chapter 902. It was the last few days of the month of frost, and the weather outside was so cold that it made one's teeth chatter. The deciduous forests around Maxen and Schaflund couldn't escape the bleak scene. The trees were starting to become bare, and a thick layer of withered leaves had fallen on the ground since late autumn. It was as if a gray carpet had been laid out in layers between the trees. There were even a few light snowfalls in the northern regions. Although it wasn't to the extent of being covered in snow, it was at least an omen of winter in the year of the sword. This was the worst month of the year to start a war, but the Holy War just had to start at this time. History was always so unreasonable, and sometimes it was even more whimsical than the stories described. In Abes, only the black pine forest outside the Baron's castle was still tall and green in the midst of the solemn atmosphere of war. However, there was a faint black color between the canopy of the trees, as if the entire shade of the trees was a ghost hovering overhead. When the cold wind whistled past the tips of the pine trees, it made a strange whistling sound that made one's hair stand on end. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The guests of Trondheim were stomping their feet and rubbing their hands as they complained about the horrible weather. Most of them were dressed in bright clothes and had the air of a big city. They didn't look like locals at all. A dozen or so carriages were parked outside the courtyard, their bodies painted with all kinds of emblems. Each one represented the glorious history of a family. These nobles came from all over the Aroan, and most of them were here for the first time in Tanajul. They were here for only one purpose, to go on a diplomatic mission to the Cruz Empire. It was also a rare time for Abes Castle to be lively, although it didn't matter if the owner was willing to receive these guests. Although Brando was nominally the head of the diplomatic mission to the Cruz Empire, and he could choose any members to accompany him, an ancient tradition dictated that there must be some fixed seats in the diplomatic mission, and these seats were those that Brando couldn't specify. Among them, there was one representative of the royal family, and Prince Haruz would represent the House of Corvado. In addition, he could also choose 2 maids, an attendant, and an accompanying knight. The original list included Madame Windsor and Madame Sigma, the 2 wet nurses of His Royal Highness when he was in Winterclaw Castle. However, Haruz asked Brando to replace Madame Windsor with Medusa Lysimeka at the last minute, which made Brando wonder if the prince had reached the age of love. As for his attendant, he was a young man from Corvado, whom Brando had never heard of before. He must be a member of the royal family, and the accompanying knight was naturally the most trusted candidate of Her Royal Highness Maynard. In addition to the Corvado royal family, according to the agreement of the Holy Cathedral, the former royal family of Erewhon, the Cipher royal family should also send a representative. However, this representative naturally couldn't travel thousands of miles across Ampere Seal for a week or 2 to meet them here. the princess brother had already sent a letter to tell them that he had chosen a candidate. The envoy and his entourage would meet them in Grey Mountain, so his sister and the count didn't have to worry too much. Then came the 4 dukes, Viro, Grenoires, Lantanailan, and Karsuk, and the 3 counts, Janalasup, Yenbao, and Greymont, with the Marquis of Balta, each with a representative. Originally, there should have been a representative of Erech and Radnor, but now these 2 territories had been removed and became part of the royal family's territory and Tonajul. The Erech family was few in number, and after the Battle of Ampere Seal, they were basically wiped out. Count Radnor and his family were still eating prison food in Magellan's dungeon, so it was naturally impossible for them to send a representative. Among the 4 dukes, Duke Viro directly sent his youngest daughter, Duke Talanalan's envoy, Duke Eek, and Duke Karsuk sent a meatball, who was said to be his second son. As for Duke Grenoires, he also sent a daughter, but she was only a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Count Janalasu was a believer of the Silver Lion Association. He did not have a wife, so naturally, he did not have any children. He sent a sergeant whom he thought highly of, a very energetic young man. The envoy of the Grey Mountain did not come to Tonajul either, so naturally, he was waiting with the envoy of Cipher to meet them in Grey Mountain. In the end, there was a small twist in the choice of Count Yenbao's envoy, because there was no news of Count Yenbao for a long time. In the middle of the month of frost, Baron Dahl sent an envoy himself, but he was directly driven away by the angry princess. In the end, Dilfari decided to personally serve as Yenbao's envoy. Firstly, she could leave an impression on the future successor of Yenbao in the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and secondly, she could thwart Baron Dahl's conspiracy. Brando considered her physical condition and specially prepared a larger carriage for her. Most of these nobles had their own attendants, ranging from 1 to 3. Thus, when added together, it was a bloated group of 20 or so people and 5 or 6 carriages. However, if one thought that this group was large enough, then one would be gravely mistaken. Brando soon found that there were some unexpected guests in this team. One of them was Princess Magadal. As the Princess of Antaburo, she naturally had to represent her duchy to cruise. Originally, the Empire thought that she had died in the war in Ampere Seal, so the order was also passed to the duchy, hoping that the duchy could send another envoy to cruise. But this news somehow reached the ears of the nun princess, and after she heard the news, she insisted on being the envoy of Antaburo to the Empire. She also privately communicated with the Antaburo royal family, so Brando naturally could not stop her. After all, the princess was recuperating in Tonajul, not under house arrest, so he had no reason to restrict her freedom to contact the outside world. And another uninvited guest was now in front of Brando. At this moment, Brando was staring at the merchant lady in front of him, who was wearing a thick fur coat, boots, gloves, a scarf, and a bearskin hat. Her small face was almost only revealing a pair of black eyes. He looked at the large suitcase in her small hands, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Well, now can you tell me, what are you planning to do here?" "Go to the Empire with Brando, I haven't been there yet." The little Roman raised her chin, revealing her small mouth from under the scarf, and answered matter-of-factly. Brando rolled his eyes. "Of course I know that, but I already said that there are no more places for the diplomatic group. Also, you don't seem to remember, I told you to stay in Tonajul obediently, and leave yourself in a safer place. Don't make me worry, understand?" He couldn't help but facepalm. This girl clearly promised him yesterday that there were no more places for the diplomatic group, and told him to stay in the territory obediently and support Amandina. She clearly promised that she would never take up a place in the diplomatic group. Wait, Brando suddenly froze in place, then reacted and glared at the young lady. "Oh, damn it, you're playing word games with me again." "Nope," the little Roman blew a white breath on her hand, and answered with a smile, "I'm perfectly justified." "Justified my ass," Brando pinched her face. "Listen to me obediently, stay in Tonajul, you're not allowed to go anywhere." Brando pinched the merchant girl's face for a while, but seeing her waving her hands and trying to break free from his hand, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. This was not in line with the young lady's temperament. He couldn't help but let go, and asked doubtfully, "All right, tell me, why are you going to the Empire? The little Roman rubbed her red cheeks, and showed a fierce look. I've been invited by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, as the president of the Seven Seas Merchant Guild, and as a distinguished guest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, I'm going to the Cruz Empire to participate in the ceremony of the Holy War. She deliberately emphasized the word, distinguished guest, and then handed the invitation to Brando. Brando opened the parchment letter, and almost blacked out and fell to the ground. The Holy Cathedral of Fire did invite some famous businessmen, poets, and even artists and scholars of various fields to participate in the annual large-scale celebration, or in commemoration of the opening of the Holy War, but he never dreamed that the Roman would be on the list, his somewhat muddle-headed and unreliable fiancée. He couldn't help but read the letter several times, and finally confirmed that the magic wax seal on the letter was the real emblem of the Holy Cathedral. After confirming that there was no mistake, he had to admit that this thing didn't look fake. He raised his head and looked at the Roman as if he was looking at an alien. When did your business become so big? Very long ago. The Holy Cathedral of Fire invited me to the Harvest Festival this year, but at that time they were going to amp your seal. I've already been there, so I don't want to go anymore. It's not fun at all. The little Roman replied casually, as if the invitation from the Holy Cathedral of Fire was just an invitation for her to go on a trip, and whether she would go or not depended on her mood. Brando almost knelt down to her. The Holy Cathedral of Fire's tradition of inviting celebrities had always existed in the game. At that time, there were some famous merchant guilds among the players in Erewhon. Until the Second Era, these merchant guilds with major sponsors behind them would often break their heads over such an invitation letter. There were even a few instances where it almost led to a war between the merchant guilds. At least, Brando had seen it happen a few times. Brando carefully looked at his almighty fiancée, and felt that there must be something like Martha's daughter behind this. But in the end, it was Amandina who cleared his doubts. It turned out that many of the resources produced in the Black Forest, including some precious magic materials and magic crystals, were strategic resources that the Holy Cathedral of Fire urgently needed, especially during the period before the start of the Holy War. Tonajul's large exports in the past year had long made it an important partner in the eyes of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, so it was not surprising that the Roman, the nominal president of the Seven Seas Merchant Guild, was valued by the Holy Cathedral. But Brando shook his head, still thinking that Amandina had used a cheat. One must know that to become a merchant that could trade with the Holy Cathedral of Fire, it was not only enough to have a supply of goods, but also required a considerable network of contacts. He did not have to think to guess that the Roman must have used the connections of the merchant guilds in Ampere Seal. But as for how she did it, it was a bit ridiculous. Because this could only be explained by a miracle in Amandina's opinion. Can I go now, Brando? The little Roman covered her face and asked pitifully, but there was clearly a little pride in her voice. Up to you, Brando replied in a bad mood. He felt that in front of this little fiancé, his intelligence and sense of existence as a count had been severely devalued, and this made him feel very hurt. Then Brando, help me prepare a carriage. I want the one I usually use, and there's a stove on it that can put charcoal. No, go to my carriage obediently. Oh. After sending away the Roman lady and the second son of Duke Karsuk, who was almost the same height and width, who had been trying to get close to him, Brando finally broke away from the group of young masters and ladies. He walked to the side of the carriage and just happened to see Ferlin coming out of the castle with a notebook in her hand. He saw the elder of the wild elf sisters and knew that the things she had prepared were probably done. He hurriedly greeted her, Ferlin. My lord. Are Brunhilde and the others ready? The elder of the wild elf sisters nodded. Very good, Brendel finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. This trip was not really to bring these young ladies and young masters out for a vacation, it was just a pretense on the surface. Moreover, Princess Griffine had appointed him as the leader of the envoy group and the commander of the Southern Legion. This appointment had arrived earlier, and it was obvious that she wanted him to transfer the elites from Tonajul to form the accompanying guards for this envoy group. This was a tradition that had been tacitly agreed upon. Before the start of the Holy War, the Empire had summoned the envoys of the various kingdoms and duchies. This had become a tradition since the First Holy War. Today, this was not only a way for the Holy Cathedral of Fire to confirm the confidence of the participants, but also a way for the vassal states to compete with each other to obtain a higher status in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. In this envoy group, first of all, the noble families had to greet the representatives of the empire. This in itself represented a kind of respectful submission, and was also a way for the vassal states to pledge their loyalty to the Holy Cathedral. Of course, this kind of greeting was not so blatant and was a little more reserved. On the other hand, there was the accompanying guards of the envoy group. After all, the Holy War was a war, and every country needed to show their strength to the Holy Cathedral of Fire to obtain a corresponding status in the war and even after. The guards of the envoy group were a means of showing off. Generally speaking, the guards of the envoy group were the most elite forces of each country, representing the highest standard of the duchies and kingdoms, and also the face of the nobles and the royal family. In order to maintain this face and glory, these guards of the envoy group would even compete with each other in the Cruz Empire and clash with each other. Of course, this kind of conflict rarely led to bloodshed, but the side that lost face most of the time would not have a good time after returning to their country. The most powerful guard group of the envoy group in all the previous holy wars should be from the Black Raven Duchy in the west of the empire. This duchy was adjacent to the Hazel people and the Holy Cathedral of Earth. Although the duchy accepted the faith of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, most of the inhabitants were half-orcs and half-beastmen, and the people were very valiant, and the nobles were also very martial. At that time, they sent out a guard group composed of bear warriors, and whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, they crushed the guards of the other countries. Unfortunately, they met the Erewhon people of that era. In that holy war, the envoy group sent out by the Erewhon people could be regarded as the most shabby one in all the previous holy wars. Other than the nobles' representatives, the envoy group was made up of the officers of the White Lion Legion, and there were less than 20 people in total. However, the problem was that the captain of this group of 20 people was the Earth Sword Saint Darius, and the vice-captain was the scholar of the Mithril Fortress, Tulman. These two people swept away everyone, including the people of Cruz. As for how Brando's famous grandfather later became the marshal of the Allied forces, that was another story. The envoy group was the face of Erewhon, and Tonajol was now the strongest territory in the entire Erewhon Empire. Therefore, when the princess chose Brando as the leader of the envoy group, although the royal faction had objections, they did not dare to oppose too much. As for Brando and her royal highness, the two of them had reached a tacit understanding, and they used this as an excuse to brazenly stuff people into this so-called guard group. As for what these people would do in Cruz in the end, that was hard to say. Brando took the notebook from Falern's hand, and casually flipped through it, then looked up at the entire convoy and said softly, "Then let's go, we'll see you in Cruz." Finally, he added in a low voice, "Holy War. Holy War, here I come. P.S. You promised to be the second update, and by the way, ask for next month's monthly votes, students. Also, vote for Blackie and help him keep the 6th place in the classification." Brando opened the door, and a gust of cold wind blew in from the outside, causing the temperature in the carriage to drop by a few degrees. Of course, Maynard was an exception. The female knight sat beside her Rose with her hands on the brass hilt of her sword, her long eyelashes drooping as she counted the tassels on the carriage's curtain. Yutta's weathered face appeared outside the carriage door. The former female mercenary leader and current captain of the White Lion Guards was sitting on horseback, parallel to the carriage. When she saw Brando open the door, she bowed slightly and said to him, "My lord, Fort Tisco is in front." "So we've already arrived?" Brando asked the carriage to slow down, then jumped off and closed the door. As soon as he set foot on the land of the Grey Mountain, he suddenly felt a sense of reality. This was the first time since he came to this world that he had crossed Ampere Seal and come to the land of the north. He seemed to remember the scene of running and fighting with everyone on this land. He couldn't help but subconsciously look back at the carriage, but through the foggy window, he couldn't see the expression on the face behind the window. At this time, the female mercenary leader had already brought him a warhorse from behind. He silently took the reins from Yutta's hand, flipped onto the horse, and then asked casually, "How is it? Are you used to the land of the north?" Yuta was a little surprised by the way her lord spoke like a master. She wiped the frost on her eyebrows, shook her head, and said with a somewhat amused tone, "My lord, I'm more familiar with this land than you are." Brando was slightly stunned, and looked back at his subordinate, as if he just remembered that he had never asked about their origins. "You're from the Grey Mountain?" "You can say that. Before my sister's accident, we lived in Corvado for a period of time. Sigh, that experience made me hate the nobles to the core. Sometimes I think that if only I woke up earlier. But forget it, I don't want to talk about these things anymore." Yuta suddenly sighed, looking at the undulating mountains with waning interest. Brando nodded and did not ask any more questions. Yuta was the leader of his guards, but she was not the best choice. The most suitable person was actually Koden, but the old man was determined not to interfere in Tanajal's affairs anymore. After Count Ranner was imprisoned, he bought a piece of land near Menta, as if he was determined to be a carefree manor owner or an old farmer. However, Koden still recommended Yuta to him. Out of the 5 mercenary leaders under him, Redo deliberately distanced himself from the core of power in Abes, and only wanted the refugees from Fortress Reden to live a better life. Karglais and the others privately called him the leader of the refugees, and the red-beard Badam was infatuated with local law and order, as if he was satisfied with just being a magistrate. He once admitted that he did not have any great ambitions, and his current life was already his goal. Brando did not intend to force these 2 mercenary leaders to follow him since the beginning. Besides, he knew that Badam's abilities were limited, and being a magistrate was already the best he could do. The other 3 mercenary leaders who joined later were even more ambitious. Cornelius became Amandina's subordinate and was responsible for the logistics of the territory's army. Rabin had already made a name for himself in the White Lion Guards, and his military experience in the Karsuk Highlands made him the most comfortable in Brando's army. After the Autumn Twilight War, he became another important assistant to Karglais. Karglais intended to let him command a cavalry unit, but the unit had not been formed yet. Only Yuta's vision seemed to be limited by her experience as a mercenary leader. She was considered outstanding when she was a mercenary leader, but after joining the White Lion Guards, her performance was very ordinary. Amandina appreciated the experience and loyalty of these mercenary leaders, and wanted to give them a better position. Rabin and Cornelius were able to accept it, but Yuta's position was awkward. She did not want to rely on her relationship with Amandina to climb up the ranks, so she was only a small infantry leader in the White Lion Guards. When he received the mission and wanted to find a commander who was capable of commanding a small group, Janna immediately entered his sights. Koden had also suggested that Janna's experience would be extremely useful in commanding a mercenary group that was made up of multiple professions and different types of soldiers. Of course, he actually had a better choice, and that was Freya. However, it was a waste of talent to let Freya be the leader of the diplomatic group. More importantly, she had just gained some reputation in the kingdom, and now she needed to stay and strengthen her position in the Southern Army. On the other hand, he and Maynard were going to the Empire, and the princess needed a loyal general by her side. Freya stayed in Erewhon to partner with Amandina, Karglais, and Cohen, who was far away in Silman, so he could be more assured of the situation in the south. Even if the old nobles wanted to use this opportunity to stir up trouble, the princess and Tanajul would not be in immediate danger. Furthermore, he left behind the tree elves and the White Lion Guards, so that Freya would have enough military power to use. Because of this consideration, he finally chose Yuta, and was very satisfied with her performance. In this diplomatic group, he brought along Medisha, the Shire, Hipamra, the Nightsong Tigers mercenary group, the White Lion Guards that belonged to Mars, a few hundred steel golems, a few flying gargoyles, a few witches, 4 valkyries, and a lady who could not be seen in public. She used her experience to arrange these different people, different soldiers, and different war machines well. In addition to the White Lion Guards and the Nightsong Tigers mercenary group, Brando hoped that the steel golems and gargoyles provided by the Buga people could be hidden, and of course, the witches and valkyries should not be seen in public. Yuta divided the troops into 2 groups and specially designed a marching route for them. She was very experienced in how to travel in the mountains and not get lost. Many of the routes she designed were used by Brando in the game in his previous life, and Brando was full of praise for them. After more than a week of travel, Brando could completely confirm that it was a waste of talent to let this lady be an infantry leader. Some people were born to be mercenary leaders, elite division commanders, and Yuta was no doubt such a talent. Then Brando looked up at the long line of people on the narrow mountain road. It was mainly made up of 5 carriages. The first carriage in front carried the envoys of Count Eek and Count Janalesu, the second carriage carried the meatball son of Duke Karsuk, the third carriage carried the daughter of Duke Viro and the 7 or 8-year-old little girl of the Grenoires family, and the fourth carriage was the carriage of a certain merchant lady. These carriages were all accompanied by several attendants, and the White Lion Guards, which made the originally narrow mountain road very congested. This was because Brando had wisely placed the hundreds of envoys at the back of the convoy, leaving only a small group of cavalry in front to open the road. Otherwise, they would have blocked the mountain road and would not be able to move. In front of this bloated group, the shadow of a wall had appeared. This wall stretched across the mountain road, and one side of the dark tower was close to the steep mountain wall, and the other side seemed to be hanging over a deep cliff. From afar, it was awe-inspiring. This was Fort Tisco, the most important pass from Cipher to Corvado. Brando had been here a few times in the game in his previous life, but because of the presence of players, the atmosphere of the fort in the game was not as solemn as it was in the game. It was much livelier, and he remembered that there was a spontaneous market formed by players on this mountain road. He led Yuta forward through the crowd until they came to the bottom of the wall. Medisha and the Shire were already waiting for them, and there was also the meatball son of Duke Karsuk, who looked like he was rolling on the ground. After so many days, Brando had figured out how to pronounce this guy's awkward name, Avram or Auguste. When Avram saw Brando, he could not help but complain loudly to him, saying that this remote place was full of ignorant country bumpkins who insisted on seeing the Count in person, and that they did not give him any face at all. Brando had long been immune to this level of complaint, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Generally speaking, these soldiers would not easily offend nobles. After all, in this era, there were not many who dared to pretend to be nobles. According to Avram, either someone was deliberately making things difficult for them, or something had happened in the fort. He cast a questioning look at Medisha and the Shire. The little elven princess frowned and replied softly, judging from their tone, "It seems like there's a thief in the fort. There are not only soldiers and officers in this fortress, but there are also their families and villagers living nearby. It's not like this place is too big or too small. It's not like there are only soldiers and officers in this fortress. There are also their families and villagers living nearby. It's not like this place is too big or too small. If there's a burglar, then this place has to be guarded for 365 days in a year, and 24 hours a day." However, the Shire was obviously more familiar with the ways of the world. He hurriedly explained with a smile, "My lord, I've asked. I'm afraid that Mr. Avram has misunderstood something. I heard that the thief stole something from the owner of this place. That's why the situation is like this." Brando finally understood. A nobleman, especially a military one, was actually patronized by a thief in his own territory. Anyone would be furious if they were in his place. Although in many of Erewhon's village stories, stories about the thief of God and the nightingale were exaggerated to the extreme, and these incarnations of justice seemed to be specifically targeting the nobles. They were chivalrous, and they robbed the rich to help the poor. But in fact, those who really understood this business would understand that most of these gray areas that made a living in a certain place were actually inextricably linked to the nobles. This was not to say that the nobles secretly supported these people's work, but it was precisely to protect the nobles' rights and interests from being infringed upon. Most of the time, the nobles were well aware of how many thieves there were in the area, and what the identity of these thieves were. Other than that, the nobles basically minded their own business. Therefore, the person who committed this crime was definitely an outsider. But Brando was curious, and he wondered who was so daring. Soon, the guards verified their identities, lowered the drawbridge, and opened the gate, allowing them to enter the fortress. Brando stared at the slowly rising gate, and he knew that the so-called identity verification was just a pretense. Most of the time before this was just to report to the Viscount. The guards below were unwilling to bear the responsibility, so they asked the Viscount to personally let them pass. But what Brando did not know was that the daring bandit he muttered was really a local, and not an outsider. Inside Castle Tisco, 2 carriages were parked under the shade of a tree. Although the so-called shade was only left with a few lonely withered leaves, they still hadn't fallen to the ground. Outside the carriages, there were many servants. At first glance, these servants didn't look like those who came from the countryside. Although they looked bright and clean, they looked lazy at first glance, as if they still had the habit of idling around before they became noble servants. These servants were well trained. Their masters did not open the door to get down from the carriage, so they stood in 2 rows in front of the carriages. They did not say a word and looked straight ahead, like 2 rows of puppets that were about to take root on the ground. As for the 2 carriages, the emblem on one had been removed, and the coat of arms on the other was a black wolf. In fact, the wolf emblem alone was enough to stop anyone in Castle Tisk, because it was the emblem of the Grey Mountain family. 2 young people were sitting in the carriage. To be exact, 2 young ladies. One was a 17 or 18 years old noble lady, and the other was a young girl with curly hair under a huge scholar's hat and thick glasses, like an old pedant. However, she was very short, like a dwarf, and even her breasts had not started to develop. At first glance, it was obvious that she was a real loli, and judging from her age, she seemed to be no more than 11 or 12 years old. The 2 were obviously talking, but what was surprising was that the one who led the conversation was the little girl who looked like she had not even changed her teeth yet. She said, so slow, I hate people who are not punctual." The noble lady was obviously worried, and asked carefully, "Chiara, they seem to have found something missing." "Of course they will find it," the loli replied matter-of-factly, "that Viscount is not an idiot." "But won't we get into trouble? Troublesome?" "Of course not." Chiara spun a card-like object in her hand and looked at it with interest. "I'm just a little interested in this thing. Would he dare to disobey me if I asked him to give it to me? I just don't want to owe him a favor, so I had to do it myself. Besides, things like mistakes and whatnot have not appeared in my dictionary." Chapter 905. While the 2 were talking, a servant knocked on the carriage door and reported, "Miss, the envoy group has arrived." They entered the city from the Stone Lizard Mountain path. They were delayed for a while because of the martial law. "Humph." The little girl knocked on the table in the middle of the carriage and said, "It seems that Guy has arrived." "Chiara, should we go?" the Count's daughter asked softly, but the little girl's attitude was firm. She quickly shook her head and said, "No, we will wait here. Let me see if that Guy is boring." Although the Count's daughter had a gentle look on her face, she was no fool. She could naturally tell that her companion was deliberately making things difficult for the Count. She could also vaguely guess the reason, and could not help but ask more worriedly, "Chiara, this isn't very good." "Why is it not good?" The little girl pretended to be indifferent. "But he is the leader of the envoy group after all, so what? If that Guy dares to scold me with a straight face, I won't go to the Empire." The little girl was very dissatisfied. "You won't go to the Empire?" The Count's daughter showed a shocked expression. "What are you afraid of, Enide? When the time comes, you can stay at my house for a while. I will complain to my brother. Your father won't dare to do anything to us." The little girl replied. The Count's daughter opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she knew that she could not persuade her companion. She could only sit there uneasily as if she had accepted her fate. The carriage was quiet for a while. The 2 people each had different feelings as they waited for Brando's arrival. The Count's daughter only hoped that the Count would not vent his anger on her. She was worried about her gains and losses and could not help but be worried for a while. The little girl sitting opposite her did not seem to care. She gently tapped the window with her finger while looking at the scenery outside. After Brando entered the city, he received a message from a servant. He already knew that the representatives of House Cipher and Count Grey Mountain were already in the city. However, he first arranged for the diplomatic group to stay in an inn in the fortress before heading to the appointed location alone. When he arrived at the agreed location, he saw the 2 carriages parked under the oak tree from afar, as well as 2 rows of servants standing beside the carriages. He walked over and revealed his identity to these people, thinking that he would be able to see the 2 representatives. However, he did not expect that the servant who passed on the message would walk back the way he came not long after he reached the carriages, bringing back a message with a poker face. The young lady heard that the Count is knowledgeable. In order to prove the Count's identity, she wants to test some of the Count's knowledge. Brando couldn't help but be stunned. Was there something wrong with this noble lady's head? How could she verify one's identity like this? Could it be that the princess's royal ring was fake? He glanced at the carriage and thought to himself, forget it. After all, she is a member of the royal family, even though she is a former royal family, and she is a girl. It's not good to be too calculative. He could only answer patiently, please speak. Chiara's little face was almost pressed against the window. She said with a little pride, I have long heard that the guy boasted of being knowledgeable. The rumors about him in the Southern Territory are amazing. I have seen a lot of people like him. It's just a golden exterior. To them, knowledge is just a disguise and gorgeous clothes. Let me expose his hypocritical appearance. I will let him understand that the search for the truth is sacred and cannot be profaned. The Count's daughter could almost see herself being punished for bringing trouble to her family. The small house where she was confined swayed in front of her. She asked worriedly, what questions did you ask him, Chiara? Hee, the little girl smiled slyly. She pushed her thick glasses and replied with some pride, nothing, just some ancient words. Enid stared at her suspiciously. She wondered if her companion would really be so soft-hearted. Sure enough, the little girl said, but these words were found on some stone slabs by a friend of my teacher. In order to unearth those stone slabs, my teacher and I stayed in the cold and boring Balta Plateau for a long time. My teacher is an authority in the field of ancient languages, but even he couldn't recognize all the words on those stone slabs. Just wait and see how that guy embarrasses himself. Enid knew who the little girl's teacher was. She thought that since even the master couldn't recognize all the slabs, it wouldn't be embarrassing even if the Count couldn't recognize them. Of course, she didn't dare to say this out loud, in case the young lady changed her mind at the last minute. Outside the carriage, Brando was taking a piece of paper from the servant. He glanced at the tadpole-like ancient words on the paper and couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the content of the ancient stone slabs? The first clue of the war slate, these stone slabs were the clues he provided to Tolman, which allowed people to unearth them in advance in this era. It was fine if it was something else, but it just had to be the words on the stone slabs. The words on the stone slabs were once a hot topic on the forum. In the end, it was translated by a level 16 ancient language master in their guild who wore a +3 language skill divine artifact, Necklace of Knowledge. He could even recite it with his eyes closed. He put down the paper and without even thinking, he said to the servant in front of him. Tell your mistress that the fragments of the sky fell to the ground with the collapse of the towering pillars. It recorded the whispers in the dust and wind. A few minutes later, Chiara, did the Count guess correctly? Enid looked at her companion worriedly. She had been staring at the contents of the paper for a long time without moving. He didn't guess. The little girl dropped this sentence and jumped out of the carriage. She pushed away the servant who came to support her and hurriedly ran out. Brando didn't expect that the person who came out of the carriage would be such a little girl who seemed to still be in the process of growing her teeth. In standard villain lines, she was a little girl with yellow hair who was still wet behind the ears. The other party was wearing a pair of thick bottle-bottomed glasses that didn't match her cute face. She looked at him with a frown and asked, Hey, how did you recognize these words? Does she still care about aristocratic etiquette? This little lady, may I ask who you are? Brando was a little unhappy at first, but when he found that the person who tested him was such a little girl, he was no longer angry. No matter how bored he wouldn't be so bored as to argue with a child. Kiara seemed to have realized her rudeness at this time, but she snorted softly and replied, Count Dijiu is my father, Queen Anna is my aunt, my brother is Levin? Or Nessun? Duke Cypher, you should know who I am by now, right? What kind of messy relationship is this? Brando looked at the arrogant little girl for a while before he sorted out his thoughts and asked, You are the representative of House Cypher? It's the former royal family, the little girl corrected, more or less, but I don't want to go to the Empire. Can you persuade me? What a spoiled little girl, Brando thought to himself. He shook his head and said, I can't persuade you. How about this, you go back first. The eldest son of the king is a generous person, he probably won't blame his sister. You're really strange, you actually call my brother the eldest son of the king. It's not proper for you to call him that, you know. Aren't you afraid that the princess will cause trouble for you? Oh, I know, the little girl's eyes flashed, and she replied proudly, You don't care about that little princess at all, right? How about you support Levin to take the throne? The house of Covardo has already lost its sword, so it's natural for it to lose the throne. History is a cycle, and the house of Cypher is already at the time of its revival. Besides, my brother is much more powerful than that princess of yours. That little princess only knows how to sell herself for a good price, marry a good husband, and revive the house of Covardo. She's very superficial. The revival of a country can't be decided by just one family. How about it, I promise you that in the future, you won't just be a count, but people will call you a duke. If it was someone else who said those words to Brendel would have definitely punched that person to the ground, unable to get up. But it was a little lowly with a childish voice who was advising him in such a serious manner, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl had not even changed all her teeth, but she kept calling Griffin a little lass, as if Griffin, who was already 17 years old, was still wet behind the ears in her eyes. Miss, if you don't want to go to the Empire, I can write a letter for you to prove that you're not feeling well. As for the rest, I'm really not interested in discussing it. Brando could only answer like this. But the little girl didn't seem to appreciate it. She shook her head and said, I'm fine. I don't need you to write a letter for me. Besides, you haven't told me why you can read those words. I must find a way to figure it out. All right, as you wish. Brando shook his head. Didn't you say that you don't want to go to the Empire? How can you go back on your words? But Chiara seemed to see the disapproving look on his face. She snorted softly and said, I don't want to go to the Empire, and I want to go to the Empire. There's no contradiction between that. After that, she turned around and ran back to the carriage. She rudely used her hands and feet to climb up the mountain and said loudly to the Count's daughter who was sitting on the carriage, Enide, I've changed my mind. I'm going to the Empire. You go back alone. No need, Chiara. I'll go with you. The Count's daughter wanted to cry but had no tears. When did she say that she wanted to go back? But Chiara's words finally made her feel relieved. Fortunately, at least she didn't have to go back home and be confined. Although she didn't know why the young lady suddenly changed her mind, the Count's daughter couldn't help but have an indescribable good impression of the Count Tonagel whom she had never met before. Thank God, Martha was above. She secretly drew a god's mark on her chest. After Chiara and the Count's daughter returned to the team, the people who had been traveling for days enjoyed a rare night in the hotel where they could sleep peacefully. Although the incident of the Viscount being burgled in the city caused an uproar, after all, it had nothing to do with them. Although the guards probably couldn't wait to arrest all the merchants who had some assets in the city and then claim that they had cooperated to commit the crime, and then confiscate their property, they didn't dare to provoke this team with a strong background. The delegation stayed in Fort Tisco for half a day and a night, and set off early the next morning. It was said that the Viscount didn't find the mysterious burglar until the end, so the area around the Grey Mountain was filled with the legend of a mysterious nightingale for a long time. At first, the image of this nightingale was like that of a god in the sky, but later, no one knew how she got involved with the Count of Tonnagel. Some people even swore that they saw the Count steal the Viscount's things with their own eyes, as if he was there when Brando was committing the crime. Over time, the image of this nightingale gradually spread to the image of a wise and astute little girl, but no matter which image it was, what they did was to rob the rich to help the poor, as if they couldn't find anything more meaningful to do every day, regardless of whether they had enough to eat every day. As for the things that the Viscount lost, there were many different opinions. Some said that it was a ton of gold, or a diamond the size of a fist. Some exaggerated said that it was evidence of the Viscount's treason with the enemy. Most of the people who harbored such malicious thoughts had some kind of enmity with the Viscount, but there was a general consensus that these things, if only they could get their hands on them, how good would that be? As it turned out, most people did not have the noble character to be a hero. After leaving Fort Tisco, the diplomatic group headed north, but they did not enter Corvado. Instead, they crossed the border between the Grey Mountain and the Balta Plateau, braving the biting cold wind of the Iron Thorn Mountain Road as they approached the kingdom's border day after day. After leaving the Grey Mountain area, there were endless mountains. There were no longer any human settlements in the vast rolling mountains. 3 days later, they passed by the vicinity of Winterclaw Fort. It could be said that they had bid farewell to the last area closest to civilization before reaching the Empire. After that was the snowy region that no one set foot in all year round, a natural forbidden zone between the Empire and the kingdom. Heroes told them some terrible legends about this region, such as the soft sounds in the wind at night were the whispers of the undead on the plateau, and the terrible wolf-like creatures on the plateau. He and his sister had lived in Winterclaw Fort for quite a long time, so he knew some of the local folklore very well. However, these stories scared the ladies in the diplomatic group so much that they did not sleep well for a few nights. After that, Brando and the young prince became unwelcome guests in each carriage. For Brando, it was an unexpected disaster. These days, Chiara had been pestering Brando to find out why he knew the meaning of the ancient words. Of course, Brando could not come up with a lie like, "If you are all cavemen, then I am at least a Homo sapiens from the future." However, during a casual conversation, when the little girl from House Cipher asked about his master, he, as usual, used the excuse that he learned from the Bugas. Unexpectedly, this excuse worked wonders. After that, Chiara disappeared and hid in his carriage with the Count's daughter all day long. It was only later that Brando found out that she was plotting how to steal the knowledge of the Bugas from him. This so-called truth made him want to cry, but no tears came out. The others in the diplomatic group were not as hard-working as the eldest daughter of House Cipher. Except for Iko and the sergeant from Janalesu, most of the noble descendants who lived like princes began to complain since they entered Balta. Then, they began to fall ill one after another. The first one was the meatball, Mr. Ephraim. Because he was greedy for some unclean game, of course, he asked his servant to find a way to find it. He began to vomit and have diarrhea. Fortunately, there were still clerics in the diplomatic group who took a day or two to calm him down. Then, it was the 7 or 8-year-old little girl from Duke Grenoir's family who had a high fever. In the end, Brando, the leader, seemed to have played the role of a nanny. Although it sounded good to let the little girl hold his hand and call him brother with teary eyes, the price was that he did not sleep well for a few days. After the diplomatic group crossed the last mountain on the border of Balta, everything seemed to have quieted down involuntarily. Because everyone knew that the fortress of the Black Sword was in front of them. Since the beginning of the last era, that was the gateway to the Empire, the last checkpoint in the north of the kingdom. Majestic mountains traversed the north and south, connecting the two kingdoms together. In the southeast of the Empire, there was a huge mountain range, part of the White Mountain Range. This mountain range traversed the entire southern part of Saint Tassol. At the end of the west, it crossed the southernmost part of the wilderness of the Four Territories, forming an undulating mountain range. In the center of the mountain range, there was snow all year round, and there were even many large and small black forests. This was a paradise for archaeologists and explorers. The Dirat Mountains were named after the first Wind Elf king. To the west of the mountains was the famous Anzaruta region. This name alone may be confusing, but it had another name, the home of the Highlanders, the home of the Long Blade Lords. To the east of the Dirut Mountains was the starry Abyssal Sea. Along the coast of the Abyssal Sea were duchies and kingdoms of various sizes. Antiburo was one of them. To the north was the famous wilderness of the Four Territories, the four-leaf grass plains, the birthplace of the Wind Elves and the Cruz people. At the same time, it was also the place where the Sacred Covenant was made. The Balta Plateau was just the southern tip of this famous mountain range. The mountain range gradually leveled off in the direction of the Corvado Plains, and together with the eastern end of the Broken Sword Mountains, it formed a famous mountain pass. This was the fortress of the Black Sword. On this day, the diplomatic group finally saw the insignificant fortress between the two peaks from the high ground. But everyone knew that when you really came to the fortress, you would be deeply shocked by the wall that was more than 20 meters tall. That was the Imperial Wall. Chapter 906. In the wilderness south of Anzaruta and the border between Balta and Anzaruta, most of the undulating ridges only had this kind of dark rock. There was little vegetation, and the higher elevations were covered with white snow all year round. Below, there was only sparse Eurasian heather or similar shrubs that formed a tundra grassland, scattered on the ground like a thin layer of volcanic ash. A majestic fortress stood between the two dark mountains. The walls were more than 60 feet high and were made of square stones. The Empire's flag fluttered on the 4 watchtowers. From these towering towers, one could easily monitor every valley within a radius of 10 miles. The observation room was also equipped with rotating ballistas and wizards. There was also more than a squadron of crossbowmen, who could shoot the enemy from the air through the holes in the towers. The fortress was also equipped with an air force. The Frontier Legion stationed here had griffins and wyverns, as well as elite Pegasus Knight. They would ascend to the sky as soon as possible after confirming the enemy's situation, guarding the airspace above the fortress. Brando withdrew his gaze from the huge iron cages on the walls. Those were the griffins' cages. The griffins locked in them were the air force of the early warning unit on the walls. They could be used for reconnaissance and interception. Not far from those iron cages was a towering giant door. This giant door was more than 50 feet high from the ground to the top. It opened in the middle and was completely made of cast iron. In order to cast this iron door, the crew's craftsmen used precast iron workpieces to assemble it together. The wizards used magic to mix them together. The purpose of casting this iron door was to fully unleash the impact of the dragon cavalry inside the fortress. There were 2 regiments of dragon cavalry inside the Black Sword Fortress. When the crews needed them, they would let the dragon cavalry line up behind the door and open the main door to attack the enemy outside the fortress. The flat slope outside the Black Sword Fortress was also artificially paved. It was originally a steep valley, but it was filled up by Duke Semple and turned into what it was now. Romaine stood beside him, holding his arm tightly with her little hand. She was also looking up at the majestic wall. She slightly opened her mouth and sighed. "It's so high, Brando." The outer walls of the Black Sword Fortress were raised during the Year of Glory. Before that, the main wall was no more than 35 feet high, not much different from the outer walls of Monsteros. During the Year of Frost, the Highlanders led by the Longblade Lord attacked this place with the support of the Eruin. During the Year of the Tiger Lizard, the crews recaptured this fortress and began to rebuild it. The construction of the stronghold lasted for 30 years. It wasn't until the Year of Summer when Duke Semple completed the front ramp that the stronghold was completed. Brando explained to her. This knowledge was not rare for a veteran player, but the little Roman was stunned. She had never heard of this before, but after hearing the words of the person beside her, she felt that Brando was the most knowledgeable person in the world. She was a little proud, but also very curious. "Can someone really conquer this place, Brando? This wall is so high, can they climb it?" Even though the Black Sword Fortress isn't the strongest fortress in the Empire, it's still one of the best in the southern regions of the Empire. However, this city has indeed been attacked by Awin's people twice in history. The first time was during the war when King Eric helped the Highlanders capture Anzaruta. The second time was more recently, during the Walnut Rebellion about 100 years ago. At that time, the Highland Knights of Balta captured this fortress after repelling the invasion of the Empire. Chiara seemed to have heard the conversation between the two and snorted softly. That was the time when the Corvado dynasty was at its strongest, but unfortunately, it was still too weak. If it were me, I would not return this fortress to the Curluts. I would either give it to the Lion Beast men or the Wind Elves so that the kingdom would not have to face the threat from the north. Brando directly turned a blind eye to the childish talk. He noticed that the other envoys were also curious about this matter. He nodded and replied, "That is indeed the case. The Black Sword Fortress was first built in the year of Moss of the Chaos Era. It was completed at the beginning of the First Era. In history, it has only been conquered twice, and both times were accomplished by the Erewhon. That is because other countries would not take a detour to attack the Empire from Erewhon's territory." Chiara curled her lips and replied. The fat man, Ephraim, asked curiously, "Leader, do you mean that our Erewhon actually defeated the Empire?" "What do you mean?" Brando was stunned. "What I mean is, leader, how could Erewhon defeat the Empire? You must be mistaken, right?" The fat man said loudly as if he had heard a funny joke. Brando was almost angered to death by his words. He replied snappily, "Why do you think that Erewhon has never defeated the Empire?" He did not even have the strength to look down on this guy's ignorant historical knowledge. Let's not talk about the large and small battles in the past hundreds of years. Although the Cruz Empire was strong, they were not invincible. There were many examples of them being defeated by the Erewhon. Less than 5 months ago, he had beaten the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Empire's expeditionary fleet in Ampere Seal and taught them a lesson. Yet, this guy ignored this war. He could not help but feel depressed. He could not help but wonder what this guy, as a descendant of nobles, had learned in Karsuk. However, Ephraim was still stubborn. He spread out his hands and asked, "But the Empire is so big. Erewhon is just a small country at the border. It can't even compare to a province of the Empire. How can we defeat them?" "Commander, I don't believe you when you say that we, the people of Aween, have defeated the Curluts before. There are many such examples in history. In fact, it's just a small conflict, and they claim it as a great victory. I've seen this kind of thing many times in Karsuk. My friends in the patrol team often do this kind of thing. The glory that the royal family preaches must not be fully believed. It's just to maintain the legitimacy of their rule." Comparing the patrol cavalry of this era to the Highland Knight of the War of Walnut, this idea was very avant-garde. Brando could not help but marvel at this guy's way of thinking. He could not help but answer, "In that case, why do you think we are standing here today, representing Erewhon to the Empire? The Curlutzians would never ask their provinces to send envoys to pay tribute to His Majesty." Ephraim obviously did not consider this question. He was stunned by Brando's question and could not help but frown and think hard. At this time, Duke Viro's daughter, the 17 or 18-year-old girl, spoke up, "I think it's because the Empire doesn't need a remote place like Aween. Other than our kingdom, aren't there many other kingdoms and duchies under the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and the Empire hasn't made a move against them either. My teacher often told me that if the Empire had the heart, Erewhon would have become an autonomous region like Anzaruta. By then, we would all be nobles of the Empire. Am I right, Count?" "Yes, my foot. That damn teacher of yours better not let me meet him," Brando said in his heart. But when he looked at the expressions of the other people in the diplomatic group, he found that except for outsiders like the Roman, Medicia, and Hippamra, most of them seemed to agree with this statement. Of course, those who truly understood the history of the kingdom were excluded. For example, the Shire and Chiara, both of them had a look of disdain on their faces. What made Brando curious was that he saw a similar look on Yuta's face. At this time, Chiara finally could not hold it in anymore. After all, she was a former member of the royal family. Upholding the legitimacy of the kingdom was also upholding the reputation of her family. She coldly sneered, "The war between the Empire and the Erewhon Empire since the end of the Dragon Age was also a good show. It was so that the Erewhon Empire could become independent from the Empire and establish our own kingdom. The nobles of the Cruz Empire are rich in the spirit of helping others. They sent the late King Erewhon Empire out of the wilderness of the Four Realms. We really should thank them properly, right? Her sharp sarcasm startled everyone. Only then did Avram realize that he had somehow offended this young lady. Duke Viro's daughter opened her mouth and finally answered, "Isn't that because the wind elves are helping us?" Brando saw Chiara's little face as dark as the bottom of a pot and could not help but shake his head. He did not know when the nobles of the kingdom had lost their backbone. During the era when the Highland Knight of Balta still existed, during the year of the walnut, the empire was never a problem for the Erewhon. The problem was whether the people of Erewhon still dared to fight. That was all. He could not help but think of Ebden. The White Knight's predecessor was a Highland Knight of Balta. Since then, for nearly 100 years, the nobles of Erewhon seemed to have suddenly lost their spirit. They could no longer raise their heads in front of the people of Cruz. But he did not expect the nobles' imagination of the Cruz Empire to be so absurd. When Avram first spoke, he thought that he was just an exception. After all, this guy looked like a scion of a rich family. He was the typical example of an ignorant and incompetent person. But when Duke Viro's daughter opened her mouth to speak, he sensed that something was wrong. Although this little girl usually behaved normally, he could tell that she was a well-educated person. She also knew a lot about foreign affairs and etiquette. She obviously knew about the history of the kingdom, but like Avram, she didn't agree with this history. There were too many differences between this history and what they saw now. He shook his head for the second time and answered his nominal subordinates. Although the empire is strong, it is not without enemies. Although Erewhon is small, the empire cannot spare all its energy to deal with us. The empire has Fanzan in the north, Saint Tossel and Madara in the east, and Hazel and Tokunin in the west. In the face of so many enemies, it is impossible for the empire to spare the strength of a province to deal with us. Moreover, in the south, there is Anzaruda. Since the time of the Long-Blade Lord, the Highlanders have dreamed of independence for nearly 7 centuries. The Empire should be thankful that we do not make trouble for them. How would they dare to make a move in the south? Therefore, the Empire actually wants to maintain this relationship with us. On the one hand, they are still unwilling to acknowledge the establishment of Erewhon because of the honor of the Empire. On the other hand, they are unable to really make a move in the south. Even in the War of Walnut, our opponent was only the Duke of Walnut. In the end, we were actually helping the Empire to quell the rebellion. Erewhon's position is so sensitive and special that the Wind Elves and the Empire do not dare to act rashly. Relying on this delicate balance, the late King Eric found his own path that belonged to Erewhon. At this point, he glanced at Chiara. Anson I has obviously understood the secret between them. That is why he returned the Black Sword Fortress to Cruz after the War of Walnut. Because once the balance is broken, it may not be a good thing for Erewhon. Brando looked at the others and said word by word, "So, Erewhon does not necessarily need to defeat the entire empire, but this does not mean that Erewhon has no chance of winning. Big countries have the power of big countries, and small countries have the wisdom of small countries. I am telling you all this because I want you to understand that the kingdom of Erewhon has its own unique advantages. Its nobles and people do not need to be enemies in front of the empire." After hearing this, Chiara could not help but snort softly. Obviously, she already knew this knowledge and did not need Brando to repeat it. As for the others, including Avram and Duke Viro's youngest daughter, most of them were hearing this for the first time, so they were skeptical. However, Brando did not need them to believe him completely. He just wanted to give these nobles a heads up in advance so that they would not lose face when they saw the Empire's nobles. As the group was talking, they gradually approached the Black Sword Fortress. It was at this time that a loud noise came from the front, attracting everyone's attention. The noise started with a row of neat footsteps, followed by the sound of heavy horse hooves. Then, everyone saw a small group of Empire's soldiers appear in their field of vision. This small group of Empire's soldiers was led by 3 or 4 knights. They opened the small wooden gate beside the huge black sword fortress gate, lowered the drawbridge, and rushed out. The few knights shouted and suddenly ordered their men to rush towards a caravan outside the fortress. It was worth mentioning that at this time of the year, other than Brando's eye-catching group of nobles, there were also many caravans of various sizes gathered outside the fortress. As one of the only two gateways between the Empire and Erewhon, the Black Sword Fortress was not only a strategic military point, but also an important transportation route between the two countries. Throughout the year, except for the 1 or 2 months after the winter harp month when the mountain path was completely frozen, there would be caravans passing through the fortress most of the time. At this moment, the target of the Empire's soldiers was obviously the Erewhon caravan. They quickly rushed into the middle of the caravan and first knocked down the armed guards. Then, they chased the merchants out of the caravan, tied their hands behind their backs, and pushed them to the ground. After that, the Empire's soldiers returned to the middle of the caravan and used their field swords to cut the ropes on the carriages and threw the goods on the ground one by one. Not long after, they found a lot of people from the carriages. There were men and women, old and young. The Empire's soldiers herded these people together. Most of these people were dressed in ragged clothes, shivering in the cold wind. The women and children among them were so scared that they cried loudly. However, the Empire's soldiers were still indifferent, and a few of them even had a sneer on their faces. At first, Brando thought that he had encountered a melodramatic scene, but he soon realized that it was not the case. But before he could say anything, the Count's daughter behind him was already scared out of her wits. Miss Enide looked at the scene with a pale face and couldn't help but ask in fear, "What the hell is going on?" Seeing this scene, Chiara pursed her lips, but was unwilling to speak. Among all of them, Duke Viro's daughter was more knowledgeable. She explained to the others in a low voice, "These people are refugees." So that's how it is. Brando finally understood. Ever since Erewhon's royal faction lost power in the Frost upheaval, the kingdom had been in turmoil. This turmoil in the entire kingdom was manifested in the chaos of war. The struggle between the royal family and the local nobles was only a small part of it. When the central government gradually lost its binding power, the conflicts between the local lords became the first to become acute. Whether it was for the sake of competing for territory, population, or support, large and small wars always continued. This situation was not so intense in the south. On one hand, it was because of Madara. On the other hand, after the Battle of Ampere Seal, the north was temporarily assigned to the eldest son of the king. North of Cipher, the nobles seemed to have lost their order for a while. In these areas that were under the influence of the royal family of Covardo, the royal family of Cipher, the Wind Elves, and the Holy Cathedral of Fire, war seemed to have become a daily necessity. And with the war came a large number of refugees. A small number of these refugees were accepted by Tonajol, but more of them flowed to the north, to the Empire. For the Empire, this was not a big deal. The refugees needed to find a place to provide them with a livelihood, and the Empire was happy to accept this labor force. But the problem was, with the increasing number of refugees, not only did it bring benefits to the Empire, but it also brought troubles and burdens. The direction where the refugees migrated to originally had residents, and the nobles of the Empire could not accept all the laborers. The remaining idle people gradually became a hidden danger to the local public security. Coupled with the fact that the arrival of these refugees harmed the interests of the local residents, over time, these refugees became synonymous with unwelcome in the Empire. Since then, the people of Cruz began to refuse to accept these refugees into the country. What was happening in front of them was obviously such a scene. "Sister, what will happen to them?" Among all of them, the youngest Loli of the Grenoir's family looked at the scene with some fear and asked. "They will be treated as thieves and vagabonds, tied to a pillar here and shown to the public, and then driven back." The descendants of the Erewhon nobles showed some embarrassment on their faces. What a disgrace, the face of the kingdom has been lost by these lowly people. Avram could not help but mutter angrily, "No wonder the nobles of the Empire always act superior in front of us." Chapter 907. Avram wanted to say something more, but when he saw Brendel staring at him coldly, he quickly shrunk his neck and swallowed the rest of his words back into his flabby stomach. The convoy continued to move forward, passing by the Empire's soldiers and refugees. Everyone's gaze swept past the trembling men, women, and children, but most of them did not say a word. Enid and the Duke's daughter from Viro felt that the atmosphere in the convoy was a little strange. The little girl from the Grenoir's family held tightly onto her wet nurse's hand, looking a little timid. Eek, who was following closely behind Brendel, looked like he wanted to help the refugees. He kept looking at Brendel's direction, but did not get permission to do so. The sergeant from Yenalasu followed behind him, one hand on the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist. His eyes were fixed on the Imperial soldiers. Kiera, on the other hand, looked on coldly from the sidelines. This little girl with an extremely uncoordinated large scholar's hat stood beside Enid and watched all of this with a cold gaze that was far beyond her age. Occasionally, her expression would reveal a mocking expression towards Avram and the others. The Shire, Hipamra, and Medisha had their own thoughts, but they stood behind Brando, waiting for orders. Yuta looked at the refugees and frowned slightly. She had seen too many of such scenes in this kingdom. Brando didn't even look at the refugees. His eyes didn't even linger on the Imperial soldiers. He pursed his lips and led the convoy through the chaos with a cold face. The Imperial knight who passed by him was ignored as if he didn't exist. Although the people in the diplomatic party had been together for almost 2 weeks, they still weren't familiar with the temperament of their commander. They only knew that he was a close vassal of Her Highness and that he was as powerful as Duke Erek in the past. Whether it was Avram or Duke Viro's daughter, most of them were warned not to offend this count who was bound to be powerful in the future. Therefore, if Brando didn't say anything, they didn't dare to act on their own. The convoy remained silent as they approached the towering gate of Ebon Rampart step by step. The diplomatic party quickly passed by the caravans. The refugees who were detained had long been left behind. For a moment, only Eek was still looking at the back of the convoy reluctantly. He frowned and didn't try to hide the anxiety on his face, as if he didn't understand why the Count, who he had always respected and was full of knight spirit, didn't let him do anything. However, Brando's image in his heart had already reached an unattainable height. Since Brando didn't say anything, although he was anxious, he could only stay in the convoy. He turned around and found that the little Loli from the Grenoir's family was also looking at him. She tilted her head and looked at him, her light brown eyes full of confusion. She didn't seem to understand why those people were arrested. She was only 7 or 8 years old. The world of nobles was still too far away from her. The scouts in front of the diplomatic party had already reported to the people of Cruz, so at this time, the people of Cruz also knew the origin of this noble convoy. The convoy slowly arrived at the Black Sword Fortress. Brando raised his hand to stop everyone. Not long after the convoy stopped, 3 knights of Cruz riding on land dragons came in front of them. The leading knight was wearing a silver-gray ceremonial breastplate full of shining metals. Brando saw the color of his ribbon and the long mane on his helmet and knew that this man was a knight captain. Behind him, the Grand Duke of Viro's daughter had a slight change of expression. According to the normal etiquette of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to communicate with the subordinate countries, the Empire should at least send the deputy of the highest official here to verify the identity of the official envoys and welcome them into the city. Now, Cruz sent a mere knight captain to replace them, which was blatant arrogance. This was not the first time such a thing happened. As early as 3 years ago, when Cruz's envoys went to the Empire to meet the Emperor to celebrate the new year, they were treated like this. Perhaps even earlier than that. Long before the Year of Frost, the kingdom's envoys seemed to have been used to this kind of disrespect. But in the past, when the Grand Duke's daughter read about this from the history books, she only felt that Erewhon's national strength was weak and that it was natural for a behemoth like the Empire to be superior in front of him. But now, when it was her turn to experience Cruz's disrespect, she could not help but feel a sense of resentment in her heart. But she was sensible enough not to say anything. The others in the convoy more or less felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but except for Chiara and the Shire, the others had limited understanding of diplomatic procedures, so they could only wait silently for Brando to make a decision. Brando had already expected this. He gently patted the still ignorant Avram's shoulder and asked the meatball to submit the document. It was only then that the latter reacted. He quickly took out the document and the seal ring, and respectfully presented them to the Knight of Cruz with both hands. He was so humble that even the sergeant behind Eek could not stand it and showed a look of dissatisfaction. But the Knight of Cruz did not appreciate it. He impatiently took the document, glanced at it, and then threw it back to Avram. These few movements made even the most ignorant Avram realize that the document in his hand was Erewhon's letter of credence. If the other party was a marquis of the Empire's border, he would not dare to say a word even if the letter of credence was thrown back in his face. But the other party was just a small knight captain. Strictly speaking, he was not a real noble. He could not help but stare at the other party with his mouth agape. He did not understand where the other party's confidence came from. But the Knight of Cruz ignored him. He looked at the meatball with disgust and waved his hand. "Come with me." Avram stood there and did not dare to move. He subconsciously turned to look at Brando. This was no longer the etiquette that the Empire should use to welcome other countries under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Or rather, there was no etiquette at all. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that if he acted on his own initiative, the crime of a diplomatic breach would fall on his head. But the meatball found that Brando did not seem to see him and stood there motionless. Helpless, he could only tremble with fear and said to the Knight of Cruz, "Sir Knight, this doesn't seem to be in accordance with the rules." He hoped that it was a moment of carelessness on the part of the people of Cruz and forgot about diplomatic etiquette. But to his disappointment, the knight looked at him coldly. "It's a time of war now. We can't open the Knight's Gate to welcome you. If you are not satisfied with anything, you can choose to take a detour or go back the way you came." Note, the Knight's Gate was the name given by Duke Semple to the front gate of the fortress in honor of the soldiers of Cruz who died in this fortress. Go back the way you came? Avram was sweating profusely. At this moment, he had really seen the arrogance of the Kurlutzians. He used to think that this was natural. This world respected strength, and the Kurlutzians' fists were big and hard enough, so showing such an attitude was tolerable. But when he enjoyed this arrogance, he realized how hateful it was. If he could, he wanted to punch the guy in front of him in the face and then throw a punch at the damn Count Tonagel's face. Of course, this was just a thought. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have the guts to do it. But when he was in a dilemma, Brando finally opened his mouth. "Avram, tell him that we can't go back." Avram's voice was holy. He hurriedly looked back at the people of Cruz. The knight seemed to have expected this. He couldn't help but smile contemptuously. "Then please follow me, Sir Envoys." He deliberately emphasized the word, Sir Envoys. Coupled with his heavy Cruz accent, his words were full of sarcasm. This sentence made Avram's heart tremble. He was afraid that the arrogant commander would not be able to hold back his sarcasm. Other than him, the other people in the envoy group also frowned, especially Count Janalesu's right-hand man behind Eek. As a soldier, his right hand was already tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Although Avram was famous for being a hedonistic aristocrat in Karsuk, he still had the ability to observe people's expressions. Naturally, he could sense the tense atmosphere. He wiped his sweat and kept glancing at Brando. He wanted the Count to make a statement, whether he was dead or alive. But unfortunately, Brando still stood there motionlessly as if he didn't hear the words of the Knight of Cruz. This time, the Knight of Cruz finally realized that something was wrong. He directly ignored the fatty in front of him and raised his head to look at Brando strangely. He realized that this was the leader of these Erewhon people. Although he didn't know who the other party was, it didn't stop him from speaking. He replied with some arrogance, "What's the matter, everyone? Are you going to stay here forever?" Brando glanced at the guy. He had already gotten used to the arrogant faces of these Cruz people in his previous life. Central nobles like Veronica, Lenoret, and Brund were slightly better, but these Cruz soldiers at the border had more chances to interact with the Erewhon people. It was as if the trembling refugees and the Erewhon nobles had already spoiled their temper. Therefore, this group of people was almost the most arrogant group of people in the empire. In their eyes, the Erewhon people were only a little higher than beasts. This attitude became especially obvious after the First War of the Black Rose. Later, during the period of Erewhon's resurgence, it even affected the Cruz players. Dealing with the Cruz Empire of that era was simply a matter of infuriating for the Erewhon players. Compared to the past, this attitude was still considered good. At least, he did not openly mock and ridicule Roland. But Brendel did not feel the slightest bit of gratitude just because of this better attitude, because he was here to look for trouble. To other people, going to the Empire as an ambassador was to participate in the mobilization ceremony before the Holy War, but to him, this purpose was actually dispensable. He stared at the Cruz knight and could not help but curse in his heart. However, he still suppressed his emotions and replied faintly, "We came here to go to the Empire, so naturally, we will not stay here, nor will we go back the way we came." "Mr. Knight, do you understand?" "Very well, then what do you mean?" The Cruz knight seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world. He looked at Brando's group as if he was looking at a group of idiots. He thought that this group of country bumpkins must have come from some remote place and had never seen the world before. Otherwise, how could they be so dumb? "What we mean is that you must follow the etiquette and open the main gate to welcome the delegation into the fortress. This is related to the dignity of the Empire, and also to prove to the world that you Cruz people are at least not ignorant of etiquette." Brando replied concisely. The Duke's daughter opened her mouth in the back. This time, not to mention the Kurlutz knight, even she felt that her commander had suddenly become so rigid. The Kurlutz people made it clear that they wanted to belittle them and give these country bumpkins a show of strength. These diplomatic etiquette did not need the Count to remind them. Obviously, the Kurlutz people were already well aware of it, but they did it on purpose. However, if Brando did not expose this last bit of embarrassment, then both sides could still save some face. However, after Brando exposed this last bit of embarrassment, if the Cruz people still insisted on doing this, then the delegation would lose all face. Of course, she did not believe that the Count of Tonagel was that simple. She faintly felt that Brando seemed to be deliberately forcing the Count into a dead end. At the same time, the Cruz knight's face also changed. "What are you talking about?" He could not help but shout in anger, "I said that it is a time of war, and it is impossible to open the Knight's Gate. Don't you understand, sir? This is the border between the Erewhon Kingdom and the Cruz Empire. I have never heard of any war." Brendel ignored the knight's reprimand, and replied nonchalantly, "You're right. You're right. Is that so?" The knight could not help but sneer, "Then you can go and convince the Marquis that this order is given by him. If you can convince him that there is no threat of war here, then I will personally open the Knight's Gate to welcome you into the city." Brando looked at him and replied, "Well, I will convince your Marquis, but according to etiquette, you are not qualified to welcome us. This honor was originally reserved for your Marquis deputy, but if I go and convince him, then I am afraid that he will have to personally come and welcome us as an apology." The Cruz knight could not help but stare at him as if he was looking at a madman. "In your dreams," he finally said, "Well, if you don't want to go in with me, then you can wait here. Of course, you are welcome to persuade our Marquis at any time." After that, he left Brando's group and returned to the fortress with his men. It seemed that he really did not want to bother with these Erewhon country bumpkins. After the Kurlutzians left, Avram, the Duke's daughter, and the others subconsciously looked at their leader. Avram only thought that the Count wanted to show off his courage so that he could advance in order to retreat, but the young lord obviously did not expect the Kurlutzians to never fall for this. The Duke's daughter was silent, but she obviously had the same thought in her mind. But the problem was that now that the Kurlutz people had left, they couldn't stay here forever, but whether it was going back or going to the Marquis, it would be a humiliating thing. This matter was obviously caused by their leader, so if someone had to come out and clean up the aftermath, it would naturally be the leader who should come out first. But Brando did not seem to care about this matter at all. He looked up at the towering wall, then turned back and said to the Shire behind him, "The Cruise's men are stubborn. 60 years ago, 60 years later, and even today, this has never changed. The Shire, go to my carriage and bring me my sword." Avram did not understand the meaning of this sentence, but the Duke's daughter, who was more astute than him, had already reacted. She stared at the leader of the envoy group, dumbfounded. She seemed to have just remembered that the leader of the envoy group was a sword saint. "No," she quickly objected, "Count, you can't be so impulsive." Brando looked at her and asked, "How am I impulsive, Miss Eugenie?" "He actually asked me why I was impulsive." The Duke's daughter almost pulled her hair out. She originally thought that Brando was just a little young and impetuous, but now it seemed that he was completely crazy. She could not help but shout, "If you are going to threaten and kidnap the Marquis, it may cause a war." Brando could not help but be stunned. "Who said that I am going to threaten and kidnap a real noble?" "Miss Eugenie, you can't wantonly slander my reputation." "You don't plan to do that?" The Duke's daughter was stunned. "Of course." "You swear?" "Miss Duchess, although it's not that I don't like to joke, this joke of yours is a little too much." Brando replied sternly. This time, the Duke's daughter was a little suspicious. She could not help but stare at Brando suspiciously. But Brando really did not plan to kidnap that bullshit Marquis. First of all, he did not know where the Marquis was. He could not go in and out of this fortress 7 times. But at this time, the Shire had already brought his sword. This sword was not the black Halran Gaia that he was used to using, but a crystal-like sword that seemed to be carved out of ice. Brando took the sword and weighed it in his hand, then raised his head and stared at the fortress that had a history of nearly 400 years. "You have to understand one thing, Miss Eugenie." Brando replied, "I never do such troublesome things." After saying this, he raised the sword and waved it at the gate of the fortress. A bright silver line seemed to rise from the ground, and in an instant, it slanted and pierced through the clouds. Chapter 908. It was hard to describe with words, but at that moment, the members of the Erewhon envoys under the fortress saw it for themselves. Brando's casual swinging of the sword seemed to be subdivided into several parts, and each of them could be used as a textbook example of swordsmanship. At that moment, swordsmanship was no longer just a skill to kill, but an art that was pleasing to the eyes. Swordsmanship and the law seemed to be the line of truth that came from the Flame King and the Dragon Clan's ancient swordsmanship. The skills of the Flame King and the mysterious power of the ancient holy sword merged into one at that moment. The dazzling light of the sword rose from the ground, and behind that dazzling brilliance, there was an earth-shattering sound. The huge iron gate was split into 4, and the impact caused the whole gate to sink inwards. Then, it fell apart and flew towards the barbican behind it. The aftermath of the sword aura blended into the walls on both sides, and a smooth cut grew on the black rock at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the whole section of the wall began to collapse downwards. As the bricks and debris fell like rain, the law of the law that maintained the strength of the wall also appeared one by one in the air. These silver lines that represented the power of magic also melted as the sword aura advanced, as if they could not resist it at all. In short, the Knight's Gate of the Black Sword Fortress became history after this sword aura. The refugees were tied to the wooden stakes on both sides of the road in the valley by the Imperial soldiers, but suddenly, everyone's eyes were attracted to that direction. They saw the bright light of the sword rising from the valley, saw the dazzling light of the sword slashing diagonally into the towering Knight's Gate, and saw 1/5 of the fortress wall turned into ashes under the sword aura. They saw a man and a sword standing in front of the Empire, as if he did not need anyone's orders. All the Imperial soldiers who witnessed this scene dropped what they were doing. Those refugees who were supposed to be tied to the wooden stakes were also thrown aside. No one had the time to care about them, but these people did not seem to want to take the opportunity to escape. The Ash Sword Saint? The first thing the Kurlutzians thought of was a famous name. The Sword Saint Darius? Erewhon's people were the first to recall their widespread legends. Everyone was stunned. Even the well-armored knights on horseback were at a loss. It seemed like the fortress was under attack, but it was beyond their imagination. It was not their fault. The last time the stronghold was attacked was recorded in historical documents. It was so long ago that it was like a fairy tale. Some people would have thought that this legendary event would happen again in their lifetime. The small group of imperial soldiers outside the fortress froze in place as if they had been bewitched, but the nobles around Brando weren't any better. Duke Viro's daughter, Miss Eugenie, had turned into a puppet. All her movements were frozen at the moment before Brando drew his sword. Even her eyeballs seemed to have lost their ability to move. She just stared at Brando, but it was hard to tell whether she was looking at a madman or an idiot. Avram was scared out of his wits. The ball-shaped creature's mouth was wide open. Judging from the look of shock on his face, even if someone threw a pigeon egg into his mouth, he wouldn't notice. BB count. Miss Enid seemed to be so scared that even her voice was trembling. Even Chiara couldn't help but look at Brendel as if he was a monster. Do you know what you've done? Brando withdrew his sword and did not answer their questions. At this time, the door of Dilferi's carriage in the convoy behind opened a crack, and the little Prince Haruz finally couldn't help but poke his head out and asked cautiously, Teacher, Miss Dilferi asked you what happened? Nothing. Brando replied. Nothing? Eugenie finally reacted. She seemed to have been greatly stimulated and almost jumped up without caring about noble etiquette. Do you want to declare war on the Empire? The princess's words seemed to be stuck in her throat as she suddenly remembered something. She looked at Brendel with fear in her eyes. Count Trentheim. Count Trentheim. Count Trentheim, my lord, don't tell me you really. But before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled back by Brendel, because a glaring sword light had appeared between the two of them. Brendel raised the frost chant and blocked the sudden longsword, and the sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard as the two swords clashed against each other. With the sword as the center, silver and golden lines extended at the same time. The lines of law were like a curved shield, completely blocking the attack on the other side. The golden raindrops fell on Brando's silver net formed by the lines of law, but did not penetrate it at all. Cruz finally reacted. This sudden attack was completely out of the Duke's daughter's expectations. She was shocked and naturally swallowed the second half of her sentence. Brando, on the other hand, understood the origin of his opponent in this short exchange. Golden sacred flame. His opponent was also an elemental rank. But unfortunately, he was still far from being able to catch up to him. The exchange of swords happened in an instant. Brando snorted slightly and swung his sword a second time in an instant, hitting the man's sword. The man immediately screamed, "Truths." He flew back towards the city wall and crashed into the rubble that was filled with smoke and dust. There was another Kurlutz knight who was about to rush over from the direction of the collapsed walls, but when he saw Brendel's sword, his expression changed and he stopped in his tracks. He asked Brendel fearfully, "Who are you, and why are you attacking the Empire?" Brendel sheathed his sword and silently returned the frost chant to its slender scabbard. This crystal scabbard was specially made by the wizards of Buga. Originally, Brando did not need it, but these craftsmen were all perfectionists. They loved this legendary sword so much that they could not bear to part with it. They could not wait to make a complete set of equipment, from the scabbard to the sword holder. However, it was a pity that even the silver citizens were unable to repair this legendary holy sword. Brando put the scabbard back in the Shire's hand, then picked up Halran Gaia and looked back at the knight. The armor on his body was obviously not cheap. The accessories on the armor were basically made of pure gold or real mithril, not gilded fake. He also wore a knight's badge, but like most people, he did not wear a knight's badge. He did not like to wear a helmet, revealing a head of light golden shoulder-length hair. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s. Brando could tell at a glance the identity of this person. The Frontier Legion stationed at the Black Sword Fortress in this era should be the noble army from Rogeria. The commander of this army was Marquis Sova Bridgewell, and the Legion had 3 elemental rank masters, Fire Wolf Ivan, Imperial Sword Rovak, and White Shadow Fana. The person in front of him was Imperial Sword Rovak. Rovak. Although Brando had not dealt with this person in his previous life, he knew that his elemental element was the rarer water element in Cruz. He was also good at Cruz's knight and noble swordsmanship. He also mastered this Rogeria's secret swordsmanship, which was also an intermediate-level swordsmanship. This person was good at swordsmanship, but he was very cautious and meticulous in his actions. In fact, although there were many elemental awakeners in the Empire, they were not cabbages after all. Among them, most of the players in Cruz and the countries under the Holy Cathedral of Fire were still familiar with their names. After Brando recognized this person, he could not help but look at him curiously. In his previous life, this person was a legendary figure among the Erewhon players. Of course, this legend was not about how strong he was later, but because he was one of the 6 elemental awakeners stationed at the Erewhon border of the Empire. It should be known that in this era of history, the entire Erewhon Kingdom's elemental awakeners were only a few people. There were no more than 10 people in the north and south. And these people, in the eyes of the Year of the Sword, who was just a newbie at that time, were all existences that he had to look up to. But today, one of these legendary existences was casually sent flying by him. If he guessed correctly, the guy who controlled the golden sacred flame element should be the Fire Wolf AI fan. Then, the Imperial Sword Rovak was also frightened by the power of his sword and did not dare to make a move. Brando looked at Rovak, who had a serious expression, and for a moment, he could not help but have such a strange thought in his mind. After sighing, he shook his head and replied seriously, "Mr. Rovak, you should know who I am. As for why I am doing this, Mr. Rovak, you should understand. But then again, now that things have developed to this point, if I want you to persuade your Lord Marquis, let him bring people to welcome the Kurlut's envoys into the fortress. Do you think you can still do it?" In contrast to Brando's understanding, Rovak was extraordinarily serious. His strength was on par with the Fire Wolf AI fan. Just now, when Brando counterattacked and sent AI fan flying with his sword, it revealed a certain meaning that made the alarm bells in his heart go off. That seemingly indestructible power of the law was obviously on another level. That was the level of the truth, the side of the truth. Rovak did not know that Brando actually borrowed a part of the power of the Frost Chant Sinna, and that his true strength was actually quite far away from the elemental truth. However, in this Imperial Knight's heart, he had already regarded Brando as his number 1 enemy. He was stationed at the border between the Empire and Erewhon, so he was not as well informed about this ancient kingdom as the nobles of the Empire. Therefore, he did not know where the young man in front of him came from. He was inexplicably surprised. When did such a genius appear among the people of Erewhon? It was as if he appeared out of thin air. After listening to Brando's words, he was extremely regretful. Today, he and AI fan were on duty on the city wall, so naturally, he was aware of what happened below. However, he did not think that the people of Erewhon's disrespect was a big deal. Before this, no one had raised any objections about it, whether it was the people of Cruz or the people of Erewhon. Everything was taken for granted. However, he never dreamed that things would develop to this point. This guy actually split the Knight's Gate in half with his sword. Rovak somewhat understood Brando's thoughts. If he was a sacred swordsman of the elemental truth level, he would also be furious when a mere knight captain made things difficult for him. However, he could not help but feel like crying. Who would have thought that a sacred swordsman would suddenly appear among the people of Erewhon? Furthermore, there was not even the slightest bit of news about this in the past few years. It was as if a freak had suddenly appeared in this year. Of course, Rovak did not expect that his thoughts were almost the truth. This world was just so crazy. He only moved his Adam's apple and replied with some difficulty, "I'm afraid that's not possible." "That's why," Brando replied, "our conversation is meaningless, Mr. Rovak. Since you can't do it, let me do it myself." After saying that, he raised Halran Gaia and took a step forward. "Your Excellency, you can't do that." The Duke's daughter seemed to have just reacted. She was a little numb as she watched Brando severely injure an Imperial swordsman in front of her. He also scared the other Imperial swordsman to the point of stopping. Of course, she knew these two people, but she was more willing to admit her mistake because everything in front of her was just too crazy. Even her voice was a little weak as she said, "We can't anger the people of Cruz anymore, Your Excellency. Are you going to declare war on the Empire?" Rovak was about to cry. He could not help but wonder if this person in front of him was a lunatic. Even if he was a sacred swordsman, how could he do such a crazy thing? For a moment, he vaguely felt that he saw the shadow of another person in Brando. In the hearts of the people of Cruz, that person was also a complete madman. A complete madman. That person's name was Mephisto. Declaration of war? Brando was a little amused. He glanced at Rovak, then at Eugenie, and replied, "Miss Eugenie, we are also believers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. We are responding to the call of the Holy Cathedral to participate in a holy war. But here, we are being unreasonably humiliated by a group of ignorant people. Therefore, it is hard for me not to suspect that these people are trying to deny the legitimacy and God of this war. Saint, now I intend to correct their point of view. Not only is it not to declare war on the Empire, but it is to eliminate some stubborn people for the Holy Cathedral. Therefore, contrary to what you think, I am doing this to show the firm and loyal position of the people of Erewhon. Not only will they not be condemned, I think they should be rewarded for this." Eugenie looked at him, dumbfounded. This was clearly the logic of a bandit. But she opened her mouth and suddenly understood what Brando meant. If they inexplicably attacked one of the Empire's fortresses, it would naturally be taken as a declaration of war. But according to what he said, it would be a different situation. The key point was, at this juncture of the Holy War, would the Holy Cathedral of Fire push Erewhon out? Would the Silver Queen suddenly let her south become the most unstable factor in the war? The answer was obvious. She suddenly remembered what Brando had said to them before. A big country had its strength, a small country had its wisdom, and Erewhon also had its own advantages. Indeed, compared to the gains and losses of the entire Holy War, why would the Holy Cathedral of Fire and His Majesty the Emperor be entangled in these details of dignity and face? Chiara obviously understood this at this moment. Understanding Brando's meaning, the little girl snorted softly, "You're thinking too much. Be careful not to get burned by playing with fire." Brando shook his head gently. He was indeed playing with fire, but it was just that he had to play with it. He looked up and waited for Rovak's reply. Rovak's face had already become extremely ugly. He was not stupid and naturally understood the meaning of Brando's words. But he took a light breath and the pride of being an imperial citizen finally prevailed. "You are very strong, Count Rovak, but do you intend to challenge an imperial army alone?" "I can tell you categorically, Monsieur le Count, that is impossible, and no matter what His Majesty the Emperor's final answer, I am here to tell you, with the glory of the Cruz army, that we will never let you take half a step into this fortress." "If you insist on going to war with us," Rovak shouted, "Cruz Knight, prepare for battle." Brando only heard a soft whoosh and subconsciously looked up. He saw that the griffin cages on the city walls had been opened one after another. Dozens of griffins flew out of the city walls in an instant. These birds of prey in the air screeched and spread their wings. For a moment there was an illusion that they covered the sky. The Imperial Army. Someone in the valley shouted in a shrill voice. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as what he had seen in the Holy War 10 years later. The prosperity of the Empire was built on the pride of its citizens. This glorious army was enough to shock anyone who saw it for the first time. But unfortunately, Brando looked at the white birds of prey that flew out of the city walls. He placed one hand on the scabbard of Halran Gaia and the other hand gently pulled out the dark blade of the sacred sword. He had already seen this scene before. He casually threw the scabbard behind him and raised Halran Gaia in front of him. "There is something I have to tell you, my army has never been alone." As if to prove this sentence, countless black dots rose from the mountains. PS == strange, I remember I sent it at 11 o'clock. Thank you for reminding me, I was almost late. Chapter 909. What rose from the mountains were magical creatures that were sculpted from rocks into flying monsters full of power. They had the head of a goat and the body of a human. They had steel-like claws on their limbs and a wingspan of more than 7 meters. Their stony skins shone with a pale green luster under the cold winter sun. They were covered with faintly glowing magic runes, and 2 ghostly green gems formed the eyes of these magical creatures. They were not the most primitive gargoyles, but a type of rune golem, rune gargoyles. Brando wanted gargoyles, and Tanya, the competent aunt, got him the best one. As he said, these things were nothing to the Bugas, so the craftsman mages were happy to help Brando as much as possible without crossing their bottom line, so that he could take back the azure lance for them. The griffins that soared in the sky of the Empire never thought that they would one day face such a battle. The densely packed gargoyles were rising from the mountains into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they occupied the sky above the mountains. The screams of these magical creatures came one after another, coming from all directions as if they were surrounded. However, the griffins let out a clear and melodious cry at the same time, as if a kind of pride was urging the brave and fearless birds to spread their snow-white wings and meet their enemy. That was the symbol of the Imperium. They took the initiative to attack the enemy that was dozens of times larger than them. They were like straight silver lines that pierced into the dark clouds, but in the next moment, their wings were scattered and their spears were broken. The Imperial soldiers looked at the scene in a daze, watching the ferocious birds of prey of the Empire that they were so proud of vanish in an instant. After a while, a dry warning came from the observation room. It looks like gargoyles. Although there were still 100 Griffin Knight on standby in the fortress, everyone's feet were rooted to the ground at this moment. No one ran down the wall to inform the others, because it was too late. The gargoyles were like a dark cloud in the sky. After swallowing the griffins, they spread across half the sky like a flock of migrating birds. When they came over the fortress, the Imperial soldiers still looked up in a daze. It was not until the first rock fell from the sky and smashed the battlements into pieces that they screamed and reacted. A disaster was imminent. Under the preset command, the gargoyles split into 3 as soon as they entered the sky above the fortress, and 3 huge arrowheads in the air pointed in different directions. The first arrowhead made up of 200 gargoyles pointed directly in the direction of the wall, while the second arrowhead made up of 300 gargoyles pointed to the inner city. The remaining gargoyles made up of the largest arrowhead went straight to the headquarters of the Griffin Knight in the Black Sword Fortress, as if they already knew where it was. When the Kurlutzian knights on the city wall saw the 2 huge arrows in the sky flying over the city wall without stopping, they understood what was going on. Their faces were ashen, and only then did they realize that this was definitely a premeditated war. The inner city was in a state of chaos. The soldiers who were not on duty in the fortress area were being rushed out of their residences in the inner city, from various places of entertainment such as bars, brothels, and even lovers' houses. Some were even rushing out from the streets in 2s and 3s. They hurriedly put on their battle robes, put on their helmets, and picked up their weapons. They were either organized or scattered as they rushed towards the direction of the fortress to report. If it was during the Age of Glory, the Age of Chaos, or the half a century before and after the War of Walnut, such a scene would never occur. During that era, even when the Black Sword Fortress was at its most lax, more than 2/3 of the soldiers were on standby at all times. But now, this fortress had not experienced any war for nearly 100 years. Even the bandits of Erewhon did not dare to commit crimes in the area ruled by the Empire. After a long period of slacking, they had long developed a habit of being arrogant and condescending. The Empire soldiers were gathering from all directions. Although they were not worth mentioning compared to their predecessors, the last trace of honor and discipline of the Empire soldiers prevented them from completely messing up. Overall, their reaction was much better than the noble soldiers of the south of Erewhon. They were even not inferior to the Black Blade Squad and the Coast Guards that Brando had seen in Ampere Seal. These Rogelia soldiers wearing red and white battle robes gathered under the urging of the bugle and were about to enter the fortress area. It was at this time that they collided head-on with the gargoyles that were rushing from the sky. "Look at the sky!" someone shouted first, and then the bustling red and white crowd on the street slowly stopped and looked up at the sky. The dense black dots that formed a huge arrowhead were dispersing and then swooping down. In an instant, hundreds of gargoyles swooped down. Gargoyles. "Martha above, the Bugas have launched a sneak attack on us." The crowd was surprised and stunned at first, then it turned into a commotion and uneasiness. They began to retreat, and finally, under such a shrill scream, it turned into a mad dash. "Look for cover. These damned, cunning adepts." The people of Cruz screamed in panic as they tried to find a place to provide shelter. At this moment, the quality of the Empire soldiers was fully displayed. They did not panic like headless flies, nor did they flee in panic like the noble soldiers of the south of Erewhon. Once the Cruz knights found eaves, low walls, stacked boxes, or other temporary shelter along the street that could provide shelter, they immediately pulled out their weapons and waited for the first wave of attack from the unknown air force before launching a counterattack. The Empire had a military tradition of more than 10 centuries. Their enemies came from all over the world, whether it was the Air Force, the Navy, the monsters, the living, or the returnees. For this army that had been through hundreds of battles and had a profound tradition, it was no surprise. Therefore, after a brief commotion, they immediately calmed down and entered a state of readiness under the command of the nearby knight captain. At this moment, if Brando were to see this scene in person, he would be amazed. He would be amazed at the strength of the people of Cruz, and also because this was the same as the Empire's army that he had seen before. After all, the Empire was the Empire. The eagles of Cruz did not just soar in the sky with pride and arrogance. However, the tragedy of the Rogelia soldiers came from the same reason. Brando had seen them before, in another era. Therefore, these soldiers soon saw that the gargoyles' dive was just an illusion. They immediately began to slow down when they approached the sky above the inner city, and then they landed on the rows of roofs throughout the inner city. What are they doing? The Knight of Cruz looked at this scene with inexplicable amazement. The Air Force, as the name implied, was their domain in the sky. If these gargoyles wanted to fight them on the ground, it was obviously impossible. Their doubts were finally answered when they saw the first wizard in a robe and holding a staff jump down from the back of a gargoyle. Wizard, in the nearby streets, every knight sergeant with command felt a little sour in his teeth when he saw this scene. He immediately understood what the other party wanted to do. When Mordenkainen jumped down from the back of his gargoyle with his duck familiar in his arms, he was full of pride when he saw the stunned Cruz knight. He looked back and saw that almost every roof on the left had 3 to 4 wizards ready. It was as if an army of wizards had arrived in the inner city of the Black Sword Fortress in an instant. He looked back again, and at this time, the people of Cruz below seemed to have just recovered from their state of shock. The knight immediately commanded the soldiers around him to attack the roofs. Although he knew that the other party could not pose any threat to him, he could not help but feel a little nervous. What a bold idea it was to let wizards come to the front line and fight the enemy soldiers face to face. Not to mention that he had never heard of such a battle before, he had never even thought about it. The so-called wizards naturally wanted to stay as far away from danger as possible. But although he was nervous and his palms were sweaty, he still raised his staff and began to chant spells at the army of Cruz below. The average strength of the soldiers of the Imperial Frontier Legion was at least above the middle level of black iron. The low roofs of the inner city were not too difficult for them. In a short while, some Imperial soldiers climbed up the roofs with the help of the terrain. Mordenkainen saw that the nearest soldier was less than 20 feet away from him. He could even see the ferocious face of the other party and the cold gleam of the long sword in his hand. In his heart, he was more than willing to directly throw the spells he had prepared at that guy. But at the last moment, he forcibly shifted his target and raised his staff to cast a spell at the Imperial soldiers clustered in the street. The law of stillness and stagnation, imprison. Mordenkainen shouted. As if there was an invisible wall descending from the direction he was pointing at, there was a slight vibration in the air. All the Imperial soldiers on the street immediately became motionless as if they were possessed. At the same time, out of the hundreds of magi that descended with the gargoyles, about a third of them completed the same control spell. The other third were too nervous and failed to cast the spell, while the remaining third could not help but cast the spell on the few soldiers closest to them. But even this one-third success rate caused almost half of the streets in the inner city to be completely controlled by the spell in an instant. After casting the spell, Mordenkainen turned his head back, sweating profusely. Only then did he see that the soldier who had climbed up had already been slapped down by the gargoyle. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, and a faint sense of pride grew in his heart, because he knew that at least he was the first wizard to cast a spell under this kind of tactic. Based on this point alone, he could already shake off the identity of an apprentice and step into the ranks of an official wizard. The inner city was falling into a special kind of dead silence, as if time had been frozen. The Imperial soldiers who had gathered and jammed the streets quickly lost the ability to fight back under the control of the wizards. It was not that they did not think of counterattacking, but the result of such a dense formation exposed to the attack of magic was imaginable. Almost immediately, they lost more than two-thirds of their manpower. Next, the sorcerers only needed to subdue the fish that escaped the net one by one. In the meantime, the Kurlutz Zero-Star organization launched a long-range attack together, but it was almost useless under the protection of spells. The commando team formed by the Imperial Knights, under the protection of hundreds of gargoyles, also had no effect. Instead, they fell into the trap and became captives. Of course, the Empire also had wizards, but wizards in 2s and 3s were basically no match for hundreds of wizards gathered together. After sporadic counterattacks, they quickly realized that the situation was hopeless. They either raised their hands and surrendered, or simply found a place to hide and seek self-protection. It seemed that in just a moment, the Black Sword Fortress had lost most of its backup. The head of the Griffin Knight Regiment, Mariel, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, silently watching the gargoyles in the sky leave. On the other side of his line of sight, the headquarters of the Griffin Knight Regiment had long been in a mess. This Griffin Fortress, which was built about 2 centuries ago, was tragically not built according to the standards of this era, nor was it built with magic protection. The flight path of the Griffin cage was directly exposed to the outside according to the Air Force tradition of about 200 years ago. This was because everyone knew that the enemy of the Black Sword Fortress was the Eruin people, and the weak air force of the Eruin Knight could not pose any threat to this fortress. However, it was this traditional understanding that brought about a devastating blow to the fortress. Mariel still had not figured out how those damn gargoyles came about. Originally, he was still sending a messenger to inquire about the loud noise on the other side of the wall, and at the same time, he ordered some of the night to prepare to take off. However, he did not expect the attack to come so quickly. Before the first batch of Griffin Knight could release their beloved griffins from the cages, the black cloud in the sky had already flown over the Knight Regiment. What happened next was simply a nightmare. Before that, Mariel had never heard of such an attack. The gargoyles began to dive and then threw down flashing crystals. Most of these crystals hit the passage of the Griffin cage, and a small part hit the warehouse of the Knight Regiment. What happened next was what he saw now. The passage of the Griffin cage had been completely destroyed, and about 160 griffins and more than 30 knights were trapped inside. It was hard to say how many of them could be saved. As for the warehouse, Mariel looked at the 2 big holes in the ground with a gloomy face. For a moment, he was speechless. At this time, outside the ruins of the Knight's Gate, Rovak, who was pointing his sword at Brando, obviously did not know that such a wonderful thing had happened in the fortress behind him. Even so, his face did not look good. Above him, the Empire's soldiers were fiercely fighting with the gargoyles. The wizards in the fortress had already joined the battle, and the longbowmen and crossbowmen had also begun to get into formation. It could be said that the situation was barely stabilized. Behind him, more than 100 Drake Knights had finished their preparations. These cruise knights were wearing heavy armor, and they all raised their spears. The triangular flags on the spears fluttered in the wind, like a fiery red ocean. The Drake Knights were restlessly adjusting their footsteps, facing the uninvited guests outside the gate. It was as if as long as the order was given, all the knights would come out in full force. But at this moment, Rovak did not feel safe at all. This was because in his vision, Brando was approaching him step by step. This count was alone, and he was holding a sword in one hand. However, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. He was only one person, and he was facing the crew's knights with a calm face. It was as if these glorious knights in history did not exist in his eyes. Rovak had seen such a calm look before. When the bear warriors from the Black Crow Principality charged at that man stood proudly on the battlefield with a sword in his hand. Rovak could still see that man standing proudly on the battlefield. Could it be that in less than 60 years, Erwin had another sword saint like that? Rovak's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he suddenly thought of another possibility. Behind Brando, Medisha was looking at her lord's back. She silently summoned her unicorn and mounted it. The White City Vanguard, the Nightsong Tiger, Falerne, and the others were behind her in a charging formation, ready to attack. But at this moment, Brando turned around and said, "Medisha, go and subdue the Empire's squad and save the refugees." "My lord." Brando did not answer her. Instead, he turned to the Shire and said, "The Shire, I'll leave the wall to you." "No problem." Brando then turned around and saw Rovak charging at him. "Dragon Knights, follow me," Rovak shouted. But in the next moment, he could no longer make such a bold sound because he saw Brando split into two in front of him. He was dumbfounded as he watched the two Brandos casually walk past him. The two Brandos raised their swords at the same time. There were no fancy moves. They just raised their swords and walked forward slowly. Even a beginner swordsman would be able to dodge it easily. Rovak also lowered his head to avoid the attack, and at the same time tried to distinguish the real Brendel from the two of them. But just as he lowered his head, a scene that made his soul fly out of his body happened. He clearly saw that he had dodged the opponent's sword, but when he lowered his head, he saw that the shining blade was still in front of his chest. This is impossible. Just as this thought appeared in Rovak's mind, he felt a slight pain in his chest. There was a long gash in his armor, and he felt his vision go dark. His knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground. Chapter 9-10. Brando slowly sheathed his sword. It didn't feel like he was fighting on the battlefield, but more like a swordsman who had returned home and carefully sealed his beloved sword. He walked past Rovak slowly, and with every step he took, there was a shadow overlapping with him. Every shadow seemed to be using a different sword technique. Erwin's military sword technique had the cruelty and ruthlessness of Madara's sword technique. Sometimes it was like Fanzin's sword technique, the sword of the White Knight of Grecius's knight, and sometimes it was the sword technique of the Cruz's people, the simple and pure sword technique of the knight. But Rovak couldn't see any of them clearly. What hit him was the simplest sword strike, the one that he thought he had dodged. However, the sword landed heavily on his breastplate, causing blood to gush out. His water element did not even have the time to play any role before it was shattered. At the last moment, he saw countless silver lines of the law of nature as his opponent slowly retracted his sword, bringing along countless fragments of his armor. Like countless sparkling spots of light, they returned to dust bit by bit. Rovak opened his mouth, as if he wanted to shout this sentence from his chest, the highest level of element, the sword of space. But in the end, he didn't make any sound. He knelt on the ground and then fell heavily. Brando gently wiped the blood on his sword, and it turned into countless rose-red beads that flew into the air like a crescent moon. The dust above the rubble was dissipating. He seemed to be walking on clouds, and the hem of his count's coat fluttered in the cold wind between the mountains. He looked up, and the distance between him and the Imperial Drake Knight Regiment was just the distance of the city gate. The Imperial Knights were regrouping, and the horn was blown. They seemed to be shouting a strange command. The Drake Knight in the front row began to move forward slowly. The ground trembled slightly, and their spears were like trees in a forest. The flags floated like the fiery Red Sea, and their shining silver armor moved up and down. Brando heard their command, and then the spears were lined up in rows, forming a bunch of intersecting lines that pointed at him. The knights began to gallop. The undulating spears were like a black wave. But at that moment, Brando thought of Scarlet. He silently looked at the knight, and a voice in his heart answered, "Did you hear that, Scarlet? No matter what Her Majesty told you, this will be the answer of the Lord of Abes." Brendel gradually quickened his pace, and the knights also began to charge forward. Both sides crossed each other in an instant, but it was as if there was an invisible force that automatically separated the Imperial Knights. Brendel passed through them, and with every step he took, he left behind an afterimage. Each afterimage raised a sword to block a knight's spear, and then threw the knight and the earth dragon into the air. He took 10 steps forward, and the knight's attack. The knight fell to the ground, and it was a mess. So this is the Sword Saint. The Duke's daughter looked at all of this with her mouth agape. She only felt that the usual worldview in her mind had been completely overturned at this moment. Her mind was full of chatter and buzzing, but she could not say a word when it reached her mouth. The development of the situation seemed to be completely out of her expectations from the beginning. She did not know what Brando wanted to do. It did not seem like he was just acting out of anger, or that he was young and impetuous. Everything he did was obviously premeditated, but she could not guess why he did it. Was it because of a subordinate who was kidnapped by the Empire? No, she did not consider this possibility at all, unless he was really crazy. But unfortunately, she thought that the most inconceivable idea might be the closest to the truth. Beside him, the ball-shaped man was already scared out of his wits, and he directly collapsed to the ground. The little princess of the Grand Duke of Grenoires held her wet nurse's hand tightly, and asked in fear, "Mother Elsa, is the Count starting a war?" The young wet nurse's face was pale, and she trembled, unable to say a word. In her opinion, this was clearly a war. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles once fought against 1,000 people in Oler, and with his sword, he made the Empire's people completely terrified. Even His Majesty the Emperor had to send out 2 knight regiments and 3 sword saints to encircle and annihilate him, but even so, he still left safely. But now, what Brando was doing was the same thing. The attack power of an elemental activation powerhouse on the battlefield was unparalleled. Although he still could not fight against a real army by himself, a mere 100 Earth Dragon Knights were not too big of a problem for him. After the first wave of attack was thwarted, the Imperial Knights immediately began to adjust their tactics, trying to surround him and suppress him as much as possible with the advantage of numbers. Generally speaking, this was the most effective way to fight against an elemental-level powerhouse. But that was only generally speaking. Brando took the last step forward. This step seemed to have crossed a distance of 100 meters in the ordinary sense. It was as if his back foot had just left the ground, and his front foot had already reached the farthest corner of the Knight Regiment's encirclement. The Earth Dragon Knight did not even have time to react. He saw the space in front of him flash slightly, and a dazzling silver splendor had spilled out from it. Then, he flew out from the Earth Dragon's back together with his saddle. Brando's sword struck out, and before the afterimage disappeared, he had already appeared in another direction. Then, there was another silver splendor, and a knight flew out diagonally. It seemed that in an instant, a dozen Brandos appeared in the gradually shrinking encirclement of the knight. The afterimages appeared one after another, and then disappeared one after another. In the end, there was only one left. Brando stood alone in the middle of the encirclement of the Imperial Knights. With him as the center, there was not a single knight on any of the Earth Dragons. Further away, the Imperial Knights on the periphery were already stunned. It was not that they had never seen a Sword Saint before. There were many Sword Saints in the Empire. There were 2 Sword Saints in the 4 legions, and 7 in the Holy Cathedral. This did not include the Sword Saints who were scattered in rumors. A century ago, the Empire had 2 Sword Saints who had now become legends. However, among the Sword Saints they knew, none of them had such strange swordsmanship. Brando flicked the dust on his black woolen sleeves, and looked up at the knight who surrounded him. He thought that his performance was not bad, but it was far from enough. He had to become famous in one battle, so that no one would dare to ignore his existence. He had to let the people of Cruz understand that he was the grandson of Darius, the successor of the Marshal of the Allied forces, and Erewhon's people were indispensable forces in the Holy War. He believed that the Silver Queen would take this into consideration. He raised his left hand, and the blessing of Bahamut shone silver under the sunlight. However, countless silver threads of the law had already risen from Brando's side. They intertwined like a silver net and instantly spread across the entire barbican. Wherever it passed, it was as if an invisible shockwave swept across the entire knight regiment. Brando gently clenched his hand, and the entire regiment of ground dragon knights, including hundreds of silver knights, immediately rose from the ground. As if they were affected by an anti-gravity spell, they screamed in horror and struggled, but it was useless. Brando gently pushed them, and all the knights and ground dragons were separated. It was as if a magical hand had disrupted the order and then rearranged it. The entire square was instantly empty, and the knights and ground dragons were fixed in the air in all directions. There was only one person left in front of Brando. It was a woman with a face full of wrinkles, wearing the Empire's red battle robe, holding a long sword, and a layer of fiery red threads of the law floating around her. She quietly looked at him. "Madame Savannah." Brando politely greeted her as if he had expected her to be here. "I know you." The swordswoman replied with a voice full of vicissitudes, "You are the grandson of Sword Saint Darius. If you want to protect your grandfather, why do you have to do this? If you insist on doing things your own way, you will drag many innocent people into the flames of war. Do you understand? The Empire will not tolerate such provocation." Brando looked at the elderly woman. During the Holy War, she had once served as his grandfather's adjutant. Among the 3 sword saints of the Black Sword Fortress, she was the oldest and the most powerful. Her name was White Shadow, but she was the strongest of the Golden Flame sword saints. But he still shook his head. "The grudge between my grandfather and the Empire can be resolved if necessary," he replied slowly, "but today's lesson is only to teach the arrogant people of the Empire a lesson. The teachings of the Holy Cathedral of Fire have never written that anyone is superior to anyone else. There may have been such an empire in history. But I want to ask you a question, Madame Savannah. Where are the people of Myrna today? Why did Guilt the Great and the 3 sages fight?" Savannah looked at him as if she was not moved by his words at all. She only shook her head. "For this reason, you want to start a war so that people can face the people of Erewhon? Count Guilt, this kind of honor is meaningless to the soldiers who died in battle. I think you should understand this point. The ancient saying of the 9 phoenixes, for the sake of the superiors, one must not be angry and fight. There is no war here, Madame Savannah." Brando replied. "Are you deceiving yourself? There is only one dispute here, Madame Savannah. Since you people of Cruz think that Erewhon is not qualified to be respected by you, then I will use my strength to correct your point of view. There was someone in history who treated my grandfather the same way. Guess who that person was?" Brando replied. Savannah's face changed slightly. "The Black Raven Duchy, you mean?" Brando interrupted her. "I'm glad that you remember this, Madame Savannah. I will answer your question again. I am the leader of Erewhon's diplomatic corps. I fight for my kingdom and the glory of my guards. This rule is written in the ancient books of the Holy Cathedral. It is sacred and cannot be violated. Since you people of Cruz have challenged the glory of my guards, just like how the guards of the Black Raven Duchy challenged my grandfather, then you should be prepared, right? Wait, this is the logic of a bandit. We are." Savannah's face darkened. She hurriedly tried to explain, but she was interrupted by Brando for the second time. "No one said that the people of Cruz can be detached from worldly affairs, right? This seems like it." But Savannah's eyes flashed with anger. She couldn't help but say word by word, "Do you think that you can defeat the Border Legion of Rogeria with your little guards? I'm telling you, it's impossible, Mr. Earl." If you let the people of Cruz and Erewhon kill each other because of your selfishness, the Empire will not tolerate your sophistry, and your kingdom will not accept such an excuse. Yes, Brendel replied, at least compared to what you did in the Alcash Mountains, I'm not so cold-blooded that I can look at life and death. That's why I only want some people to lower their heads and not take their lives. Naive, wishful thinking. Savannah raised her sword and said, the people of the Empire would rather die than lower their heads. Raise your head and look at the sky, Count. Your ability is not so great that you can force us to submit. Have you seen the scene of two ferocious beasts of equal strength fighting each other? Grandson of Darius, if I were you, I would order your men to stop attacking immediately before the consequences are out of control. Brando shook his head and said, that's exactly what I wanted to say to you. Throw down your sword and surrender, Miss Savannah. You are not a prisoner of the enemy. You are just apologizing to your allies. Besides, your resistance is meaningless. If I were you, I would look up and see what is happening in the sky. Savannah was slightly startled. She raised her head in confusion. But not far from her, Avram and the Duke's daughter were already looking at the sky. The Empire's wizards were like specks of dust floating above the walls of the Black Sword Fortress. In the sky above the fortress, the Black Rune Gargoyles' attacks and the Empire's counterattacks were fiercely intertwined. They were gradually turning the situation around. The remaining 200 gargoyles were unable to get close to the walls under the intense firepower, and gradually, they began to suffer casualties. The Empire's soldiers almost couldn't help but cheer. Although they didn't know how the battle inside the fortress was going, at least on the walls, they were about to win. As long as the enemy couldn't climb the walls, it was only a matter of time before the scales of victory tilted. But all of this only lasted until the appearance of the young wizard. Avram looked at the sudden battle with fear. Beside him, Eek and the officer from Yanalasu had already mounted their horses and were preparing to follow Medeshet to save the refugees. As for Avram, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to end the battle. No, it should be said that there was no way to end the battle. This damned Earl had actually launched a surprise attack on the Empire's fortress. This was something that couldn't be justified. He could almost imagine how furious the Emperor would be after hearing this news. What's more, he subconsciously thought that this sneak attack was most likely going to be a loss. He saw that with the help of the Empire's wizards, the Empire's guards were gaining the upper hand, while the Earl was still fighting with the Earth Dragon Knight. He actually sent a young wizard to deal with the battle on the walls. But what could a young wizard do? The knowledge and wisdom of a wizard were accumulated over the course of time. In Avram's imagination, those real wizards should be like those old pedants he saw in Karsuk. However, the name, Charles, did sound a little familiar. He couldn't help but glance at that person from the corner of his eyes. But after that glance, he couldn't look away anymore. The Shire slowly rose into the sky, his wizard robe fluttering in the cold wind. With his arrival, all the wizards on the battlefield subconsciously felt a sense of fear rising from the bottom of their hearts. An era ago, the flame of magic was ignited for the first time. A wise being taught this law that had never existed before to all the people of Silver and Black Iron. It was as if before that, no one understood the origin of law magic and elemental magic. It was different from divine spells and runic spells of the witches. But from that moment on, it was born in this world and shaped a great civilization. Where did magic come from? Perhaps only one person could answer this question. That person was Tumen. However, at this moment, all of the sorcerers felt a power that came from the same source. It was as if an ancient voice was calling out to its people, and the trembling that came from the depths of their souls was enough to shock everyone. The Shire was responding to the unknown being. Silver Staff Wizard, requesting permission as a planeswalker. Permission granted. The young wizard gently flicked his robe, his eyes flashing with silver flames. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and he couldn't help but reply with a strange tone. So, this is the power of a planeswalker. So, this is the source of the law. He raised a finger. In the name of the scroll of wisdom, the law, the flowing wind, and the shallow sea, I present the third law, the dragon of ether. At every moment, the energy is always changing forms. It sweeps and rushes, flowing endlessly. Thousands of years ago, the people of Fanner who worshipped the sun in the south of the minor plains had seen the miraculous scene of dragons migrating. They were as blue as the sea, sweeping across the sky. Thousands of years later, the people of Cruz witnessed this magnificent scene once again. P.S. You guys were complaining that my writing was all kinds of weak and not impressive. Now it's time to put in some effort. Alright, at the end of this chapter, I'm asking for more votes next month. Do you want to read more? There's more. Also, ignorance. Don't think of waiting for my forces. I'm not that good at PvP. This reminder is for your own good, got it? Chapter 9-11. A dreamy blue color filled the sky. Behind Charles, flashing summoning circles were emerging one after another. What swam out of them were dreamlike creatures that should only exist in legends. It was a life made up of pure energy. It was between substance and non-substance. It existed in the physical world, yet it did not exist in the physical world. Every moment, every minute, every second, they were constantly changing their attributes and forms. They were visitors from beyond their borders, the ether dragons. They had the shape of a dragon, but they also had a pair of wings like a manta ray. They were transparent, like soft glass or jellyfish that floated in the air. However, their form was not stable. They were constantly changing, like a rainbow with a blue background. One by one, the Cruz wizards stopped their spells. They realized that their spells had no effect on these strange creatures. These creatures themselves were a part of energy. They did not seem to exist in the physical world. Sharp lines of law and violent elemental magic tore through these dreamlike creatures, but they could not hurt them at all. It was as if they had hit an illusion, passing through their transparent bodies. Everyone realized this fact one by one. Their attacks were unable to harm these dragons at all. The entire battlefield gradually fell into a strange state of silence. The wizards and the soldiers of the Empire all stopped their attacks in bewilderment. Some of them looked at all this in silence, admiring the magnificent scenery. But finally, someone realized what this was. These are ether dragons. I didn't expect them to exist. The records of the Fanner people were not absurd legends. The wizards whispered to each other, passing on the secret knowledge that only they knew. On the other hand, the Imperial commander on the Black Sword Fortress was infuriated. He had no interest in the so-called knowledge and legends, but the wizards had left their posts without permission, which greatly reduced the intensity of the firepower on the battlefield. It was not easy to gain the upper hand, but now the gargoyles had taken it back. He went to the leader of the wizards and pointed at the strange creatures. I don't care what they are, but your mission now is to chase them all out. I don't want to see any of these messy things on my wall. He shouted. He threw a tantrum, but found that the wizards were looking at him strangely. What? Did I say something wrong? Those are spirits from the ether, Sir Commander. They are the symbol of pure energy. Our spells can't hurt them at all. Have you ever seen a drop of water drowning in the ocean? Besides, to us, they are the real ocean, the wizard leader replied politely. The Knight Commander scratched his head. I don't care who is the water droplet and who is the ocean, but you have to tell me how to deal with these things, right? I don't want my soldiers to die without knowing why. Commander, you don't have to worry at all. If the Fanner people are not lying, the ether dragon's biggest characteristic is that they exist in two worlds at the same time. Their constantly changing energy forms maintain the connection between the ether and the physical world. If you can't fight them in two worlds at the same time, then your attacks won't hurt them at all. The wizard leader looked at the beautiful creatures outside the city wall with a look of admiration, but the Knight Commander was obviously dissatisfied with the way he looked at them. At least, he didn't think that it was the look of an enemy. Of course, he didn't understand that the ether dragons were the symbol of magic. Their blue color was the color of the Bugha's flag. Although the Bughas were known as the Silver Alliance, their emblem was an eye on the blue ocean. It symbolized the two extremes of the wizard world, knowledge and magic. Doesn't that mean that I can't do anything to them? Why don't we just surrender? The Knight Commander replied impatiently. Why do you say that, Sir Commander? The wizard leader pretended to be surprised and looked at the Knight Commander, but in his heart, he was full of contempt for this poor man who knew nothing about the nature of the world. They can attack me, but we can't attack them. Can we still fight this war? Sir Commander, I don't think you need to worry about this at all. The wizard leader smiled. The ether dragon is a fragile and beautiful creature. It's not as powerful as you think. Although they look huge, it's only because their energy will naturally disperse in our world. And these creatures are actually very weak. Although they represent energy itself, they can't master the laws. It's like saying that humans represent a kind of life, but they can't control the laws of life. You and your soldiers can't attack them because they can't attack you. The commander didn't understand at all, but at least he understood the last sentence. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "You're saying that these things have no attacking ability at all? Then why did our opponents summon them? Are they trying to trick us?" I'm afraid that's not the case. What I mean is, it's not that they can't attack you, but the realm of ether and the physical world are parallel worlds. The two worlds don't affect each other. If they want to affect our world, they have to switch to our world. Wait, I get it. The commander interrupted this self-righteous guy and said loudly, "You mean when they switch to our world, I can attack them, right?" The wizard leader looked at this guy with some surprise. The Knight Commander couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. He thought to himself, these self-righteous guys. If he could, he wouldn't bother to deal with these weird guys. But he still had one last question. Before he left, he asked, "Sir Wizard, since these things are so fragile, then the person who summoned them can't be that powerful. I think you should be able to deal with him. Don't let him do anything else." But this time, he didn't get the answer he wanted. All the magi present looked at Charles in the sky with fear lingering in their hearts. "Sir Commander, you're wrong. The ether dragon itself represents something beyond your imagination. The ether dragon can't master the laws, but he can. We still don't know who this master is, but we can be sure that he has mastered a deeper level of the laws. All of us here can testify to this. Just a moment ago, we all felt the vibration from the sea of magic." The wizard leader shook his head with a solemn expression. "You may not understand what I'm telling you, Sir Commander, but I have a suggestion for you. You'd better use your soldiers to create some trouble for him. Otherwise, we may not be his match." "What?" The commander was shocked. "But he looks much younger than you." "In the world of wizards, knowledge and power are the strongest, not age," the wizard leader replied. "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure." The wizard leader shook his head. "It's just a guess. But you can bet that I'm wrong, Sir Commander." The commander glanced at these wizards in long robes and hoped that he was wrong. But he didn't know that everyone present had the same idea. Savannah raised her head and saw this scene. She saw the Empire's soldiers launch a desperate counterattack. The azure sea looked so dazzling, but it was incredibly fragile. The ether dragon's attack was far less dazzling than their appearance. She could clearly analyze that the strength of these strange creatures was no higher than the peak of the silver level. They were on par with most of the Empire's knight on the city wall. And what was gratifying was that after the ether dragons launched their attack, they quickly suffered casualties. The attacks that could not hurt them before, when they switched to the material world, shot them down from the sky for the first time. But the ether creatures that fell from the sky often ended their lives in a strange way. It was like a dazzling self-explosion. Their transparent bodies crashed into the city wall and then exploded into a light blue ripple. Under the shock of the ripple, the Empire's soldiers were unharmed, and the city wall was not damaged at all. The only change was that the spells of the Empire's wizards began to become sparse. The lady vaguely understood what was going on, but what she found strange was that the number of ether dragons was decreasing very fast, far faster than the speed of their deaths. They seemed to have occupied the whole sky before, but in an instant, there were only a few left. Where did the ether dragons go? She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what the problem was. But what really puzzled Ms. Venna was that this was what Brando wanted her to see, so that she could admire how he failed. But she obviously did not see such frustration on the face of this descendant of Darius. Brando was still smiling as he looked at the sky. That confident look had never faded. The ether dragons in the sky finally disappeared one by one. But this was not good news for the Empire's wizards. They were speechless. They had never seen these legendary creatures, and did not expect them to burn their magic after death. This only led to one result, and that was that all the wizards who were caught off guard had their magic depleted in the first moment. A few of the more senior wizards were still fine, but the apprentices around them were all pale and swaying. The ether dragons were upgraded from the young wind spirit dragons and spiders, and this characteristic was also in the same vein. But immediately, someone discovered a new problem. They're disappearing at the wrong speed. No, they're not disappearing. They're moving to the ether realm, Captain. The wizards were much more knowledgeable than a mere swordsman like Venna, and immediately realized the problem. But at this moment, the Shire was turning the face of the card. The Planeswalker's law was like a flame, burning fiercely in his body. This flame seemed to ignite his eyes, making them shine with the same silver light. He looked down at the crew's stronghold from above, and there seemed to be two different consciousnesses in his mind. One was thinking about the battle situation, and the other was counting carefully. After the Empire's wizards were defeated, the gargoyles began to regain the upper hand. Although they still had to face the difficult Empire's longbowmen, at least they did not have to face the risk of being torn apart by terrible spells at any time and place. Moreover, the magic defense of the Black Sword Rampart was gradually weakening, and the wizards who injected magic into it were now depleted of their magic. And in the Shire's body, the magic that had been completely exhausted in order to summon the ether dragons was slowly recovering, and the speed of recovery seemed to be gradually increasing as the ether dragons disappeared. And this rising magic was once again injected into the face of the ether dragons. Then, a new batch of ether dragons appeared in the sky. The crew's people were looking up at the sky, and a considerable number of them even opened their mouths wide. Look over there, there's more over there. There's more here too. Kill them. They're disappearing again. New monsters have appeared again. It was chaos on the city wall. The Empire's soldiers and wizards were dumbfounded as they watched the ether dragons appear and disappear, disappear and reappear. But every time they disappeared, they would bring new companions with them, as if they were increasing geometrically. No one understood what was going on, but the ether dragons seemed to have really converged into an ocean, and when they launched their last attack, the terrifying tsunami-like scene finally arrived. In the face of thousands of uncountable enemies, even the proudest Kurlutzians could not help but throw away the weapons in their hands weakly. That was a battle that no longer had any meaning. The Shire seemed to be controlling this sea of magic that was full of power, and the ocean blue magic energy gathered under his feet. It was not that the Empire's commanders did not think of attacking him, but it was meaningless. Every time they were about to achieve their goal, a pure silver holy shield would appear in front of the Shire. That was the holy song of protection. Hippamra held the will of the mountains in her hand, and had the support of endless magic from the ether dragons. She had chosen the target of this spell countless times. The last scene that Savannah saw was that the blue ocean had completely covered the city wall of the Black Sword Fortress. It was not that she had never seen such a spectacular scene, but that was during the Holy War, when she was facing the most powerful wizards of Saint Tassel. She seemed to have finally recognized the young wizard. It's him. The lady muttered to herself in disbelief. He's not dead. The genius of the Black Tower wizards, I should have known. He has always been so unexpected. Brando was slightly startled. It seemed that this was the second time he had heard such words. He could not help but raise his head and look at the Shire in the sky. Savannah had already retracted her gaze. Cruz's men had been completely defeated, and the reinforcements in the fortress had yet to arrive. She could already imagine what had happened. "You won," she replied calmly. "I just didn't expect that after 40 years, he would actually become a great wizard. The Black Tower wizards finally have a wizard leader after 1,000 years. Those who made the decision back then must have never thought that this day would come. But grandson of Darius, what have you gained? Other than the hatred of the Empire, you have gained nothing." Brando knew that this lady, who was known as the White Swordsman, must have misunderstood something. She actually thought that the Shire had crossed the extreme plane and become a great wizard. However, he did not expose this misunderstanding. In fact, this misunderstanding was exactly what he needed at the moment. As for what he had gained, he looked at the blue reflection in the sky and gently shook his head. The people of the Empire would never understand what he had gained. Count Tonagel had gone mad. Whether it was in Yenbao or Grey Harbor, whether it was from the north of the kingdom to the south of Ampere Seal, or from Randner to the dense forests of Grenoires, as long as there were people living there, whether it was the nobles, the commoners, or even those with unknown identities and ulterior motives, all of them were discussing the news that came back from Balta after the weather in the north had turned cold and there were a couple of snowflakes. The royal faction had also gone mad. Other than Makarov, Oberway, and the Wolf Baron, everyone else was like a shark that smelled blood. They were already dissatisfied with the Count who ordered them around, and now they were venting their dissatisfaction through various channels. Secret letters were passed to Makarov and the other leaders of the royal faction, and every word written on them was enough to make even the boldest of radicals tremble in fear. It was full of words of advice, abuse, criticism, questioning, and even slander. Makarov could only smile bitterly at Oberway. These things were too obvious, and he could not help but doubt the intelligence of his colleagues. But what made him doubt his own intelligence was the other letters piled up on his desk. These letters were not slander, but letters from the north that conveyed some kind of message. The words written in bright red on the letters were enough to make anyone who read them think that they were reading a ridiculous story. On the 25th of the month of Frost, Count Tonagel conquered the Black Sword Fortress. In this battle, other than the Count himself losing his gargoyles, there were few casualties. After that, Count Tonagel forced, or rather, escorted, the entire imperial army to hold a grand welcoming ceremony for Erewin's diplomatic group. After that, he released all the captives and compensated the Knight's Gate out of courtesy. On the 27th of the month of Frost, Count Tonagel and his diplomatic group passed through the Tory Canyon and defeated several Cruz nobles who came to challenge them. On the 30th of the month of Frost, Count Tonagel and his diplomatic group conquered the Tory territory and extorted a large sum of ransom called compensation for the damage to their reputation and compensation for mental anguish before releasing all the nobles. On the 7th of the month of Winter Harp, Count Tonagel defeated the Cruz's Solstice Knights Legion. On the 15th of the month of Winter Harp, Count Tonagel and his diplomatic group defeated Anzaruda's army. On the 19th of the month of Winter Harp, Count Tonagel, Makarov and Oberway silently read the last sentence of the letter and gently placed it in front of Princess Griffine. They couldn't help but ask tiredly, "All right, Your Highness, can you please tell me what Count Tonagel wants to do?" Princess Griffine glanced at the letter with a guilty conscience. Then, she forced a smile at her two courtiers. "I think His Lordship, he should know what to do." "Really?" Makarov looked at the princess silently. Chapter 9:12. Bettina, you're back. As soon as the maidservant with a lovely round face entered the room, she was surrounded by several other maidservants who chattered and greeted her. Bettina patted her apron and raised her eyebrows to look at the mistress of the house. She then made a gesture to the other maidservants to keep quiet and asked in a low voice, "Shoo, let me ask you, after I left, did the Countess have a good rest?" Hearing this question, the sisters immediately became gloomy. Since Scarlet had been placed under house arrest by Her Majesty the Queen, she had been very depressed all day, and sometimes she would talk to her spear, which they did not know where it came from. This made them very suspicious, and they wondered if there was something wrong with the Countess's head. Every day, they had to report Scarlet's daily routine to Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty obviously still cared about Scarlet very much. At least, she never let outsiders handle this matter. Every time, she would personally take time out of her busy schedule to listen to Bettina's report. However, regarding the Countess's strange behavior, Her Majesty did not say anything, so naturally, they did not dare to speculate. Scarlet was always depressed. She did not eat much and slept very little. It was a headache for them. Seeing the expression on the maidservants' faces, Bettina understood something. She sighed and said, "Sigh, let the Countess have a good rest. Don't make a fuss anymore. She must be homesick, but Her Majesty the Queen does not allow her to go back." "Yes, yes," the maidservants replied in unison. "We children from the mountains are always nostalgic for our homeland. I often remember the maple trees in my hometown." Another maidservant looked at Bettina's face and asked in a low voice, "Bettina, you don't look very good. Is Her Majesty the Queen in a bad mood again?" "Shoo," Bettina glared at the maidservant, "don't talk nonsense, but Her Majesty's mood is quite bad today." "What's wrong?" This question seemed to have aroused the maidservants' curiosity. They hurriedly lowered their voices and asked, "Isn't it because of the Countess?" Bettina sighed. She did not know how many times she had sighed. It was as if Her Majesty's bad mood had affected her. "Is it that Count from the countryside again?" "Lower your voice, idiot," Betessa replied. "That Countess came from Erewhon." "Do you know Erewhon?" "It's a small kingdom in the south of the empire." "That's right, our Countess also came from there." "Don't let her hear you talk about her hometown like that." "What Countess from the countryside? How unpleasant it sounds." The maids were startled, and their faces showed lingering fear. Some of them even looked into the room with a guilty conscience. But when they realized that Scarlet didn't seem to be listening to them, they heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned back to ask, "Bettina, quickly tell us, what happened to the Count?" Since Scarlet was under house arrest in the courtyard of the castle, the maidservants naturally couldn't leave, except for Bettina, who had to go to the rose garden to see Her Majesty every once in a while. Girls of their age were full of vitality and curiosity, so they were even more attracted to the outside world, even if it was a small thing. Bettina was a little older, so when she saw the pitiful eyes of her companions, she could only reply, "The Count arrested the local nobles in Suruf. When I went there, I saw Duke Pallet complaining to Her Majesty in the rose garden." She suddenly showed a clever smile and said disrespectfully to the Duke, "You didn't see the Duke's flustered and exasperated look. I've never seen him like this before." "Bettina, did you say that the Count went to Suruf?" The maidservants seemed to be used to such news, and they didn't seem surprised at all. It seemed that since half a month ago, the southern nobles were beaten to a pulp, and it had become a common occurrence in the whole king's city. But they noticed something else and asked curiously, "So, in less than a month, we will be able to see the Count?" Before he completely infuriates Her Majesty, Betessa pouted. When Duke Pallet and Her Majesty were talking, she only dared to stand aside and listen with her head lowered. However, this did not prevent her from hearing how bad Her Majesty's mood was. Besides, she had secretly seen Her Majesty's expression later on. Her face was always cold, but today it was even colder than usual. It was enough to make people's teeth chatter. Bettina thought for a moment and added with a lingering fear, "If Her Majesty doesn't hang the Count, maybe we will have a chance to see him." "What are you talking about, Bettina?" At this time, a slightly low voice sounded. All the maidservants were startled. They were talking so intensely that they didn't even notice when Scarlet came in. The mountain maiden stood by the door of her room and looked at them, and the maidservants were like a flock of startled sparrows. They all shut their mouths, and the room suddenly quieted down. Bettina glared at her disloyal companions and whispered to Scarlet, "My lady. You are talking about Erewhon?" Scarlet didn't care about the matter, but stared at Bettina and asked in a somewhat anxious tone. "Oh no, the Count must have heard us," Bettina thought. But she didn't dare to lie, so she answered honestly, "Yes, my lady." "Tell me the truth," Scarlet said with a pale face. In fact, she often couldn't sleep these days. Every time she closed her eyes, she would think of the Count, and it would disturb her. "We are talking about a Count from Erewhon." "A Count from Erewhon?" As soon as Scarlet heard this, she immediately rushed to Bettina's side and grabbed the round-faced maidservant's arm like a ghost and asked loudly, "Ah!" Bettina had never seen Scarlet like this and couldn't help but jump in fright. Where did that Count come from? "My lady, I don't know. Her Majesty and the nobles didn't mention it, so I didn't dare to ask," Bettina quickly replied. Scarlet pursed her lips and didn't say anything. The young girl's sharp premonition made her realize something, but she couldn't think of a good way to ask at the moment. Betessa trembled as she looked at the Count. When she saw the look of confidence and desire in the Count's eyes, she seemed to have understood what was going on. She trembled as she asked, "Count, do you want to hear about his deeds?" Scarlet nodded seriously. "All right, it's like this." Bettina took a deep breath and slowly opened her mouth. After Duke Peruth left, Constance's expression became slightly better. At this time, the Imperial Chancellor, Fjodna Nydivan, who was known as Junior Nydivan, hurried into the Queen's private study in the Rose Garden. The supreme ruler of the Empire looked at him and asked, "What's wrong, Chancellor? Did the Count cause some trouble again?" Junior Nydivan looked at the Queen in surprise. Before he came, he heard from the Chamberlain that the Queen was furious, but now it seemed that was far from the truth. Not only was the Queen not angry, but she also seemed to be in a good mood. Even so, Junior Nydivan didn't dare to relax. He quickly bowed respectfully and answered with a little embarrassment, "Your Majesty, you are very accurate." Indeed, after the Count detained the nobles of Thuruf, a group of young people wanted to take revenge on him, but unfortunately, they were all taken hostage. I heard that the nobles of the south were no longer angry with the Count and were discussing ransom for the hostages, but the old Duke didn't seem to be willing to do so. The old Duke he mentioned was naturally the previous head of the House of Peruth. The House of Peruth was the representative of the new nobles of the Cruz Empire. It was no secret that they had a close relationship with the nobles of the south. In fact, it was because of this that the Queen supported them to become an important force in the imperial court. "Which family's children were taken from?" Constance asked casually. "It was mainly the House of Alcorn and the House of Jean." "Your Majesty, the Duchess is from the House of Jean," Fjodna Nydivan reminded. "I don't need you to remind me." "Of course I know," Her Majesty replied. "These self-righteous fellows dare to look down on the guests I invited. It's good to let them suffer a little." Junior Nydivan seemed to have understood the ins and outs of the matter. He quickly replied, "Your Majesty is right, but the Count is really too much. He doesn't give the Empire any face. The nobles of the Empire can't stand him fighting his way here." "Humph," the Silver Queen snorted softly. "It's normal for young people to be impetuous, but it's true that his grandfather was much calmer than him back then. It doesn't matter. A capable person can be forgiven for being arrogant and unruly." The Empire isn't so intolerant. But don't let him make a big deal out of it. He just wants to get our attention, but if every envoy group comes, the Empire won't be able to stand it. Let the local legions at the border be more vigilant. Even a mere Erewhon can step on their faces. Count Alcorn and Count Jean don't mind losing face. The Prime Minister of the Empire couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Count is really... I don't know how to describe him. He actually did such a thing. Even I almost thought that he was crazy. "He's not crazy," Constance replied. "This Count knows the Empire very well. He knows that we won't do anything to him. Moreover, this little guy knows his limits. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but I don't believe that you can't, Prime Minister." A thin layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on Junior Nydivan's forehead. He knew in his heart that although the Empire's supreme ruler was conversing with him casually, the Nydivan family's position in the Queen's heart was deteriorating day by day. On the contrary, because of the series of things that Brando had caused, he had met the Queen more often, and the relationship between them had eased up a little. However, the Queen's words immediately put him on edge. He hurriedly replied carefully, "Your Majesty's eyes are like torches. That Count is, after all, that person's grandson." "Indeed." The Queen nodded as if she agreed. "Your Majesty, before I came, I heard that you were angry again." Junior Naidevan suddenly asked carefully. "What?" "Your Majesty, your health." "My health is very good. You don't have to worry about me, Prime Minister." Constance knew that this must be a message from Prime Minister Naidevan. Junior Naidevan's intelligence was not inferior to his father's, but he was much less courageous. "I'm angry because of those useless nobles of the Empire. Their faces have been trampled on. Instead of thinking about how to reclaim their glory, they want to tie their gains and losses to the Empire. Cruz's people have not fallen to that extent. It's natural for them to want to take revenge on that Count. I don't think Duke Palat will let this go, Your Majesty." Junior Naidevan shook his head and replied. "I hope he doesn't cause too much trouble for me." Constance shook her head. "Count Alphonse and Count Jean know their limits." Junior Naidevan's answer did not match his heart. Constance looked at him and corrected him, "I'm talking about him." The Prime Minister of the Empire was slightly startled and then smiled bitterly. Junior Naidevan stayed in the Rose Garden for half an hour and took time to report the situation in the west and east to the Supreme of the Empire. The Lion Beast men were still attacking the White Hart and Orcus fortresses. Compared to their decisiveness in assembling the army, the progress was slow. On the other hand, the Wind Elves persisted in their attacks in the wilderness of the Four Realms. The Red Army was one of the four main armies of the Empire, and their reputation was not undeserved. The mobilization within the Empire was nearing its end, and the atmosphere of war could be felt even in remote areas. After he said goodbye, Constance watched the Prime Minister of the Empire leave. When the study was empty, she gently tapped on the armrest of the chair and muttered to herself thoughtfully. "Does he really know how to use the Heaven's armor? Did Jocelyn secretly go to Erewhon? No, he's not that shallow, Lady Gwendolen. I have a feeling that he's sending us a signal. What is he trying to say? Or is this the attitude of the people of Erewhon?" Her cold voice echoed faintly in the empty study, but no one answered her question. Not only that. The story in the room had obviously been going on for some time, but it did not look like it was going to end anytime soon. Bettina continued, "Everyone thinks that the Count is crazy. He actually attacked one of the Empire's fortresses because he didn't receive the proper treatment. God, before this, I always thought that we, the mountain people, were the most rebellious people of the Empire. I didn't expect that compared to the Count, we are nothing. I've long heard that the people of Erewhon have a great king. When he founded the country, he swore that the people of Erewhon would independently protect their own people. I didn't expect it to be true." As she said that, the round-faced handmaiden could not help but sneak a glance at her liege. But she was disappointed to find that Scarlet was unmoved. She only asked blankly, "And then?" She sighed disappointedly and continued, "And then, of course, the nobles of the Empire would not let it go. They gathered an army and wanted to teach this ignorant outsider a lesson. Of course, the result was not what they wanted. As for what happened after that, I've already told you, Count. That Count naturally captured all of them. Not only that, he also took them as hostages and demanded a large sum of ransom from their families. He even named it compensation for damage to reputation or compensation for mental damage or something like that." Scarlet shuddered as if she had been electrocuted. She looked up at her handmaiden and asked in disbelief, "You said, compensation for mental damage? You didn't mention this to me before, Bettina." "But that's not the point, Count." Bettina was baffled. But she did not notice that the Count in front of her was gritting his teeth. Once upon a time, she was the one who had been with the Count for the longest time. She had long gotten used to those strange terms. She used to think that it was the Count's only bad habit. But at this moment, those words that he once couldn't understand sounded so familiar to him. Bettina was still rambling on. In my opinion, the Count did not have to offend the nobles of the empire. After all, he is an outsider. If he flaunts his power now, he will have to suffer in the future. Her Majesty the Queen has been angry a few times because of this, and a few dukes hate him so much that they want to grind their teeth. The only praiseworthy thing is that the Count is in the limelight. Now, in the vicinity of Rusta, I'm afraid that there are very few people who do not know him. I really don't understand what he is trying to do. Halfway through her words, she suddenly froze. She suddenly saw the Count in front of her crying. She hurriedly called out, "Count, what happened to you?" Scarlet shook her head hard. Because she understood. Everything he had done was just to tell her one thing. "I am already here, Scarlet." Like a promise. P.S. I wrote so late today. The sword spirit did not play much. Sob, sob, sob. I brought Scarlet along to beg for monthly votes. Also, regarding the ether dragon that someone asked about yesterday, the cost of mana is actually a card's Esper ability. The cost of the ether dragon itself is 25 water. However, I also looked at the card's description, and there is actually a problem. I think it should be written as a barrier. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.